Douluo, what's wrong with me being in a relationship in the spirit wall? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 This time travel is wrong. What? As soon as Tang Yue opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a piranha flower with a bloody mouth in front of her. Oh no, it was a piranha flower with a bloody mouth open. Mom! What the hell is this? Tang Yue dodged subconsciously, and before she had time to think, she rolled towards the grass. She exhausted all her strength to stand up enduring the pain, and then limped towards an unknown direction. Boom! The piranha behind it made a sharp cry, and it pursued Tang Yue. Although it was fast, it was much larger than Tang Yue. Tang Yue specialized in running in places with small gaps, hiding while running. After a while, his body was already covered in sweat, and he was stepping on the wet grass, and his physical strength was obviously starting to be a little exhausted at this time. A cold mechanical voice suddenly came from her ears. Ling. Host detected. Binding host. Host bound successfully. Ling. Hello host, welcome to Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent. Tired like a pug, Tang Yue was taken aback for a moment. Isn't this the anime she watched before going to bed? What happened? Did she time travel to the anime? Host, you are being hunted down by the 3-year-old soul beast, Piranha, and now the system has sent a task, asking the host to kill Piranha and absorb the soul ring. Tang Yue was at a loss. What the hell? Can she kill the Piranha like this now? It's not bad that she didn't get eaten by piranhas. As Tang Yue ran away, she recalled the original memory of this body. It was a good thing that she didn't recall it. As soon as she recalled it, the anger in Tang Yue's heart rushed straight to her forehead. Holy crap! Tang San is such a hypocrite. He actually left me to find Xiao Wu. The owner of Tang Yue's body is also named Tang Yue. He comes from Holy Soul Village. He is a baby picked up by Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao outside the village. He is 2 years younger than Tang San after she was 2 years old, and before she was 4 years old, Tang Yue had been working as a coolie in the Tang family. She did all the cooking, laundry, dishwashing and cleaning. Occasionally Tang San would come to help, but because he had to practice, he would often after being out for a long time. When Tang Hao couldn't wait for him, he almost left everything to Tang Yue, and when Tang Yue was 4 years old, Tang San was 6 years old, just in time to awaken her martial spirit. Tang Hao didn't know what happened in his head, so he insisted on letting Tang Yue go with him. As a result, Tang Yue's awakened martial spirit was just a flower. The little lotus, with innate soul power, is only half a level comparable to that trash Yu's Iagang. Recalling this, Tang Yue's face was already extremely dark. Goddammit. However, this is not the most outrageous. Tang Yue is 10 years old this year, and her soul power can only break through 10th level. Because she is Tang San's younger sister, she was taken into Shrek as an auditor by exception. The reason why she was hunted down by the 3-year-old soul beast this time was because she was swept away by the Titan giant ape, but Tang San chose to save Xiao Wu and ignored her. Tang Yue didn't have to join Shrek at the beginning, it was Tang San who forcibly brought her in, and she became an auditor. She has always been inconspicuous in the academy. Except for having a better relationship with Zhu Huking, she is almost at odds with everyone else. She contacts. This is why no one came to save her after she was swept away by the Titan ape, who I don't know how long it took for Tang Yue to clear up the interpersonal relationship and background. The rapid breathing echoed the sharp cry of the piranha. Tang Yue's cheeks were flushed at this moment. Her physical strength was exhausted. In the end, she stopped under a big tree and fell limply. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. This time travel, how can I be so unlucky? Tang Yue gasped and complained, thinking that she really shouldn't read this novel. If she had known it, she would have read The Legend of Zhen Huan. She could wear it and become a queen. Squeak! Piranha caught up with Tang Yue. The sharp cry came to Tang Yue's ears with a wind, and the huge wind blew her long hair. Tang Yue's ears rang, and she felt that her eardrums were about to be shattered. Fortunately, the scream did not last long. Within a moment, an arrow of ice and snow shot through the air towards the piranha. The piranha subconsciously dodged. At this time, Tang Yue discovered that on a branch not far away, the long-haired boy was swaying his feet and looking at the piranha with interest. The boy was wearing a light gray robe, with silver hair fluttering behind his shoulders. His facial features were neat and exquisite, especially the left eye, which was covered with a layer of ice and snow, which added a sense of mystery to his whole body. His skin he was as white as jade, exuding a cold air from his body, but there was a bit of baby fat on his delicate face, coupled with his slightly swaying feet. He looked a bit playful. Tang Yue was slightly startled. This image, what the piranha hates the most is when someone disturbs its meal. It stares at the young boy on the branch. When it jumps up, plant vines several meters long are pulled out from under its feet. From that mouth, dozens of tentacles stretched out, as if they wanted to wrap the boy perfectly. Seeing this, the young man tilted his head. A pair of ice wings grew from behind, and quickly dodged the clumsy attack of the piranha. This piranha is huge in size and very ugly in appearance. It has many tentacles on its body, and these tentacles are covered with barbs, which looks extremely terrifying. Its eyes are dark red, with faint blue flames emitting from the pupils, and its head is like a bloody mouth, which looks extremely ferocious. Seeing such an ugly piranha, the young man showed displeasure, and leaped into the air. A bow with a cold light appeared in his hand, and the cold breath spread in the forest. The young man opened his left eye and stared at it intently. Looking at the piranhas rushing towards him, the eighth soul skill, and, as soon as he finished speaking, an icy blue formation formed in front of the young man, covering one layer after another. He held the bow tightly with both arms. The young man pulled it suddenly, and the ice arrows on the bow suddenly turned into blue light, and mixed with the food. People and flowers collide in the air. Boom! The arrow was extremely fast, and it hit the piranha's vitals in just an instant. Squeak! The piranha let out a piercing scream, and after a while, it fell from the sky and landed on the ground, hitting Tang Yue right in front of her, dying. Oh my god! Tang Yue was startled and instinctively shrank back. Is this a big deal? Thinking about the mission just issued by the system, she couldn't help but cautiously step forward to take a look at the piranha. The piranha is dying, but it is not dead yet, and its soul ring has not yet burst out. If Tang Yue can make a knife at this time, this soul beast will be hers. Thinking that she was only at level 10, the system asked her to absorb a 3-year spirit ring. Isn't that a bit of a death sentence? Tang Yue hesitated a little, but at the same time she was hesitating, the boy had fallen from the sky and came to her. Girl, who are you? How did you enter the Star Dou Forest? Why are you in the depths of the Star Dou Forest? And why are you being hunted down by this ugly 3-year-old soul beast? A series of questions came from her head. Tang Yue subconsciously looked at the boy. The two looked at each other, but the boy was touched by Tang Yue's face, which made me feel pity for him. The appearance of this small white flower seems to be very suitable for raising. Tang Yue was born with a cute appearance, with a trademark baby face and a pair of big, bright brown eyes. However, she looked a little embarrassed at this time, but it still couldn't stop her own color narrowing his eyes slightly. The young man had already made up his mind. If no one wanted the child, he would take it back. Tang Yue looked at the young man and thought for a long time. The sun shone on the young man through the leaves, and the breeze blew the young man's left eye, which was covered by silver hair. With just one glance, Tang Yue recognized who he was. Wuhan Hall 5 enshrined, Guangling Douluo. Huh? Are you stupid, child? Seeing that Tang Yue didn't reply for a long time, Guangling couldn't help but poked her forehead with his hand. I don't have a fever. Why? Can't talk. Guangling's scorching gaze struck, and Tang Yue subconsciously dodged it. She lowered her head, out of sight of Guangling, twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, and muttered, this time travel is simply too wrong. Don't speak? If you don't speak, I will leave, Guangling said deliberately. He turned around and made a gesture to leave, but he was paying attention to Tang Yue's reaction from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, when he turned around, Tang Yue threw herself on the ground in a hurry, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and said timidly, my name is Tang Yue. I followed a teacher from the academy into the Star Dou Forest. I met him on the way. Going to the Titan giant ape, I was thrown away, and I was hunted down as soon as I woke up. Lightning protection. In the early stage, it is a shame for Tang San Xiao Dai Mu Bei. If you like Tang San Xiao Dai Mu Bei, please avoid it. Don't find it difficult to find anything. There are many private settings and many self-made settings. Don't use it. I won't tolerate it. Read the book and picture. It's just a comfort. I've avoided the lightning in advance, and if you continue to talk nonsense, I will scold you. This is an article written around the life experience of the heroine. It's not a cool article. Please don't bother me if you mind. Lightning protection, please check carefully, okay? Don't come to scold me. They are Black Tang San, Daimyo, White Jade, Xiaogang and Tang Hao. If you like them, please don't come in, otherwise I will find you even more disgusting. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Twin Martial Souls, God's Chosen One. Tang Yue, Guangling read. He knelt down and looked at this cute little girl. The little girl rolled around in the grass. Her skin and clothes were covered with dirt and water stains. Guangling subconsciously reached out to wipe her face, but found that the child seemed to be malnourished, and her face was not like Xiaoxu's. So tender, but a bit rough and sallow. Beautiful brother, who are you? Tang Yue said timidly. She looked like a wounded deer. Even though she already had the answer in her heart, she still had to decorate herself in front of Guangling. Otherwise, in this starred-out Great Forest, if she was thrown by Guangling again, her life would really be lost. Pretty brother. There was a trace of consideration in Guangling's ice-like eyes. He looked at Tang Yue with a smile on his face, but it was a bit hard to understand. I am already 80 years old. Is it appropriate for you to call me brother? Tang Yue blinked her eyes, revealing a clear stupidity of being a college student in her eyes. Now she is really glad that she has not been smoothed by life before crossing, otherwise she would not be able to fool this job a grandfather of 7 or 80 years. But you look so young, how can you be 80 years old? Tang Yue's silly voice reached Guangling's ears. Guangling raised her head and laughed. She felt that she had made the right choice to go out today. No, she also picked up a small white flower for nothing. Okay, little girl, you can call me Grandpa from now on. I'm going back to Wuhan Hall now. Will you go back with me? Guangling stood up, looked down at Tang Yue, and then extended his hand to Tang Yue. Tang Yue looked at the white palm in front of her, and she no longer felt nostalgic for the body's original family. She did not hesitate to put her hand in Guangling's palm. Guangling smiled successfully and pulled the person away. He stood up and held her in his arms. The little girl is really malnourished. Her body is full of bones. Guangling couldn't help complaining in her heart, and she had already thought about how to raise this child in the future. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice in Tang Yue's ears sounded again. Ling. Host, it has been detected that the 3-year-old piranha has its last breath. Please kill and absorb it as soon as possible, otherwise the mission will fail and the host's the second martial spirit will be unable to awaken. Second martial soul? Tang Yue's hand on Guangling's shoulder couldn't help but tighten. She looked at the man-eating flower and thought to herself, system, I won't explode and die, right? No host, this is the primary assessment given by this system. As long as the host completes this assessment, the second martial soul can be awakened smoothly. Elementary assessment, you regard killing a 3-year-old soul beast as a preliminary assessment. 6, really 6, sensing the movements of the person in his arms, Guangling did not immediately get up and fly away. He followed Tang Yue's gaze and couldn't help but joked, what, little girl, do you want to kill the guy who is chasing you? Tang Yue nodded her little head vigorously. She clenched her fists, with a hint of anger on her innocent face. It chased me for so long just now and almost ate me. You have to give it a good beating to get rid of the bad breath in my heart. Ha. Guangling was so cute by Tang Yue's actions. After confirming that the piranha was no longer a threat, he put down Tang Yue. Handed Tang Yue a knife by the way, and directed, pierce towards its eyes. Your bad breath can come out. Tang Yue took the knife and nodded, her firm expression surprising Guangling. I didn't expect that such a weak little girl could still hold a grudge. Fun, really fun. Crack. The sound of a dagger piercing into the flesh sounded, and the piranha screamed in pain. After a while, it fell to the ground, and a soul ring shining with black light emerged from its body. Is this the 10,000-year soul ring? It was the first time to observe the soul ring up close. Tang Yue seemed a little surprised. She usually only imagined it in novels. She never thought that one day she would be able to see it with her own eyes. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the soul ring, Tang Yue always felt that her body was a little out of control. She slightly raised her hand and touched the black soul ring under Guangling's gaze. The black soul ring was absorbed into Tang Yue's body in an instant. Before even Guangling had time to react, he found that the 10,000-year soul ring had disappeared, and no new soul ring appeared on Tang Yue's body. How is this going? Guangling narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at Tang Yue, a little puzzled. Where did the 10,000-year spirit ring go? Tang Yue felt the energy coming from her body, as if she was about to break through a restriction. After a while, she felt that something was about to emerge from the palm of her left hand. However, at this moment, Guangling walked up to Tang Yue with doubts. In front of him, Tang Yue raised her eyes and glanced at him. then quickly put away the things in her hand. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second martial spirit. Please awaken the martial spirit in time. Tang Yue was speechless. The focus now seemed not to awaken the martial spirit in time, but how to explain to Guangling in front of him why the 3-year-old spirit ring suddenly disappeared. Little girl, what is your martial spirit? The soul ring has not expired yet, and it is impossible for the soul ring to disappear for no reason. The only thing Guangling can think of is Tang Yue's martial spirit, martial soul. Tang Yue blinked, thinking that she still needs to awaken a second martial soul anyway, so it should be okay to say that she hasn't awakened the martial soul yet, right? After a moment of silence, Tang Yue rolled her eyes and whispered softly, "Beautiful grandpa, my martial spirit has not been fully awakened yet. Can you help me fully awaken the martial spirit?" Not yet fully awakened? Guangling stared at Tang Yue for a long time. He thought for a while, it's getting late now, why don't he take it back and ask his elder brother to awaken her martial soul? Kindness. Big brother will be very happy. After making up his mind, Guangling picked up the emaciated Tang Yue and flew straight to Wuhan Hall, Wuhan City, Wuhandian Shrine. Brother, third brother, look what I brought back. Before the person arrives, the sound arrives first in the worship hall today. It was rare for all the worshippers to gather together one day. The big worshipper Jin Daoliu stood on a high place, and the other priests stood at a lower place. When they heard Guangling's voice, they all looked towards the entrance of the hall. Guangling flew into the hall, and only retracted the ice crystal wings when he reached Guangling Douluo. Old 5, what are you doing again, Guangling? Douluo couldn't help frowning as he looked at the little girl in Guangling's arms. Why did you abduct a female doll when you went out this time? Not only Guangling Douluo thought so, but also several other priests. However, Guangling didn't pay attention to their questions, just put Tang Yue down, and said to Dao, "Brother, this is the little treasure I picked up in the Star Dou Forest. She hasn't awakened her martial soul yet. Trouble, big brother, help her wake up." Haven't awakened martial soul yet? Jin Daoliu looked at Tang Yue. This child is at least 8 years old, why hasn't he awakened his martial soul yet? Although he was confused, Jin Daoliu didn't say anything. He nodded slightly and motioned Tang Yue to come closer. As for Guangling, he would teach her a lesson later. Tang Yue arrived in front of Jin Daoliu under Guangling's guidance. A faint golden light appeared in Jin Daoliu's hand. The golden light entered Tang Yue's body after a moment. Tang Yue felt her body warm and her whole body floated. In the air, this warm feeling is very comfortable. Tang Yue was enjoying the comfort at this moment, only to see an ordinary lotus martial spirit appearing in her right hand, and a magic staff appeared in the palm of her left hand. The staff revealed golden light, and the heart-shaped gemstone inlaid on it shone with dazzling brilliance. At this moment, it was as if a god descended into the mortal world, bringing an invisible sense of oppression to people. Twin martial souls. Not only Jin Daoliu, but several other priests were also shocked. They spoke in unison, looked at each other, and finally all looked at Tang Yue, who was still awakening her martial spirit. And at the time when they were surprised, several golden fine lines appeared on Tang Yue's forehead. The lines of these fine lines were constantly changing like elves, forming a small spot of light in the air, and finally gathered in the among the staff. The light emitted by the staff makes people feel extra warm. This is, as a great worshipper of the angel god, Jin Daoliu knew very well the feeling of being surrounded by divine power. He looked at Tang Yue in surprise. Who are you? I am the god of kindness. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Recognition of Relatives. Jin Daoliu. The gentle voice came out from Tang Yue's body. Jin Daoliu and the other 6 worshippers were startled, and they all bowed towards Tang Yue. Even if the god of kindness is not the god they enshrine, they will not slack off according to the will of the god. Seeing this, the kind god reached out and spread a ray of light, and the offerings were frozen in time and space. Then, she raised her hand and lowered the oracle. A white light suddenly appeared, and the golden pattern on Tang Yue's forehead flashed, and 9 cards suddenly appeared next to her, and those 9 cards surrounded her body. After a moment, Tang Yue came back to her senses and subconsciously touched the card next to her. At this time, a gentle sound appeared above the worship hall. The voice came, "The test of kindness has begun, my successor, I wish you good luck." After her words fell, the golden light dissipated, and Tang Yue landed firmly on the ground. The lotus flower and staff in her hand were put away. She heard what the god of kindness said just now. Although she was surprised, she still wanted to thank the system. Gada, the god of kindness, is one of the 5 great god kings. This golden finger is simply too powerful. The divine light faded, and the people in the worship hall did not regain their senses for a long time. They looked at Tang Yue dully, their eyes dull. Tang Yue didn't realize that something was wrong with him. She just felt that it was the first time for her to be stared at by so many people. She was a little embarrassed. She pursed her lips, looked up at Jin Douluo in front of her, and could not help reminding, "Senior, my martial soul awakening ceremony has been completed." Under Tang Yue's call, kind Douluo gradually came back to his senses. When the kind god lowered the oracle, he also lowered it into confined space. God's will was always only spoken and listened to by the successors. Kind Douluo knew this clearly. It was also at this time that he formally looked at Tang Yue squarely. This child is really not simple. Seeing that everyone below had not yet recovered, Jin Douluo waved his big hand, and a little golden light fell into everyone's eyebrows. After a while, Guangling's surprised voice sounded in the worship hall. "The little baby I picked up is really a little baby. Baby, you are actually the one chosen by God." "Who said it wasn't? Why didn't I find such a good baby?" Subduing Demon Douluo at the side couldn't help feeling a little sour after hearing this. This child is the successor of the gods. If she can be tricked into the Wuhan temple, it will undoubtedly add a lot of combat power to the Wuhan temple. It cannot be ruled out that Tang Yue was picked up by Guangling, and she will become more intimate with Guangling. The oracle has been sent down, and Jin Douluo knows the importance of Tang Yue better than anyone else you know. It has never happened before in Douluo Continent's thousands of years of history that someone can be chosen by God as his successor. When he awakens his martial spirit, he must find a way to stay in Wuhan Hall for this child, and he might be able to help Jin Rinxu during the divine examination in the future. With this in mind, Jin Douluo threw an olive branch at Tang Yue. He knelt down, reached out to caress Tang Yue's face, looked at her kindly, and asked, "Son, are you willing to recognize me as a grandfather?" After hearing this, everyone below stared wide-eyed. According to the script, it should be about accepting apprentices. How did it become a confession? Amid everyone's astonishment, Tang Yue looked at Jin Douluo and felt warm in her heart. Tang Hao treated Yuan body badly, and she felt angry just thinking about it. Now, if she could have such a gentle grandfather as Jin Douluo, she would be very happy. Tang Yue blinked her eyes, nodded in Jin Douluo's expectant golden eyes, and said, "Grandpa Blonde, I am willing." "Okay. Okay." Hearing Tang Yue's response, Jin Douluo was overjoyed. He said hello 3 times, picked up Tang Yue, and announced to the worshippers below, "From today on, Tang Yue is I am my granddaughter. You must be as kind to her as you are to Xiaoxu, and never let her feel wronged." "Yes, big offering." When the worshippers answered, they couldn't help but feel that this was too hasty, but Jin Douluo and Tang Yue didn't think so. The two of them were like a pair of biological grandfathers and grandchildren, chatting and laughing happily, which made Guangling a little jealous. This girl was picked up by him. Why is she now the granddaughter of the eldest brother? It's like trying to fetch water from a bamboo basket, and all the cooked ducks have flown away. After agreeing to join Wuhan Hall, Jin Douluo let Tang Yue choose which hall to live in first. As for the palace that belongs to her, it still needs to be repaired slowly. It won't be built in less than a year and a half. Tang Yue chose Guangling Douluo in the expectant eyes of all the worshippers. To be honest, it was actually because she was a white-haired person, and Guangling happened to pick her up, so of course she chose Guangling. Seeing that the little baby chose him, Guangling was also very happy. He showed off to Jiangmo Douluo, "Look! This old man's little baby is still my old man's little baby. Sure enough, the person I like the most is my old man." Demon-conquering Douluo had a dark look on his face. If it weren't for the fact that his eldest brother was still here, he would have hit Guangling on the head with a stick to let him know what it means to be evil. 1 month later, Shrek Academy. Because of Tang Yue's disappearance, the atmosphere in the entire college became a little heavy. "I'll go deliver food to my third brother." At the dinner table, Xiao Wu, who had returned safely, was filled with guilt. Ever since Tang Yue disappeared, Tang San had desperately searched in the Star Dou Forest, but unfortunately, even if he traveled all over the outer and central parts of the Star Dou Forest, he couldn't find it. After finding Tang Yue's traces, Xiao Wu finally brought him back to the academy after he collapsed due to exhaustion. After Tang San returned to the academy, he still did not give up and went to find Tang Yue, but Xiao Wu and Flender disagreed, so he used a hunger strike to fight. "No, it has already been another day and night without eating or drinking. Xiao San still can't think about it. With Tang Yue's soul power level, it is impossible to survive even outside the Star Dou Forest. Teacher Zhao and the dean have gone out to search these days, but they really can't find Tang Yue's whereabouts. It is estimated that she has been eaten by the soul beast. Yue made a sound to break the heavy atmosphere. He never liked everyone being sad because of an auditor. What is Tang Yue? It's just a half-born trash. If a person like this has to follow him to the Star Dou Forest, isn't he looking for death? She deserved this fate, but it's a pity for a little beauty. He hasn't had time to do it yet. It was because of this reason that Yue was sad for a few hours, seeing that Xiao Wu was going to deliver food to Tang San. He couldn't help but said to Xiao Wu, please persuade Xiao San more. If this goes on, Xiao San's body will collapse. It will take several days. If Tang Yue was alive, she would have come back a long time ago. There is no news so far. There is a high probability that she is dead. People cannot be resurrected after death. Xiao does not accept this truth, but you understand it too. Please persuade him and stop trying to make ends meet. Gun. The look of her heartfelt words made Zhu Xiuqing sneer. It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Xiao is Xiao's sister, not your sister. Of course you don't care. Of course you can just say dead people can't be resurrected. In the past, the mistress didn't expect you to comfort him, but can you please don't rub salt into other people's wounds? Yue, the way you make sarcastic comments is really disgusting. Zhu Xiuqing. Yue slapped the table and stood up. He was the big brother in Shrek Academy. No one except the teachers dared to say that about him, and even if the teachers wanted to discipline him, they never said such ugly words. Zhu Xiuqing said, it was considered he bumped into his back. Don't think that I dare not hit you because you are a woman. I tell you, women, I can hit you. Seeing the conflict between the two, Oscar quickly stepped forward to break up the fight and said, Boss Dai, calm down, calm down. Xiuqing is just too sad because of Xiao's disappearance. Don't argue with her. Xiuqing's words are just temporary anger. Don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart. Zhu Qing, the little witch Ningrongrong, also rarely held Zhu Xiuqing's hand. Although her relationship with Zhu Xiuqing was not particularly good now, and she was not very familiar with Tang Yue before, she really didn't like Yue. If it weren't for the fact that Shrek Academy only recruits monsters, and she wanted to prove herself, she wouldn't have come to this crappy place. Yue's dirty words to her were still in his ears. If Tang Yue hadn't stood in front of her, she might have been beaten that day. It was out of gratitude that Ningrongrong stood beside Zhu Xiuqing around as Xiao Wu watched them arguing. Her heart felt cold. She took the food and left the table quietly. Tang San has locked himself in the room for a long time, usually except for Xiao Wu and the principal who can get in. Tang San almost shuts everyone else out in the dark corner. Tang San curled up into a ball. His eyes were slightly red, and the scene of Tang Yue chasing after him calling him brother kept flashing in his mind. If he had thought carefully at that time, maybe Xiao would not have disappeared. If he hadn't left Xiao behind, maybe. Unfortunately, there is no if and no possibility. Elder brother, Xiao Wu came to deliver the meal and knocked on Tang San's door. Tang San opened the door upon hearing the sound, and the moment he saw Xiao Wu, he hugged Xiao Wu. Bang! The meal fell to the ground. Xiao Wu was slightly dazed. Tang San hugged her tightly, and swore with red eyes, Xiao Wu, I will protect you from now on. If anyone wants to kill you in the future, then they can only step over my body. I no longer have Xiao. I can't live without you anymore. Xiao, you will always be with me, right, fool? Of course I will always be with you. Listening to Tang San's heartfelt words, Xiao Wu's heart warmed up. She responded to Tang San's hug, and the two embraced tightly, inseparable. At the same time in the Guangling Palace, Tang Yue was chewing on a chicken leg and watching the real-time monitoring played by the system for her on the big screen. Tang San and Xiao Wu hugged each other tightly, and they talked to each other, not mentioning how her missing sister disappeared at all. Tang Yue sneered. She just wanted to kill this hypocritical brother with a single sword. It was clear that he had left her behind regardless of everything, but now he was pretending to be a brother-sister brother. Was he acting for Xiao Wu, or was he acting for her dead sister? Tang Yue couldn't help rolling her eyes several times. If she could, she wouldn't even want to be surnamed Tang Unlucky. Little baby, the old man found a few treasures and come over here. See if you want to pick some for yourself. If you don't have any, the old man will send them to the treasure pavilion. A long distance away, Guangling began to transmit voices to Tang Yue. He was rushing to Guangling Hall with a bunch of good things, with a smile on his face, thinking that his little girl would definitely like it. After Tang Yue heard this, she immediately turned off the real-time monitoring. She jumped off the sofa, put on her shoes, and ran out to meet the baby Guangling brought back for her. Guangling didn't know where he found a bunch of gold, silver, jade and several soul tools of different shapes. He placed them all in front of Tang Yue for her to choose from. If you want them all, I will move directly to your room, and save the trouble. No, I don't want all of them. I already have a lot of these things in my room. If I put them away, I won't be able to let them go. Tang Yue rummaged around, but she didn't find what she wanted. She sat on the ground looking at Guangling. He said, Grandpa Guangling, I want a soul tool that can hold living things, a soul guide for living things. Guangling frowned slightly, and carefully recalled the things in the treasure pavilion. He was a little uncertain. If the old man remembers correctly, there should be something like this in the treasure pavilion's soul guide. Then I'll go to Grandpa to ask for it. Tang Yue stood up as she said that, but the next moment, Guangling grabbed her hand. Grandpa Guangling, end of this chapter. Chapter 4. What auxiliary route to repair? Not promising. Tang Yue turned her head to look at Guangling, a little puzzled seeing Guangling suddenly showed a big smile. Tang Yue couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Grandpa Guangling, why are you smiling like this? Be normal. I'm afraid. Oh, what are you afraid of? Baby, it's time for you to hunt soul beasts to get soul rings, right? Guangling leaned in front of Tang Yue, with stars in his eyes, and he knew it was a playful crime at a glance. Oh, by the way, since Tang Yue consciously awakened her kind heart, her soul power level has also risen to level 3, since she had just broken through level 10 and did not obtain a soul ring, and the year soul ring was used as a stepping stone for the system's primary missions. Tang Yue didn't even have a soul ring at a moment previously. Jin Daoliu saw that Tang Yue's health was not very good, so he didn't immediately take her out to get the soul ring. He asked Tang Yue to cultivate for a period of time in the worship hall, and it would not be too late to make plans after recovering her body. So these days, the tonics offered by several major offerings were delivered to Tang Yue in turn. Tang Yue ate until she felt like vomiting, and finally lost her temper on the day demon-conquering Douluo delivered them, which blocked others from wanting to continue delivering them thoughts. But now it's really time to get the soul ring. She has been cultivating for a month, and if she continues like this, she will become a waste. What's more, she still needs to get the soul ring to complete her kindness test. Thinking of this, Tang Yue nodded, and said, it's indeed time to get the soul ring, but Grandpa Guangling, this matter may need to be postponed for a while, and there is one thing I haven't figured out yet. What's the matter? Guangling looked at Tang Yue and asked Tang Yue, my martial spirit is the plant type. Logically speaking, it is most suitable to build the auxiliary and defensive lines. But I don't want to build these two paths now, but I don't know if I can build a strong attack and agile attack lines. I once read the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts, and there were some special examples in it, and I thought that I might be a special example. Twin martial souls, inborn level, can of course become a special case. Guangling smiled, thinking that this little girl had quite a lot on her mind. You are right, Lianhua Wuhan is the most suitable for cultivating auxiliary and defensive routes, but it does not rule out the possibility of cultivating strong attacks. Lianhua, although it is a weapon soul, it is a fragile existence in itself. Even if you take the strong attack route, it may not be comparable to a normal martial soul that practices strong attack. However, your situation is special, so I think you might be able to give it a try. Really? After receiving Guangling's affirmation, Tang Yue showed a happy smile. She grabbed Guangling's hand and had a pair of big, watery eyes that were particularly lovable. Guangling smiled and patted the melon on her little head, and said, of course it's true, it's a small thing. As for Tang Yue's idea of repairing a strong attack route, the entire worship hall was surprised, especially the 4 enshrinements. Lion Douluo, girl, did I hear you correctly? You actually want to take the offensive route? Yes, Tang Yue nodded, not feeling anything wrong, but others didn't think so. Demon-conquering Douluo said, no matter how you think about it, it seems a bit inappropriate for a lotus flower to attack forcefully. That's what I thought too. Why would you want to attack a small white lotus like this? Demon-conquering Douluo's brother Qianjin Douluo agreed. There was a lot of discussion in the enshrining hall. Tang Yue was a little helpless, but Jin Daoliu remained silent. He thought that since Tang Yue proposed this idea, there must be a reason. Maybe it was related to the goodness test. Cough cough cough. Be quiet, be quiet. After Jin Daoliu spoke, several others shut their mouths. Yu's idea is indeed a bit surprising, but it is not impossible to say it. After all, there is a ready-made example in Wuhandian. Brother, it's possible, But the attack route is not the most suitable for girl Yu. What if I can't continue practicing in the future and regret it? The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, frowned. Tang Yue is a twin martial spirit. Only when the first martial spirit is fully cultivated can she add a soul ring to the second martial spirit. If she stops practicing halfway, isn't it just a fool's errand? After hearing this, Tang Yue just wanted to say, building auxiliary routes is useless. But Golden Crocodile Douluo's worries are understandable. Except for Guangling and Jin Douluo, everyone else had the same idea as Golden Crocodile. Can't you wait for the moon and moon? Am I not expecting her to be okay? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked back. If he really wasn't expecting her to be okay, he wouldn't consider this situation seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel. Tang Yue explained, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, I know you are worried about my future cultivation, but the auxiliary line is really not the path I should take. Negative spirit test. If the first martial soul doesn't cultivate a strong attack route, I'm afraid that it may not be able to complete the test when the time comes. What Golden Crocodile Douluo said was the truth, but Tang Yue is a special existence now, and some ordinary people's theories seem a bit inconsistent when applied to her. What? Is it related to the divine test? Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Tang Yue. Girl, what's the content of your first test? Guangling also looked at Tang Yue. Tang Yue pursed her lips. Killed the 5-year Nether Flower Emperor alone, and couldn't use kindness. What? Everyone on the scene made a surprised voice. Golden Crocodile Douluo took a breath, and suddenly realized, no wonder you want to build a strong attack route, want to kill a 10,000-year soul beast alone. If you still repair support, I'm afraid really missed the test. Then what are you waiting for? Big brother, call the flower player in the palace of the Pope and ask him, isn't he a line of attack for the martial soul cultivator of the plant department? Lion Douluo said without hesitation. Although it's not very good, it shouldn't be too difficult to ask someone to come over. It can't be said that Bibi Dong wouldn't even let someone come over, right? Jin Douluo also agreed with Lion Douluo's proposal. He said, summon Elder Yuguan and tell him that I have something to say to him. Okay, big brother, I'll go. Guangling Douluo stood up and said he flies very fast, and if you let him go, you can go back quickly within a moment. Guangling Douluo returned to the worship hall with an enchanting man. The man's skin looked as delicate as a baby's. His voluptuous appearance gave people a special feeling. His voice could not tell his age. If not, with the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would think that he was a man. See great offering. Yuguan saluted respectfully, but felt a little nervous. The three worshippers took him away as soon as they disagreed. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but when he saw so many people, he knew that something was wrong. Jin Douluo nodded slightly, and introduced to Tang Yue, Yu, this is the Elder Yuguan, and he is also a plant-type martial spirit. He cultivates a strong attack route. Hello senior, Tang Yue saluted politely. For a moment she forgot that there was a ready-made person in Wuhanti, and seeing that the two greeted each other, Jin Douluo turned to Yuguan, and said bluntly, Elder Yuguan, I invited you here this time mainly to ask you something. Yu's martial soul is a lotus flower. If you want to cultivate a strong attack route, does Elder Yuguan have a good cultivation method? Lotus, are you just asking him about his cultivation method? Yuguan looked at Tang Yue. Can you let me see your martial spirit? Tang Yue nodded and summoned the martial spirit, and a white and red 9-petal lotus appeared in the palm of her right hand with a red light 1 2 3. Looking at her martial soul, Tang Yue always felt weird. How could it have a few more petals than the lotus flower that appeared when she awakened her kind heart that day? And this is, Yuguan was slightly stunned. A vague memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The memory gave him a headache, but he couldn't think of anything. He stared blankly at Tang Yue. This lotus flower, he knows. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. The Moon Passive. Being forced to write experiences. This is the 9-petal fairy lotus, Yuguan said with certainty. He looked at Tang Yue a little excitedly, and his eager eyes were enough to express his different thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 major worshippers were present, he would have picked up Tang Yue and ran away. 9-petal fairy lotus. Tang Yue looked at the lotus in her hand, and always felt a little weird. Could it be that her martial soul could evolve by itself? Elder Yuguan, can you elaborate? It was also the first time Jin Douluo had heard of the 9-petal Immortal Lotus spirit. Although he had extensive knowledge, he was still inferior to Yuguan in terms of flowers and plants. Yuguan will answer it. Yuguan restrained his true thoughts a little bit, although he had a strange feeling just now, but he didn't care. He said bluntly, returning to the great offering, The 9-petal fairy lotus is a god among flowers, and the 9 petals can absorb 9 soul ring. No one has ever awakened this spirit in the tens of thousands of years of Douluo's history. Even the news that the subordinates know comes from the Soul Beast Encyclopedia about the 9-petal fairy lotus record. Jin Daoliu nodded, indicating that he understood. Is this kind of martial soul training attack route feasible? Practice strong attack. A flash of pity flashed in Yu Guan's eyes, and he said bluntly, 9-petal Immortal Lotus is a top-level auxiliary dual attribute martial spirit. If it takes the offensive route, my subordinates are not sure what will happen. Dual attributes. A flash of glamour flashed in Jin Daoliu's eyes. He was worthy of being the child chosen by God. He was truly extraordinary. Without saying a word, Guangling ran to Tang Yue and observed the lotus in her hand. Baby, you really surprised me. Tang Yue smiled. Not only you were surprised, she was also surprised. Yu Guan nodded, and then explained, the 9-petal Immortal Lotus is a light attribute plus ice attribute martial soul. If you take the auxiliary system route, you will definitely be able to surpass the world's #1 auxiliary system martial soul in the future. 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. What do you suggest to this kid? Oh no, girl, for a girl who has this martial spirit, it is the best choice to take the auxiliary route. Of course, it would be even better if you could become your teacher. In the future, the existence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda will definitely be surpassed. Although this sentence is very attractive, in front of the gods, it is just a faint speck of dust. Jin Daoliu would not be moved by this. Elder Yu Guan, I have called you here to inquire about your cultivation methods, not to persuade you to take the auxiliary route. Do you understand? The gentle voice was mixed with a cold tone. Yu Guan noticed that the person above seemed to be a little angry, and immediately dismissed the idea of asking Tang Yue to worship him as a teacher. He swallowed the saliva secreted from his mouth, bowed his head respectfully, said, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will go back and write a book of cultivation rules for this little girl. After hearing this, Jin Daoliu was satisfied. He looked at Tang Yue and returned to his previous loving expression. Yu, if you don't understand anything in the future, just ask Elder Yu Guan. Elder Yu Guan is so good, I will definitely not turn you away. I don't know if the last sentence was meant for Tang Yue or used to threaten Yu Guan. Yu Guan's body trembled slightly, feeling like he had entered a den of tigers and wolves. Okay, thank you Grandpa. Thank you Elder Yu Guan. Tang Yue smiled sweetly and agreed. Although using power to oppress others is a bad thing, it can save her a lot of energy. After putting Yu Guan back to the Hall of Spirits, Guangling just found a reason to take Tang Yue away. Although Tang Yue didn't know what he was going to do, she didn't ask any more questions because he was mysterious. What kind of bad thoughts could an old man who knows how to be playful all day long have? On the other side, after Yu Guan was released back to the Hall of Spirits, he began to live a life of being shut out. He picked up a pen and paper, and wrote down his cultivation methods and experience in earnest, hoping that he could to help Tang Yue. Oh no, to save my life from being ordered around. After all, he can't afford to defend both the Pope's Hall and the Shrine Hall. If he runs on both sides, I'm afraid that the current female Pope will have to be suspicious. Lost his loyalty. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Spicy Rabbit Head. Baby, what do you want to eat? Guangling took Tang Yue to Xiandao City. The two flew for a day and a night. During the flight, Tang Yue was afraid of heights and felt a little airsick, so Guangling temporarily called a carriage and installed an anti-vibration soul guide on the carriage. After receiving the weapon, the two of them arrived at Xiandao City as quickly as possible. The first thing Guangling did when he came to Xiandao City was to take Tang Yue to eat delicious food. He looked at Tang Yue with a smile and asked softly, ever since he knew that Tang Yue's first martial spirit was the top martial spirit. After getting the ice attribute martial soul again, he fell in love with Tang Yue more and more. If possible, he would like to try whether his Guangling divine bow can be in harmony with Tang Yue's 9-petal Immortal Lotus. After riding in the car for several days, Tang Yue was still a little tired when she got off the bus. She moved her limbs first before thinking about what to eat for lunch today, but after thinking for a long time, she still didn't think about what she wanted to eat, so she threw the troubled matter to Guangling. Grandpa Guangling, I'm not familiar with this place, and I don't know where there are good restaurants. How about, do you recommend it? Let me recommend it. Guangling thought for a while and couldn't tell what was going on. He didn't come to Xiandao City often, but he was really bored these days. Thinking about Tang Yue's miserable life as a child, that's why I brought people here. The two of them stood on the street thinking and hesitating for a long time. At this time, Tang users suddenly heard the voice of a boy selling spicy rabbit heads. Fresh spicy rabbit heads. Our rabbit heads are all fresh, the quality of the meat is soft bone rabbit, and the meat tastes very good. It only costs 10 copper soul coins each, so don't miss it if you pass by. Spicy rabbit head, or is it the quality of a soft bone rabbit? When Tang Yue heard this, her big eyes shone with light. She grabbed Guangling and went straight to the restaurant selling rabbit heads. Boss, bring me 20 rabbit heads. I want freshly killed soft bone rabbits. Spicy, steamed, garlic, and spicy. 5 of each of these 4 flavors. After saying that, Tang Yue turned around and held out her hand to Guangling. She had a smile on her face, which was completely different from the frowning look when she got off the car just now. Guangling took out a bag of gold soul coins from his pocket and handed it to Tang Yue, while keeping his eyes on the sign erected in front of the restaurant Silky Bone Rabbit Head. It turns out that Yue likes to eat the heads of soft bone rabbits. Well, write it down and tell her elder brother when you go back to get some more soft bone rabbit heads and put them in the canteen of Wuhan Palace, in case Yue loses her appetite to eat anything else. Something to make you hungry. Good guest. Please come inside. The servant took the 3 gold soul coins from Tang Yue, and led them in without saying a word. He actually gave 3 gold soul coins for just 20 rabbit heads. This is the first time he has seen such a generous guest. The enthusiastic servant greeted Tang Yue and the others to sit down, and when he saw that Tang Yue still had a bag of gold soul coins, he had another idea, and introduced other special dishes of the restaurant with a smile. Guests. The restaurant also has rabbit meat hot pot. Would you like some? Rabbit hot pot? Tang Yue was not interested. She waved her hand and declined. The waiter was doused with cold water and was a little embarrassed, but this still couldn't stop him from wanting to make a profit. Guest. Our restaurant also has other special services, such as allowing guests to choose the live bones they like. Rabbit is used to make dishes. Choose your own live soft bone rabbits. Tang Yue suddenly became interested again. Does this mean that of my 20 rabbit heads, I can pick 20 live ones to make dishes? Yes, guest. Do you have so many soft bone rabbits? Tang Yue made a sound, a little disbelieving. This soft bone rabbit is not a soul beast from Rotten Street, nor is it blue silver grass, which can be picked anywhere. Of course, guest, we are very good at catching soft bone rabbits. We sell over 100 rabbit heads every day, and they are all soft bone rabbits, and the children's wives are not deceived. Over 100, Tang Yue thought for a while. How long has your restaurant been open? Half a month. That can't be thousands of soft bone rabbits? Tang Yue raised her eyebrows. Maybe she had captured all the rabbits in Xiao Wu's family tree, who are at least 30 generations old. This soft bone rabbit is different from ordinary rabbits. Its meat will be more delicate and its brains will be more delicious. It is said that several children have become much smarter after eating rabbit brains. The boy looked confident. When you hear this set of words, it means that the rabbit hot pot has failed to sell, so you want to sell rabbit brains. Guangling wanted to stop it, but Tang Yue was very interested. How do you sell the rabbit brain? Guangling was about to say something but stopped. This kid really likes eating rabbits. When I heard it was a rabbit, didn't I doubt whether what they said was true. He had never heard that eating rabbit brains could make him smarter. Seeing that Tang Yue was so cooperative with him, the boy became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Guest. Rabbit brains cost 1 gold soul coin a bowl. In addition, we also have a rabbit fur coat, which costs 30 gold soul coins each. Do you want one? Want? Guangling just stretched out her hand, and before she could say anything, Tang Yue's words had already finished. How much did this girl hate rabbits? She ate the heads and brains without letting go of the fur. However, rabbit fur was not valuable. Spending 30 gold soul coins on a rabbit fur coat was a bit too extravagant, but Tang Yue didn't pay attention to Guangling's helpless expression at this moment. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't like Xiao Wu, that soft-bone rabbit. He was arrogant, uneducated, and liked to cause trouble. It can be said that most of the original misfortune was due to her appearance. Tang San is not a person who likes to cause trouble, and neither is Tang Yue, but since he met Xiao Wu, there have been many disasters, and these disasters are basically caused by Xiao Wu. Tang San is not only wiping her buttocks, but also helping her. Wipe your butt. The original body, a little lotus flower, became the scapegoat for Xiao Wu's lack of education and caused trouble. Perhaps it was a destined marriage. Tang San didn't even think that Xiao Wu was uneducated, but instead thought that she was cute and innocent, and that this little bunny sister really needed his protection. and there was no way he would give up on this little bunny. It was precisely because of this that the original body was cruelly left behind by Tang San and frightened to death alone in the Star Dou Forest. After following the waiter to select 20 soft-bone rabbits, Tang Yue sat at her seat and waited for the food to be served. The seat she chose was by the window, so she could look at the scenery outside while waiting for the food. Xiandao City is the capital of the Xiandao Empire. It is prosperous and the streets are very lively with people coming and going. Guangling held up her chin and looked at the little girl in front of her. However, in just 1 month, his little baby seemed to have gained a lot of weight. This cute appearance was actually more endearing than when he first met her. Small, the more Guangling watched, the more she liked it. She was about to praise him, but at this moment, an angry female voice suddenly sounded in their ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. You actually killed the soft-bone rabbit. The angry female voice came to Tang Yue and Guangling's ears along with the noisy guest voice. Tang Yue followed the voice subconsciously, and saw a cute girl with scorpion braids pointing at the solicitor's nose asking. She was full of anger on her face, and regardless of the boy's obstruction, she stretched her legs and kicked away the iron cage that displayed the live soft-bone rabbit outside. Suddenly, groups of soft-bone rabbits were running among the crowd. The boy yelled, but was thrown to the ground by the girl. You are really deceiving people too much." The boy lay down on the ground, crying, "Guests, come and judge. This little girl not only let my soft-bone rabbit go, but also beat people. If there is no law of heaven, there is no law of heaven." After a while, a lot of ordinary people who watched the theater gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. They pointed at the girl, but the girl saw something bad. But after a while, there was a sea of people in front of the restaurant. There is no shortage of soul masters in Xiandao City. A small soul master dares to make a big move here. It is really strong. Why is this little girl so unreasonable? She ruined other people's business as soon as she came up, and she is still a famous soul master. Who said it wasn't? I saw it with my own eyes just now. Before the waiter in this restaurant could speak, she smashed the cage. The little girl looks good. Why is her heart so vicious? Listening to the people next to her pointing, the girl also blushed. She glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there was no strong person above. Contra, this restaurant is really abominable. It has caught so many soft-bone rabbits to make spicy rabbit heads, and those are all her clansmen. It's even just a 10-year soul beast. How could they bear it? Thinking of this, the girl no longer felt any shame in being accused. She said shamelessly, "The silky bone rabbit is so cute, but you are killing creatures like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Retribution? Killing creatures? Aren't rabbits just for eating? Are you telling me that rabbits are not birds or beasts? At some point, Tang Yue, who was sitting in front of Guangling, had squeezed into the crowd. She walked up to the girl and looked her up and down with a smile. The playful look in her eyes made the girl feel very uncomfortable, but when she saw Tang Yue's face, at this moment, she was obviously shocked, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Tang Yue, she seemed surprised, but did not dare to call Tang Yue's name loudly. There was a guilty look in her eyes, and she took a few steps back, as if she had seen a ghost. "You know me." The girl's name is Xiao Wu. She is the lover sister of her cheap brother, and the person who indirectly caused her death in the Star Dou Forest. Tang Yue didn't want to think that she knew her, an uneducated soft-bone rabbit. Why should she? Facing Tang Yue's question, Xiao Wu was taken aback again. Isn't she Tang Yue? After carefully looking at Tang Yue, Xiao Wu realized that although the girl in front of her looked very similar to Tang Yue, her temperament, clothing and even skin were completely different from Tang Yue. Tang Yue had been dead for a month, and it was impossible for her to die. Resurrection, it is even more impossible to turn into the appearance of a noble lady within a month. Well, she is not Tang Yue, definitely not. Xiao Wu hypnotized herself in her heart, and after confirming that the person in front of her was not Tang Yue, she resumed her arrogant attitude. "Just now, brother said that everything has a spirit. Why is the soft-bone rabbit not a living being? Is the soft-bone rabbit a living thing?" Tang Yue sneered. "Of course some soft-bone rabbits are living beings, but a soul beast that is only 10 years old has not even developed its spiritual intelligence. How can it be considered a living being? Anyone who raises a dog knows how to repay the owner, but what else will he do when he raises a soft-boned rabbit for 10 years besides eating, drinking, and sleeping? According to what you said, chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and pigs are also living beings. Why, you have never eaten pork. Have you never killed living beings, have you? You are purely vegetarian, eat carrots, and have never even touched anything else, right?" Shrek's usual food was indeed not very good, but Tang Yue remembered clearly that Xiao Wu often went out to eat with Ning Rongrong, and often asked Tang San to take her out to improve the food. Now let's talk about animism. It's really outrageous. Every word Tang Yue spoke pierced Xiao Wu's heart, and she was so angry that she was speechless for a moment. She could only point at Tang Yue's nose and furiously said, You, what do you mean? And the old man beat you into a spicy rabbit's head and serve it as a meal for you, girl. A powerful pressure came from behind Tang Yue, and Xiao Wu was startled. Is this aura a tidal Douluo? Xiao Wu wanted to run away, but the coercion from Guangling was too strong. When she turned around, she couldn't move a single step. This coercion only works on soul beasts. Baby, do you think you want to beat her up, and then let's kill the rabbit and get the bones? Guangling's sound transmission entered Tang Yue's ears, and Tang Yue smiled slightly, thinking that this was also a good way, but now killing a rabbit to get a bone would waste a 10-year soul ring, which is not worthwhile. Tang Yue turned around and took a look at Guangling. The smiling appearance made Guangling a little helpless. He withdrew his coercion, raised his eyes, and stood beside Tang Yue without making any further moves. The pressure was suddenly withdrawn, and the struggling Xiao Wu fell to the ground. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She really didn't expect that there would be a tidal Douluo in an ordinary restaurant in Xiandao City. Little dance. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. You Have the Way of Death. Anxious shots sounded. Xiao Wu raised her head. It was Tang San and the others coming. Brother, she called out, and after a while, the 6 Shrek people one after another pushed through the crowd and came to Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu fall to the ground, Tang San felt heartbroken, and he frowned. Who is it? Who hurt you? Ning Rongrong stepped forward to help Xiao Wu, but she didn't pay attention to Tang Yue standing in front of them, only Zhu Zhuking. She stared at Tang Yue in a daze. She couldn't hear what Tang San and the others were saying. Little moon, she murmured, as if she couldn't believe what she saw in front of her eyes. Oscar, who was standing beside her, heard what she said, and looked at Tang Yue, and he was shocked by just such a glance. Little San. It's Xiao Wu. Oscar's words instantly extinguished a blazing fire that had just been ignited in Tang San's heart. He raised his head with a look of disbelief, and happened to look into Tang Yue's beautiful eyes that were watching the show. Since Tang Yue awakened her kind heart, her temperament has undergone great changes. She always gives people a comfortable feeling, as if she can get a little comfort from failure. After the first martial soul evolved, her right pupil slowly turned pink, but it was not easy to see if you didn't look carefully. Xiao Wu, Tang San was shocked. Tang Yue, whom he had been looking for so long, was actually in Xiandao City. Baby, do you know them? Guangling hugged his chest and retreated behind Tang Yue. He was not a fool. If the little rabbit had misidentified the person just now, then now, he couldn't say that all 7 of them had misidentified the person, right? I don't know them, Tang Yue said with a smile. Tang San and the others had wonderful expressions now, but Tang Yue didn't expect to meet them so early. She originally wanted to scare them later. Woolen cloth, don't you know? Guangling asked suspiciously, but judging from their expressions, they should know you. Xiao Wu, you're not dead. That's great. Without saying a word, Tang San left Xiao Wu behind and strode towards Tang Yue. He wanted to go forward to hug Tang Yue, but was stopped by Guangling. Where are you from, wild boy? Is this girl something you can hold? A cold voice came out, and Tang San felt the coldness of the man behind Tang Yue was overwhelming. He frowned. This Oro is the one who hurt Xiao Wu just now. With the cold look in his eyes, Tang San took out his huge divine crossbow from the 24th bridge on a moonlit night, and shot at Guangling as fast as he could. Guangling tilted his head and dodged. For him, this speed was no different from a turtle speed, but if he dodged, the people watching behind him would suffer. What? The restaurant clerk was hit by an arrow and died on the spot. Killed. For a moment, the streets were crowded with people, and they all fled in all directions. How come? Guangling turned around sharply, a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that this small thin arrow could directly kill someone. Tang San, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuking roared. There are so many people here. He dares to use this huge divine crossbow here. Is he crazy? Dai Mubei and the others didn't expect that Tang San would be so impulsive, and they were stunned for a moment. Although they usually spoke in high-spirited words, they were actually the kings of strong-mouthed people, but now they still didn't dare to kill anyone. It's his fault. Knowing that it was Tang San who caused the trouble, Xiao Wu quickly blamed Guangling. She pointed at Guangling and said, "It's him. It's him who wants to frame brother." Now that this has happened, Dai Mubei and the others heard what was said and had no choice but to follow Xiao Wu and say, "Yes, it's him. He deliberately avoided the mistress's hidden weapon and then borrowed a knife to kill someone." Huh? After hearing this, Guangling felt that these little brats were really shameless. If he, a titled Douluo, wanted to kill someone, would he need to borrow a knife to kill someone? It's outrageous. Fucking open the door to outrageous. Outrageous home. Seeing them crazily splashing dirty water on Guangling, Zhu Huqing was disheartened. Although Ning Rongrong was a little hard to understand, this huge godly crossbow was a good thing to their 7 treasure glazed tile school. If they could take this opportunity to keep Tang 3, and then ask him for the method of making this huge divine crossbow. This seems to be a good choice. Tang San also didn't expect that Guangling would dodge directly and cause this huge godly crossbow to shoot and kill a commoner. Although he felt guilty when he thought of them bullying Xiao Wu, the clerk was not a good person, so he took it as justice for the heavens. "Xiao Wu, he is very dangerous. Hurry up, come to brother." Thinking that Tang Yue was still beside Guangling, Tang San couldn't help but worry about this resurrected from the dead sister. He stretched out his hand towards Tang Yue, his eyes fixed staring at Guangling. He knew that he was no match for Guangling, but Tang Yue, he must take her away. Tang Yue looked at Tang San with a murderous aura and couldn't help but chuckle. "I don't know you, why should I go with you? A murderer is worthy of calling himself my brother. Why, you have a little sister rabbit is not enough, do you want to hug her from left to right?" Tang Yue, after hearing this, Xiao Wu said angrily, "Brother, he has not eaten or drank for you for a month, how can you say that to him, brother? She's not Tang Yue." Tang Yue is not someone who can say such things. The girl in front of him looked exactly like Tang Yue. If she was not Tang Yue, Tang San would never believe it. But apart from her appearance, how else was she similar to Tang Yue? It seems like there's nothing except looks. "Baby, do you want to arrest them all and send them to prison? I have been unhappy with them for a long time." Guangling sent a message and threw a carrier pigeon along the way to notify the Wuhan City branch hall in Xiandao City and ask them to come and clean up the messes for Tang San and the others. As long as Tang Yue was willing, he would tie them all up and throw them all into the prison to be reformed. Grandpa Guangling, there is no need to argue with him. Justice is in the heart of the people. What we should do now is to appease the emotions of the civilians. Xiandao City is the central city of the Xiandao Empire. When the time comes, someone will naturally come to hold the murderer accountable. Let's go first. Tang Yue didn't want to touch them directly at this time. Tang San had just joined Shrek not long ago. At this time, Tang Hao should still be following Tang San. If Guangling made a move rashly, I'm afraid they would still be the ones to suffer. Instead of doing something thankless instead, it would be better to let them go and let Shrek Academy become infamous. By the way, let the Cabello Glazed sect seriously consider whether they really want to put their little princess in a grass chicken academy for training. Okay, since you want to let them go, then let them go. Guangling didn't really want to argue with a group of juniors. When he really started to take action later, things would turn into him bullying the children, and making things worse. It becomes more complicated, so it's better to just let nature take its course. Then, little darling, let's go. Tang Yue nodded, without even sparing Tang San a look. Guangling spread out her ice wings, picked up Tang Yue, and the two of them flew away from Xiandao City. Zhu Huqing looked at Tang Yue's leaving back and wanted to say something, but after looking at Tang San and the others, she fell silent. Perhaps, they didn't really care whether that person was Tang Yue or not. In Tang San's eyes, Tang Yue has always been a timid and cute sister. The appearance just now was indeed very different from the Tang Yue in his impression. Could it be that she really wasn't Tang Yue? Someone died on the streets of Xiandao City. Soon the spirit masters from the Wuhan City branch rushed to the scene of the crime. Dai Mubei and the others immediately took Tang San and left Xiandao City in order to avoid trouble. Now they are here. Xiandao City has caused trouble, and Dean Flanders can only wipe it for them. What kind of words are these? After listening to Dai Mubei's explanation of what happened, Flanders slapped the table and stood up. Dai Mubei beautified the facts so much that Flanders, who had always defended his shortcomings, couldn't help but cursed. A strong man with the title of Douluo is actually like this. Bullying a group of children is really a waste of training to reach that level. Who says it's not, Dean? But someone did die Xiandao City. According to the people present, it was Xiao-san who did it. Even if he didn't mean to kill the clerk, it has nothing to do with him. You see, what should we do? A few days after the incident, Xiao Wu also went to Xiandao City to understand the situation. Although he believed in his students unconditionally, the people would not lie about anything, which was very detrimental to them. What's the origin of that title Douluo? Flender asked with a frown. If possible, it's okay for them to pour dirty water on other sects, it is said. Xiao Wu hesitated a little. It's said, tell me quickly, Flender said anxiously. Zhao Waoqi's face was a bit ugly. It is said that he is from Wuhandian. What? Flanders was shocked. He took a breath and sat heavily on the chair. How could it be someone from Wuhan Palace? Wuhandian is very powerful. Even if it wants to pour this dirty water on Wuhandian, it may not be possible. Flender knows that there is no other way, so he can only give up for many days after that. Shrek Academy hid in the ravines. The streets of Xiandao City were covered with portraits of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Naturally, the two of them had no way to go out again in the darkness. A gray-brown figure has been observing all this. Seeing that this was the final result, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Marshal Soul Hall, you and I are incompatible with each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. It has the smell of digging wild vegetables. After making a fuss with Tang San Xiao in Xiandao City, Tang Yue returned to Wuhan City before she had time to eat the spicy rabbit head in the enshrining hall. Guangling told Jin Daoliu everything that happened, and by the way, asked Jin Daoliu to send people to catch more soft-bone rabbits and make spicy rabbit heads for Tang Yue. Beat Guangling, but thinking that Tang Yue and Guangling are still living under the same roof, and they can't see each other when they look up. If he hurts Guangling, Tang Yue will be unhappy. Thinking of this, he still endured Guangling's appeal for Tang Yue Hall of Light. Tang Yue rolled on the soft leather sofa. She thought about it for a long time, and felt that she couldn't waste any more time. She had to get the opportunity first, otherwise even if there were gods by her side, the Battle of Jialing Pass that happened in the original plot, nor may they be spared the last time Tang San and the others made such a fuss in Xiandao City, it could be regarded as preventing the development of the original plot. Now her spirit power level is not as good as Tang San and the others, so she has to hunt for the spirit ring quickly, otherwise this will just wait. There's really no way. Thinking about what Jin Daoliu said earlier, Tang Yue set off for the Pope's palace to find Yugwen. Although she can directly let Guangling go to the sound transmission to call Yugwen to come over, but now is not the time to directly confront BB. She still has so many troubles to the outside world, it is best not to be too ostentatious internally, so as to save the inside and outside both are troublesome. Tang Yue was not familiar with the roads inside the Wuhan palace, so she could only ask as she walked. In the end, it took her half an hour to find the magnificent Pope Palace. The cherry blossoms in spring are beautiful and the sun is shining brightly. Under the sunlight, the statue of an angel standing in front of the Pope's palace looks particularly sacred. Tang Yue looked up at the golden statue, always feeling warm in her heart, perhaps because the two martial arts spirits in her body are of light attribute. She also has a particularly fond impression of angel statues. At this time, the Pope's palace was discussing matters. Tang Yue didn't want to see Bibidong, so she could only stand outside and wait for Yugwen to come out. When she was tired from standing, she found a shady place to sit, and when she was bored, she continued on to look up at the statue of the angel. In short, there is no moment to stop, little girl. As soon as Yugwen walked out of the Pope's hall after the meeting, he saw Tang Yue standing under the angel statue and looking above. He looked left and right and found that no one from the consecration hall was following him, and he was relieved seeing Yugwen's expression like this. The colleague Gimri couldn't help asking, "Old Jew, why do you have such an expression? What the hell?" No, ghosts are not that scary. This is a more terrifying existence than ghosts. Thinking of the big priest's threats, Yugwen's scalp tingles. This little girl doesn't know why, but she can make the whole temple of worship love her even more. Although he also likes Tang Yue, the ghost looked at Yugwen, and saw Yugwen slowly walking towards the little girl under the angel statue. The little girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and one right eye that was particularly special. Is it the backlash of the martial spirit? Little girl, how did you find this place? The long figure was over Tang Yue's head. She turned around and looked up at the person who came. The little ancestor is not happy, Senior Yugwen. Tang Yue saluted respectfully. She was not a rude and savage little rabbit. Even though there were a few big Buddhas behind her that could suppress Yugwen, Tang Yue felt that it was a matter of upbringing. Yugwen, who originally liked Tang Yue because of Wuhan, liked her even more now. Yugwen smiled slightly, squatted down and looked at Tang Yue and said, "You don't have to be polite, little girl. Do you have any questions to ask me?" "Yeah," Tang Yue nodded and said with some distress, "Senior, my soul power has been stagnant. If I don't get the soul ring, I will fall behind others. But Grandpa Guangling and the others don't know what to do. The soul beast is suitable for me." "Well, can you accompany me to hunt the soul beast, Senior?" Tang Yue spoke coquettishly. She took Yugwen's hand and acted coquettishly, but she didn't care that there was a ghost behind Yugwen. Even if Guangling could take her to hunt for light or ice-attributed soul beasts, Yugwen was the only one who could really do it with a small error. Hunting and killing soul beasts, she still believes in this Zhu Douluo who plays with flowers and plants all the year round. Listening to Tang Yue's coquettishness, Yugwen's heart melted. He responded 3 times in a row, then stood up and turned to look at the ghost behind him. "Old ghost, I have something to do these days. When the time comes, Your Majesty the Pope, you can cover for me and don't let His Majesty discover the existence of this girl. Prevent Bibi Dong from discovering the existence of this little girl." Gui Mei was puzzled. "Why?" "Because she is worshipping the temple," Yugwen said bluntly. The two closed their mouths tacitly, and finally communicated purely with their eyes. Tang Yue looked at the two of them winking, and thought that the two of them really deserved to be gay friends, so they could talk to each other. After explaining his worries to Gui Mei, Yugwen followed Tang Yue to the enshrinement hall. To be honest, he didn't really want to go there, but he had no choice. He couldn't take Tang Yue to hunt the soul beast alone. If he takes people alone, they may be captured by Jin Douluo before they reach the Star Dou Forest. In the worship hall, there were only 2 people, Jin Douluo and 4 Lions Douluo, present at this time. Before Tang Yue entered the enshrinement hall, the two of them noticed the little girl's aura. Lion Douluo consciously closed his mouth to talk and just waited for Tang Yue's arrival. "Grandfather." Tang Yue trotted into the enshrining hall, and seeing that Lion Douluo was there, she couldn't help restraining herself indulgence, and saluted restrainedly towards Lion Douluo. "Grandpa Lion, little girl, there is no need to be polite," Lion Douluo said with a smile. It seemed that his presence had affected the girl's actions, and although Tang Yue was held in the palm of the hand by the priests in the hall of worship, she knew in her heart that if she didn't have the divine test, they might not take her so seriously. Therefore, in the face of unfamiliar people sometimes, she will appear a little restrained. "Yue, why are you free to come to Grandpa today?" Jin Douluo walked over to Tang Yue. He looked down at Tang Yue and couldn't help but make a joke. He didn't know what he said was because he was jealous that Tang Yue had been with Guangling all the time, still jealous that Tang Yue did not regard him as more important than Guangling as a 20-year-old with a mind. Tang Yue said that she couldn't answer this question, so she might as well pretend to be stupid. "Anyway, this body is only 10 years old now, so if you don't know, no one would think it's wrong, right, Grandpa?" "Grandpa, Yue is here this time to hunt and kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings." Skip the topic directly. Pretend to be stupid. This is what Tang Yue often does. She took Jin Douluo's hand and said coquettishly, "I have just agreed with Elder Yugwen that he will take me to hunt soul beasts, but Grandpa, I also want Grandpa Guangling to accompany me, if possible. Grandpa Kinglun should also bring it." "Guangling Kinglun?" Jin Douluo looked at Tang Yue and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this girl never ask him to take her there? It's just to find the 3rd ring, so there's no need to go to such lengths. "Yue, Grandpa will accompany you in person." The Lion Douluo below was taken aback for a moment, and the elder brother went out in person. Doesn't this call it a big fight? In this way, Jin Douluo set the date for 3 days later, and 3 days later, Yugwen, Guangling and Kinglun took Tang Yue to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt and kill soul beasts. Guangling was not surprised when he got the news, but he didn't expect that his eldest brother would go in person in Guangling Palace. He couldn't help but feel a little bored when he looked at Tang Yue, who was carefully reading the training manual sent by Chrysanthemum Douluo. However, this Chrysanthemum Douluo can be regarded as dedicated. He spent several days and nights writing a training manual and training experience. Since Tang Yue was reading the training manual, he read the training experience written by Xiao Wu. The so-called training experience, in fact, it was the cultivation process of Chrysanthemum Douluo. Every word, made him feel a little sympathetic. In the midst of boredom, Guangling took out a soul guide from somewhere and sent it to Tang Yue. He smiled and said, Little baby, last time you told me that you wanted a soul guide that can hold living creatures. I went to Third Brother's treasure house to find one for you. What do you think of this? A brocade bag embroidered with lotus patterns appeared in front of Tang Yu's eyes. Tang Yue picked it up and looked at it. She felt that the flower didn't seem to be on the soul guide originally. Grandpa Guangling, this flower is a bit ugly. If you don't look carefully, I really can't tell it's a lotus. Official complaints are the deadliest. Guangling was speechless and silent for a long time. If nothing else, he should have gotten this flower up. Moreover, this is not called a lotus, this is called a lotus. It is still in the shape of Tang Yu's martial spirit, a 9-petal fairy lotus. Seeing that Guangling was silent, Tang Yue seemed to have thought of something. She put away the soul guide, trying to take back what she just said. Grandpa Guangling, this lotus is very beautiful, and I like the shape of the soul guide. Yes, that's it, I'll use it in the future. Although he knew that Tang Yue was looking for love, Guangling's smile returned instantly. He walked to Tang Yue's side, hugged Tang Yue and said, "Baby, I knew you would like it." Ah. Haha. Tang Yue laughed dryly, saying that she didn't like it. That's not okay. As a mature adult, Tang Yue always felt that this light feather Douluo was a bit like digging for wild vegetables, but maybe he just regarded her as his granddaughter. By the way, baby, your martial spirit is ice attribute plus light attribute. I think a spirit beast should be very suitable for you. After posting with Tang Yue, Guangling started to talk about business. He didn't go out these few days because of fun, but spent most of his time finding a suitable soul beast for Tang Yue. As soon as she heard that a suitable spirit beast was coming, Tang Yue immediately threw away the thoughts that had just filled her mind. She covered the training manual and said with bright eyes, "What is it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Centennial Ice Scorpion Ice Crystal Phoenix. Guangling recalled, a few days ago, when I found that little phoenix, it was only about 1,000 years old. If you go there in a few days, it will grow to about 500 years old, which can be your first phoenix. Use the 3 spirit rings. Phoenix? Is this really suitable? Tang Yue doubted. She was really afraid that Guangling would take her into the ditch. Of course, baby, don't you trust me, old man? Guangling said confidently. When I went last time, this old man had already imprisoned that soul beast. As long as you absorb the second soul ring after that, we can go directly to solve it. What? Detention. The corner of Tang Yue's mouth twitched. I said, Grandpa Guangling, you imprisoned him, and you are not there, so you are not afraid of making others cheaper. What are you afraid of? Guangling heard the meaning of Tang Yue's words. He rubbed Tang Yue's head and said, "Stinky girl, do you think the old man can't think of what you want? How could the old man give it to you? Is the soul beast going to take advantage of other soul masters?" Although the words sounded nice, Tang Yue didn't agree. She put Guangling in her pocket, and Guangling would probably kick her into a ditch. Don't say it was prejudice, all conclusions were based on evidence. Circular 3 days later, Jin Daolias seldom went out. In order to deceive others, several of them took the same luxurious carriage. Considering that Tang Yue was a little motion sick, Guangling installed smooth soul guides on the wheels. It's just that although this can reduce the bumps, if you are driving a car, if you are a little distracted, it is very likely that you will turn your back on your back and the car will be scrapped. Guangling wanted to drive, but Jin Daolia couldn't trust him, and King Lung couldn't trust him either. Although Tang Yue didn't say anything, she gave her own answer in silence. In the end, Guangling could only live sullenly sitting beside Tang Yue. The person driving the carriage became the weak and helpless Zhu Douluo. Yugwen. There is also a relatively long way from Wuhan City to Star Dou Great Forest. Originally, King Lun was going to fly directly, saving time and effort, but Guangling insisted that Tang Yue's wings were dizzy, so they had no choice but to take a carriage. The Star Dou Forest is located just south of the Yondao Empire, straddling the borders of the Yondao Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It is so large that it is almost the same as the Balak Kingdom. 2/5 of the area is in the Yondao Empire. 3/5 of the area in the Star Luo Empire is a huge virgin forest. At the outermost edge of the Star Dou Forest is the place where 10-year spirit beasts and 100-year spirit beasts live. Further inside is the gathering place for 100-year spirit beasts and 1,000-year spirit beasts. Occasionally, there are 10,000-year spirit beasts, and then there are 10,000-year spirit beasts. The area dominated by soul beasts is also called the core area. In Star Lake, there are only azure bull pythons, titan apes, and some soul beasts that are at least 5 years old and have strong bloodlines. The core area is a forbidden area for humans and ordinary souls. The teacher will not break in easily. The place where Tang Yue opened her eyes was a gathering place for thousand-year-old soul beasts in the middle of the Star Forest. As for why a 3-year-old soul beast appeared there at that time, Tang Yue was not sure. The reason why she dared to confirm she was in the central region because she had stayed up late in the past 3 days to read the distribution map of the entire Star Dou Forest. A few days later, the group safely arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Tang Yue jumped off the carriage, looked at the entrance of the magnificent Dou Forest, and thought to herself, after 2 months, Hu Hansen, is back again. The age of the first soul ring needs to be controlled within 500 years, and the age of the second soul ring should be controlled within 1000 years. Like a century-old soul beast, we can just look for it on the outside. Third, you should first go and find out if there is any suitable one soul beast, Jin Daoli ordered. That's why he didn't object to Tang Yue's proposal to bring Qinglun. Qinglun nodded, summoned the spirit avatar, and then circled around the periphery of the entire Star Dou Great Forest. Soon, he brought good news to several people. Brother, we found a 430-year-old ice scorpions are purebreds with excellent appearance, so they should be suitable for Xiao. After hearing this, Jin Daoliu did not respond immediately. He turned to look at Yu Guan, who nodded and said, Ice scorpion is a rare ice attribute soul beast, and it is also poisonous. It is a very suitable existence for a little girl. Well, Yu, shall we go then? Jin Daoliu turned to Tang Yue after receiving Yu Guan's affirmative answer, and asked softly. This tone is not at the same level as when talking to several other people. Tang Yue was used to Jin Daoliu being treated differently, so she nodded and followed Jin Daoliu into the Star Forest with 3 titled Douluo and 1 peerless Douluo escorting them. The spirit beasts on the periphery of the forest did not dare to approach Tang Yue easily. Tang Yue walked in the center and was well protected by several people. Qinglun led the way and walked slowly. He was afraid that Tang Yue would not be able to keep up soon. Several people arrived at the place Qinglun pointed out. Sissy, under the dense towering trees, a scorpion exuding an icy aura was slowly walking forward. Its body was small, but its pincers were large. The mottled sunlight shone on it through the gaps in the forest, but people can clearly see the difference of this ice scorpion. It has spirit patterns on its body. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. The first soul skill. The soul beast with a spirit pattern is the most suitable existence for the Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus martial soul. Yu Guan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the spirit pattern, and he only said that this girl's luck is really good. Little baby, this old man is here to knock it out for you. Along the way, Guangling was sulking until he finally stopped being angry. Now, he ran out to find a sense of presence summoning the divine light bow. Qinglun immediately reached out to stop him. Old Wu, this is just a 100-year-old soul beast. If you shoot an arrow, it is impossible for it not to die. Oh, it seems to be the same. Guangling scratched his head and took back the Guangling divine bow. Then use your fists to solve it. After saying that, he jumped up and punched the ice scorpion on the head. The ice scorpion fainted instantly and fell to the ground without moving. Come on girl, here you are. Guangling took out a dagger from her soul guide and threw it to Tang Yue. Tang Yue caught it and subconsciously looked at the sharp and smooth dagger. Suddenly, she saw a flower carved on the side of the dagger's handle. The pattern of the Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus. Tang Yue slightly raised her eyes. This guy, doesn't he like her? What are you doing looking at this old man like this? This is a gift from this old man for self-defense. The lotus flower on the side of the handle is a seal. Don't lose it. Self-possessed. People can't see any clues. Meet and greet? Tang Yue glanced at him suspiciously, and when she saw that there was really nothing visible on his face, she gave up the idea again. Yu, just put a knife on its neck. Jin Daoli reminded him that he didn't care about Guangling's actions just now. Tang Yue nodded, indicating that she understood. She picked up the dagger and stabbed the ice scorpion on the neck. Afterwards, dots of yellow starlight surrounded her. These starlights sank into Tang Yue's right hand. Tang Yue felt her body warm, and the meridians of her limbs seemed to be infused into it. Feeling warm, she sat upright on the ground, twirled the orchid finger with her index finger and ring finger, and put it up and down to her chest. From time to time, she began to absorb the soul ring that the ice scorpion burst out. An hour later, Tang Yue slowly opened her eyes. In the process of absorbing the soul ring, she could feel that the warmth that originally flowed into her body was transforming into her own strength step by step. Her fatigue was swept away. She felt his body seemed to have become stronger. Grandpa's, I succeeded. The first time she absorbed the soul ring, Tang Yue was overjoyed. She got up, and a yellow soul ring slowly rose from the bottom of her feet. The yellow soul ring exuded a cold aura, and there seemed to be a faint pink shimmering in the light. Huh? You absorbed it so quickly. Yu Guan, who was standing on a tree to see if there were any other suitable soul beasts in the forest, was a little surprised by this. Normally, the time it takes a soul master to absorb a soul ring ranges from 3 to 6 hours. How come this girl can solve it in just 1 hour? Is it because of the extreme fit? Not only Yu Guan, Jin Daoliu and King Lu looked at each other, and were a little surprised. After they made eye contact, Jin Daoliu walked up to Tang Yue and asked with a smile, Yu, your first soul, what is the skill? Come. Show it to Grandpa. Yeah, okay. Grandpa, my first soul skill is the ice skill. 1000 Ju Ice Prism, which summons ice prisms to attack the enemy, and the ice prisms will contain toxins. As the soul power level increases, the summoned ice prisms will also the more. There is no limit to the number of ice prisms, but this soul skill consumes a huge amount of soul power. Currently, based on my soul power level, I can only summon 3 ice prisms at the same time. Listening to Tang Yue's description, the 3-titled Douluo already expected that the soul skill would be poisonous, but the ability of Bing Leng, which changes the number according to the soul power and has no upper limit, surprised the 3 of them before they could speak. Tang Yue summoned her martial spirit, and 1 petal of the 9-petal fairy lotus turned into ice blue. She stretched out her hand to pick off the petal, and the petals turned into 3 light blue transparent ice edges in the palm of her hand. Although the ice edge was emitting blue light, it was also surrounded by a circle of red. The red seemed to be its protective barrier. Tang Yue used the ice edge to attack. A red light suddenly appeared, and the tree trunk 100 meters away was nailed with ice edges. The poison flowed out from the sharp corners of the ice, but it did not cause any damage to the tree trunk. The attack distance is meters away, but the lethality is not very great. It seems that this skill is mainly used to release poison. Just Jin Daoliu looked at Tang Yue. Yu, what is the poisonous effect of your soul skills? Paralysis. Tang Yue raised her face and said, but this is not an ordinary paralysis toxin. It can not only paralyze a person's body, but also a person's nerves. The little granddaughter looked complacent. Jin Daoliu smiled lightly, applauded cooperatively and praised, not bad. Yu, your first soul skill seems to have a high attack power, but in fact it mainly releases toxins and shoots the shooting distances meters away, and it is easy to catch the opponent by surprise. Hee. After many years, Tang Yue finally felt the encouragement from her relatives. She never knew that being encouraged was such a special feeling in this world. She is an orphan, she was bullied and grew up, and finally got into the university she likes when she grows up, but she passed into the Douluo Continent overnight with hiccups. Her own experience is also being bullied. As a person of the same kind, she can empathize with her, and will never forgive those who have hurt her. Perhaps there is nothing wrong with this time travel. Tang Yue has received Jin Daoliu's care and Guangling's favor, and all of this is something she has never expected. Brother, I found a 900-year-old bright butterfly over there. Guangling, who was out to patrol the forest, also came back at this time. He descended from the sky, and the ice wings behind him brought a gust of cool wind. Seeing that Tang Yue had absorbed the soul ring, he immediately swaggered forward and asked curiously, You girl, what is your first soul skill? Show me quickly. After absorbing the soul ring of an ice-attributed soul beast, Guangling believes that 80.00% of Tang Yue's first soul skill is related to the ice attribute, and he happens to be the ultimate ice-attributed martial soul with a light-attributed spirit. Generally speaking, the compatibility between him and Tang Yue is extremely high. If possible, maybe the 2 of them can have something like a martial soul fusion skill. Under Guangling's warm gaze, Tang Yue summoned the martial spirit with some reluctance. The first soul skill, 1000 Ju Ice Edge. This time, instead of releasing it towards the tree trunk, she aimed directly at Guangling. Rub, a tiny sound broke through the air, and Guangling didn't react for a moment. When the ice edge hit him, he felt a short circuit in his brain, but after a moment, he regained his clarity. Looking at the 3 ice edges that hit his body, Guangling had a flash of inspiration, and couldn't help clapping his hands and applauding. You girl, this soul skill is not bad. It can actually paralyze people's nerves. It is really a good soul skill. It's not a good soul skill, and I don't see what kind of soul ring she absorbs from a soul beast. Yu Guan on the tree looked at them resentfully. To be honest, he was sour, but he is just a worker. It is not enough to serve the boss over there. The boss here has to boss him around. It is really difficult for him to take care of both, asking for tickets, asking for follow-up. Please check in. This is the first time I write this type of article. There may be some shortcomings, but I have been writing very seriously. Please bear with me. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Selection of the Second Soul Ring. The whereabouts of the second soul ring had been found. Guangling led the way. Qingluan summoned the martial spirit avatar. Jin Daoliu, Yu Guan and Tang Yue sat on Qingluan bird's body. As for why Jin Daoliu doesn't fly by himself if he has wings, maybe it's because he's lazy. Arrive. After flying only a few miles, a few people arrived at the central area of the star forest surrounded by spiritual energy in the central area. The surrounding spirit beasts also obviously looked much smarter than the surrounding ones. They smelled the breath of tidal Douluo, and began to flee one after another. Not long after Tang Yue landed, within 50 meters, each of her spirit beasts not seen. Where's the bright butterfly? Tang Yue looked left and right, but still couldn't see the butterfly anywhere, so she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Guangling. Guangling winked at her, and said, "Isn't it because the little butterfly ran away?" The old man knocked it unconscious and buried it in the soil. If the old man remembers correctly, it should have been buried in the big brother's bed. Underfoot, Jin Daoliu, who was cold, hurriedly walked to the other side. He glanced at Guangling speechlessly, not knowing what Guangling was thinking. Now that they are all knocked out, why don't they just take them over? Why do they have to run over? Not only Jin Daoliu thought this way, except for Tang Yue, who was about to dig the soil. The other two felt a little speechless. Yu Guan's eyes were about to roll to the sky. Qingluan shook her head helplessly, as if she was exercising. Tang Yue didn't dig too deep when she saw a white butterfly flapping its wings begging for help. She grabbed the butterfly and found that it was a pure white butterfly with a small body and long wings. It's the kind of shape that resembles a bird's wing, which looks a little strange. Tang Yue couldn't help doubting this. She looked at Guangling, pouted her mouth and frowned and asked, "Grandpa Guangling, is this one?" Don't ask her why. She wanted to confirm. She was just afraid that Guangling would lead her into the ditch, and she didn't know she was in the ditch. "It is this," Guangling confirmed. "Oh," Tang Yue responded, preparing to kill the butterfly. At this time, Yu Guan made a sound, and many more. Yu Guan stepped forward, squatted down and took a look at the butterfly in Tang Yue's hand. He couldn't help frowning. This is not a pure bright butterfly, although it is pure white. It has poisonous lines on its belly, poison pattern. Tang Yue subconsciously turned the butterfly over and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a long and strange pattern on the butterfly's abdomen, which was quite different from the spirit pattern seen on the body of the ice scorpion just now. If the spirit pattern brought Tang Yue a warm feeling, then the poison pattern would be just the opposite. Seeing this, Jin Daoliu was silent for a while. "Why don't we find one again? Poison pattern is not a good thing, but bright butterfly is hard to find. This butterfly is the most suitable for Tang Yue, brother. The poison pattern won't affect the soul ring and soul skills, right?" Guangling curled his lips and said, "This is what he worked so hard to find for his little baby. How could he just say he didn't want it? And this bright butterfly, the poison lines are not very deep. If you absorb it now, it should not affect the quality too much. What's more, it is rare to see a bright butterfly in the entire Star Dou Forest. I walked diligently for more than an hour, and finally managed to get it." Caught consciousness. Guangling was about to start chanting sutras. Tang Yue immediately interrupted him. "Oh, okay, Grandpa Guangling, I really like this butterfly. Maybe the second soul ring can get flying soul skills. It's a wish of mine fulfilled. Do you really want to absorb this bright butterfly? Although there is a 90.00% possibility that the poison pattern will not affect the soul skills and soul rings, Jin Daoliu is still a little worried about the percent possibility." Tang Yue confirmed, wanting Tang Yue to think clearly. This fifth child is really not reliable. Tang Yue hesitated for a few seconds. She looked at the butterfly in her hand and felt that there seemed to be a force in the butterfly that was attracting her. "I'm going to absorb it." Tang Yue nodded and took out the dagger from her waist. Just when she was about to take action, she seemed to suddenly think of something and looked up at Jin Daoliu. Jin Daoliu understood, and reminded aloud, "Its fatal point is in its head. Just pierce the dagger into its head." In order to prevent this cute little butterfly from being hurt a third time, Tang Yue planned to hit it with one blow. Stab it. The dagger pierced Guangling's head. A burst of white light flashed, and for a moment, the yellow soul ring belonging to Tang Yue appeared in front of her. Tang Yue sat in meditation and began to absorb the soul ring. Absorbing the soul ring this time was not as fast and smooth as last time, But because she had the protection of four-titled Douluo, Tang Yue didn't feel too uncomfortable. But in the illusion of absorbing the soul ring, she seemed to see some strange things. His brows were furrowed and his face looked bad. Seeing this, Guangling couldn't help but feel a little worried. He walked towards Tang Yue and wanted to reach out to touch her forehead, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only stand there and wait. It is inherently risky for a soul master to absorb soul rings, especially if they are not suitable. Although this bright butterfly has not exceeded the age limit of the second spirit ring, it does not match Tang Yue's martial spirit after all. Apart from the same light attribute, it has nothing to do with anything else, let alone it is not a purebred bright butterfly. As the sun sets over the western mountains, the star forest soon ushered in the dark night. The towering and dense trees blocked the bright moon in the sky. The four Douluo people sat in the four directions of Tang Yue to protect her. 7 or 8 hours have passed. During this normal time interval, Douluo and the others were meditating calmly. Only Guangling was restless, as if he was worried about something happening. The night wind blew lightly, blowing Tang Yue's long dark hair. Finally, at the 9th hour, she slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of pink in her eyes, and the pupil of her right eye seemed to be increasingly pink. "Girl, you're finally awake," Guangling's voice sounded, and the other three also came back from their meditation. "Yue, how do you feel?" Douluo stood up and came to Tang Yue's side, asking with concern. Yuguan and Qinglun also stood up and surrounded Tang Yue. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was surrounded by 4 powerful men. Tang Yue didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. She and the 4 of them looked at each other, pursed their lips. I think. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Soul Beast Sacrifice. Simply wonderful. Liu Mei stretched her eyebrows, and Tang Yue stood up with a smile on her face. As expected, she got the soul skill she wanted. Douluo and Qinglun looked at each other, and the worries in their eyes were swept away. The former laughed. Even though he had guessed what Tang Yue's soul skill was, Douluo still asked cooperatively, "Yue, what is your second soul skill? Show it to your grandfathers, hey." Good. Tang Yue couldn't wait any longer. She summoned her martial soul and picked off the second petal of the Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus, the second soul skill, Butterfly Dance. Pure white petals floated into the air, and then floated into Tang Yue's forehead. From time to time, a pair of medium-sized butterfly wings grew from behind Tang Yue. A special colorful tail, with a faint red light shining on the tail, just like the light covered by the first soul ability Ice Edge. It seems to be a protective screen. She soared lightly into the sky, like a cloud. It was the first time she experienced the feeling of flying alone. Tang Yue seemed extremely excited, so she couldn't help but stay in the air for a while. It seems that this soul beast was not wrongly chosen. Seeing Tang Yue so happy, Douluo was also happy from the bottom of his heart, but the second soul skill was used as a flying skill, which didn't help Tang Yue's strong attack. After choosing this second soul skill, Douluo felt that this girl Tang Yue was doing miscellaneous repairs. Guangling looked at Tang Yue flying freely, and always felt that this girl's second soul skill was not just a simple flying skill. He looked thoughtfully at the pendant at the tail of Tang Yue's wings. Although the red glimmer, it's not conspicuous, but it's a dark night now. In the dark night, that red light has become the only light besides the moonlight. That light illuminates the darkness and sheds red starlight, which reminds me that Tang Yue's first soul skill has a paralyzing effect. This second soul skill, after thinking about it, he spread out his icy wings and flew towards the tail of Tang Yue's wings. He reached out and touched the red light at the tail of the wings. He stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. "Come with me." Guangling subconsciously stretched his hand to the tail of the wings. Douluo frowned slightly and realized something was wrong. He quickly spread his wings and pulled Guangling. "Lao Wu, Grandpa Guangling." Tang Yue was also surprised by the low shout. She adjusted her direction and looked back at Guangling and Douluo. "Grandpa, what's wrong with the Grandpa Guangling?" Guangling's eyes were empty, as if he hadn't regained consciousness. Douluo pulled him down, and the golden light sank into Guangling's forehead. After turning, Guangling regained his senses. "Tisk, hiss, what's going on?" He seemed to see something when he touched those red starlights just now, but as for what it was, he seemed not to remember. He frowned slightly, looked at Douluo and asked, "Brother, what happened to me just now?" Charmed, Douluo beckoned to Tang Yue. Tang Yue nodded, and immediately flew down. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Guangling, I forgot to say just now, this is not a flying soul skill, but a control soul skill. Flying into the sky at times, a charm heart will fall from the tail of the wings, As long as there is obsession, it will be charmed, but this soul skill is almost useless to the general Contra and above. Even if it can be charmed, it will not exceed 1 minute. At the same time, the tail of my wings will evolve, such as, after saying that, Tang Yue once again used her second soul skill. This time she did not fly, but took off the 3-chain colorful tail at the tail of her wings in front of everyone. After the 3-chain colorful tail was removed, Tang Yue's hand transformed into an oval at the top, and a silver-white sharp weapon with a spiked pestle at the bottom. 1 chain transformed into another, and 3 needles and pestles appeared on the palm of Tang Yue's hand. The number 1 soul skill, 1000 Ju Ice Edge, 3 ice ridges appeared and perfectly merged with a colorful tail. The 9-petal fairy lotus floated into the air, and a pale pink light descended. The looming thin light blue whip appeared in her hand. The surface of the thin whip exudes a light red light, and the red and blue colors are extraordinarily colorful. Tang Yue flicked the thin whip, and the grass that was whipped turned yellow instantly. Yu Kering was startled, and opened her mouth blankly. This is, Jin Douluo and Qinglun were stunned for several seconds before they realized, is it the transformation skill? Qinglun murmured. The fusion of the first and second soul skills can only be achieved with a well-suited soul ring. So far, there has never been such a special case in the tens of thousands of years of Douluo's history. Yu, is this a fusion soul skill of yours? Even though he has lived for more than 100 years, Jin Douluo has never seen such a special situation. He looked at Tang Yue and asked aloud. A fusion of soul skills requires 2 extremely suitable spirits, and the 2 soul masters have the same mind to use. Why can Tang Yue fuse her 2 soul skills into one by herself? What is the situation? Jin Douluo frowned slightly, puzzled. Guangling, who was in front of Jin Douluo, also had the same doubts. Although he knew that Tang Yue's soul skills were not that simple, he did not expect them to be so simple. Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus is a top-level auxiliary martial soul. Tang Yue's soul skills were not that simple. Yu Shengsheng cultivated it into a hybrid martial spirit. It not only has the ability to control, fly, but also has attack power. All in all, it is a monster. Is it a fusion? I don't know. Tang Yue looked at the thin whip in her hand, and said truthfully, maybe it's an evolutionary soul skill. When I absorbed the second soul ring, I entered an illusion. In the illusion, the spirit of kindness god appeared, god of kindness. Jin Douluo and the others looked at each other. It was at this time that Yu Guan realized that this girl Tang Yue was the one chosen by God. No wonder the enshrining hall wanted to enshrine her like a treasure. Did the god of kindness issue another oracle? Jin Douluo asked, seemingly agitated, but he had to say that he was a little envious of Tang Yue. The god of kindness taught me how to fuse the 2 soul rings, and also told me the special nature of the 9-petal immortal lotus martial soul. By the way, and let me not forget the content of the test of kindness, Tang Yue said, haha, it has been 2 months, and there are only 4 months left before the end of the first test, and she is still stuck at level. No matter what, it is still a bit difficult to complete the first test. Maybe the god of kindness couldn't stand it anymore, so he specially came to teach her how to fuse the soul ring. And how to transform into the weapon she wanted. Fusing soul rings is a special technique. I don't know how to explain it specifically, but this fusion will consume a lot of soul power. I am only level 3 now, and the fused weapon can only last for minutes at most. If you maintain it for a long time, you may exhaust your soul power until you collapse. Tang Yue withdrew her martial soul, and synchronously gave the words of the god of kindness to the 4 titled Douluo present. Jin Douluo and the others didn't ask too much about the God's test in God's help, but the kindness test was just around the corner. If I don't finish it quickly, I'm afraid I'm going to fail. It's not too late. Let's go find the 3rd soul beast. Jin Douluo said. He seemed more anxious than Shen Kao himself. After hearing this, Guangling stopped Jin Douluo from moving forward, and said, brother, the old man has already prepared the 3rd soul ring for you girl, an ice crystal that is more than 500 years old. Phoenix should be more suitable for her. Ice crystal phoenix. Jin Douluo frowned slightly. Yu's second soul ring has already absorbed the bright butterfly, and the 3rd soul skill can absorb another ice crystal phoenix. Obviously, he didn't particularly agree with it. Besides, where did the ice crystal phoenix come from? However, Tang Yue herself doesn't care. The essence of the 2nd soul skill is not the flying skill, but a kind of evolution plus fusion with the 1st soul skill. After removing the colorful tail at the tail of the wings, her wings will disappear, so she is not very opposed to the ice crystal phoenix that Guangling found for her. After all, She wanted an external soul bone that could fly, and it made sense to find one with wings. Grandpa, the ice crystal phoenix is an ice-type soul beast, and it's rare to see it in the Star Dou Great Forest. How about let's go and have a look? If it's suitable, it's okay to absorb it. Holding Jin Daoliu's hand, Tang Yue shook it. Jin Daoliu was a little helpless. Why did this girl only know how to listen to Lao Wu's unreliable words? Tang Yue was happy with it, and Jin Daoliu couldn't say anything, so he could only follow her. Guangling gave Tang Yue a reassuring look and began to lead the way. The ice crystal phoenix was imprisoned by Guangling in a cave. The Star Dou Forest was lush, but there were few natural cave entrances. Tang Yue and the others followed behind Guangling. The secluded cave entrance was pitch black. Jin Daoliu used his soul power to, after illuminating the entire cave, the few of them could clearly see the structure inside. The Star Dou Great Forest is a plain, and there are very few caves. Even if there is such a one, it is small and shallow, and the end can be seen at a glance. Deep at the end, a blue-white phoenix with diamond light is lying on the ground. It has a graceful figure and a light golden halo flowing on its body. It is like a twinkling pearl inlaid in the world of ice and snow. It looks incomparable. Wholly, however, such a beautiful creature was disturbed in its deep sleep. Its eyelids moved, and it slowly opened its eyes. A pair of pure blue and white pupils were particularly dazzling in the dim light. It raised its head slightly, just in time to meet Tang Yue's eyes. Its paws were firmly locked by iron chains. When it saw them, it didn't have any intention of escaping. It seemed that it was just waiting for someone to arrive. This is a top-quality ice crystal phoenix. It cannot appear in the Star Dou Great Forest. Fifth, where did you find it? Jin Daoliu saw the mystery at a glance. The ice crystal phoenix is a rare soul beast species, and live in the extreme north and fly in the sky all the year round. It is impossible to catch them easily without spending some thought and means. Guangling also knew that this could not be hidden from Tang Daoliu and King Luan, so he had no intention of hiding it. He said truthfully, "This is the phoenix I went to the far north to find a month ago. I happened to bump into it that day. I just caught it and brought it back. Then since you've been captured, can't you take him back to Wuhan Palace?" King Luan couldn't help but complain. If they bring them back to the Wuhan Hall, they can go back now and protect Tang Yue in the Wuhan Palace. It is safe and saves effort, and it is better than blowing the northwest wind outside. The old man also wants to take it back, but this phoenix is not willing. It has to live in this cave. The old man is afraid that it will run away, so I will lock it in, Guangling explained. King Luan had nothing to say, and Tang Daoliu shook his head. This ice crystal phoenix has spiritual wisdom. It is the only one who chooses the soul master. No soul master chooses its share. If not, follow its will. I'm afraid it would rather freeze than let any soul master absorb its soul ring. That depends on fate, Tang Yue said. Yes, Jin Daoliu replied without saying anything. Yu Guan watched from the side, and he could clearly feel that this phoenix chose Tang Yue. The Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus spirit has the ability to assimilate everything, and it can make all spirit beasts feel kind to her. For such a special existence that is difficult to deal with, except for the Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus spirit, which can make it choose without hesitation, other Wuhan is almost impossible. A top-level support system. Martial Soul cultivated a disorganized path, and Yu Guan didn't know what to say for a while. If you say it's bad, it's not bad, it has everything. If you say it's not bad, it seems a bit too messy. In short, the expensive circle is quite chaotic. Little Phoenix, if you want to be my spirit ring, you can blink once. If you don't want to, just blink twice. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Tang Yue approached the ice crystal phoenix. She squatted in front of the phoenix and asked softly. Her big eyes were watery, and she looked particularly lovable to the soul beast. The ice crystal phoenix looked at Tang Yue. From its perspective, Tang Yue exuded an aura that made it feel close. The aura shone with pink light, and it thumped at Tang Yue's heart. Hey! The cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the cave, and Tang Yue subconsciously took a few steps back. Seeing this, Guangling wanted to go forward and fish Tang Yue over, but was stopped by Jin Daoliu. Don't go, it wants to take it directly. The soul ring is sacrificed to Yu. The ice crystal phoenix needs to be more than 2,000 years old before it can be sacrificed. Guangling remembers that this one is only 500 years old, so how could it be possible to sacrifice independently? He frowned slightly. Brother, this phoenix's age limit is wrong. Whether it's right or not, it's a self-sacrifice, and it won't hurt Yu. Of course, Jin Daoliu also saw that the age of the ice crystal phoenix was wrong. But the soul beast sacrifice and the soul master killing the soul beast to absorb the soul ring were two different things. They couldn't stop it, and there was no need to stop it. The ice crystal phoenix has the ability to camouflage, and its lifespan can only be known after the sacrifice is completed. An icy blue beam of light hit the top of the cave and shot straight into the sky. The ice crystal phoenix broke free from the chain, and another beam of light landed on Tang Yue. Tang Yue felt her body become lighter. The wave of force frightened the entire cave. Jin Douluo and the others stood firm, except that their hair was messed up a bit. This force could not hurt them anywhere else. 10,000-year soul beast, Guangling sensed the age of power, and in the beam of light, the ice crystal phoenix transformed into a 10,000-year external soul bone and a black 10,000-year soul ring attached behind Tang Yue's back and feet. With a passage of time from time to time, in the beam of light, Tang Yue's dark long hair slowly turned brown, with a little light blue color at the root of her hair. At the same time, the golden pattern on her forehead appeared, and there was an additional pattern of ice crystal phoenix wings on it. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. The first meeting of Hulina. Since the soul beast sacrificed itself, Tang Yue's third soul ring was absorbed very smoothly. After the light beam disappeared, she landed firmly on the ground, and her skin became obviously much whiter. The 10,000-year soul ring is truly an adventure. Yu Guan looked at Tang Yue and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He had never seen someone who could get 3 adventures in one day. The descendant of God was really extraordinary. Yu, how do you feel? Although Douluo knew that soul beast sacrifice could absorb soul rings across the years, for the sake of safety, he still had to pay more attention to Tang Yue. This child's opportunities were indeed much better than others. The first soul ring and the second soul ring can be fused, and the third soul ring is 10,000 years old. With such a start, even Xiaoxu has to step aside. Tang Yue didn't pay attention to Jin Douluo's expression. Ever since she absorbed the ice crystal phoenix's 10,000 years soul ring and 10,000 years outer soul bone, she felt that her frail body had become much stronger. Grandpa, I feel that my body is full of gained power. Oh? That's good. That's good. Jin Douluo laughed and couldn't help but be curious about Tang Yue's third soul skill. Yu, what is your third soul skill? Let me tell you, the third soul skill? Hey. Tang Yue smiled and said mysteriously, Grandpa's, guess what skill it is? Probably flying skills? Guangling was the first to answer, especially not up to standard. Tang Yue shook her head, no, next one. I guess, it should be Bingling who is attacking by a group, Yu Guan replied, but Tang Yue still shook her head. It's neither flying skills nor group attacks, so what could it be? Okay, Yu, don't be fooled, the grandpas won't be able to figure it out. The rest of Jin Douluo and King Lun didn't guess. It was probably a weird soul skill, otherwise Tang Yue wouldn't be so playful and let them guess. That's right, you girl, don't let the old man guess, let the old man see your third soul skill. The ice crystal phoenix was found by Guangling, and Guangling wanted to know that Tang Yue had absorbed its soul. What kind of skills will be obtained after the ring? You know, he chased this little phoenix for 3 days and 3 nights. And finally he was caught because the little phoenix was tired and unable to fly, otherwise he might not be able to fly. Catch this ice crystal phoenix that is both precious and very suitable for Tang Yue. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Grandpa Guangling, Tang Yue said with a smile. She released her martial spirit, and a pair of ice blue phoenix wings appeared behind her. The wings were so wide that they could wrap around Tang Yue's entire body. Among them, there are 9 ice beads around the wings. The ice beads exude a cold luster. The cold air spreads throughout the cave with a puff flying, causing the temperature in the cave to instantly drop to the freezing point. This is my external soul bone, Ice Phoenix Wings. It is a very strong ice attribute soul bone. When the wings are waved, the cold air emitted can freeze the air and freeze rainwater, but only in a small area, at most, with a radius of 10 miles. The external soul bone of the ice crystal phoenix perfectly inherits the attributes of the soul beast itself. You must know that the attributes of the ice phoenix are among the top 5 in the extreme north. Its extreme ice power is not even afraid of ordinary fire attribute martial souls, is an extremely special existence of ice attribute soul beasts as expected. The third petal of Tang Yue's 9-petal fairy lotus spirit was an ice blue petal. She took off the petals, and a huge ice blue holy sword fell from the sky, directly piercing the cave stone ceiling. The ice blue holy sword floated behind her. If it wasn't for knowing that her martial spirit was the 9-petal immortal lotus, The people present might have mistakenly thought that the holy sword was Tang Yue's martial spirit. The ice blue holy sword is slender, with a broad blade, as smooth as crystal, about 2 meters long. The two light blue little phoenixes on the hilt are vivid, as if they can break free from the hilt and fly out at any time, soaring in the air. The runes on the sword shone with light blue light, and flowing ripples were vaguely visible. This is my third soul skill, the ice blue holy sword, Tang Yue introduced. This holy sword can summon ice and snow, and has a wide range of lethality. When the soul power level is higher, its color will be darker and its lethality will be stronger. The current range is approximately it's only about 1 kilometer, and when you reach the realm of tidal Douluo, it will be about 10 kilometers or more. Looking at the sword body shining with blue light in front of him, Jin Daoliu was surprised that Tang Yue's third soul skill was so special. As expected of the old man's little treasure, it was not in vain that he worked so hard to find this ice crystal phoenix. This kind of soul skill can be said to be comparable to other people's martial soul avatar. Guangling couldn't stop smiling. He would definitely find the best soul beast in the world that was most suitable for Tang Yue. He didn't want his children to be bullied in the Star Dou Forest again. After absorbing the 3 soul rings, she also harvested an external soul bone. To Tang Yue, it can be said that she made a lot of money. She happily followed Jin Daoliu and the others back, and had a good night's sleep. In the dream, she dreamed of the scene of Guangling catching birds. The ice crystal phoenix flew very fast, and he followed it for 3 night rotations. Everyone and one beast were exhausted to death. The ice crystal phoenix saw that Guangling was of ice attribute Wuhan. I thought he was going to force it, but who knew he just took it away and wanted to take it back. The ice crystal phoenix is also a soul beast with only bones. It warned Guangling not to take it away, otherwise it would freeze on its own. Guangling had no choice but to throw it into a cave according to its request. After many days, one person and one beast met again. From the first moment it saw Tang Yue, the ice crystal phoenix recognized her as its master, so it chose to sacrifice without hesitation and became Tang Yue's soul ring and attached soul bone. A few days later, Tang Yue labored and rolled on the big bedroom in the main hall of Guangling Hall. Ever since the ice crystal phoenix was sacrificed, her soul power had inexplicably improved by leaps and bounds, but it took 7 or 8 days. She had risen from level 32 to level, and now her level was about the same as Tang San and the others. The current situation of Shrek Academy was relatively bad, but Tang Yue never expected that the 7 treasures glazed sect would come forward to explain to Tang San and the others, so that the dead clerk could only suffer the loss of being mute. But Tang Yue could probably guess what the reason was. It was simply Tang San bringing out something that was beneficial to the Kibao glazed sect, and the Xiao royal family was biased towards the nobility. Things like the death of a commoner, it's not worth mentioning at all. If it weren't for the presence of the worshippers of Wuhan Palace, they would need to check this matter symbolically, otherwise the noble class would not even want to take care of it. Moreover, it is said that the compensation received by the clerk's family came from the branch of Wuhan Palace. People in the ruling class really don't care about the people at the bottom. They are corrupt and pedantic. As Tang Yue said, she summoned the system with her soul power. I need to check the latest movement of Shrek Academy. Since her soul power broke through level, Tang Yue found that she could use her soul power to freely summon the system, and there were many plugins in this system. However, she could only unlock real-time monitoring at the moment. As for the others, it seemed that she had to wait until the kindness it will be unlocked after completing the first test. Tang Yue found it strange, but not strange, that the system was linked to the divine test. Perhaps there is a connection between the two. The system turned on the real-time monitoring according to Tang Yue's request. On the screen, the Shrek 7 monsters were still conducting the special training developed by Yu Zia Gang. It seemed that they were going to the Xiao Great Soul Arena in a few days. The Soul Fighting Arena is a place where you can quickly increase your soul power. A 30-level soul master like Tang Yue is the most suitable place to go there to practice. However, she doesn't have a team. Encounter with Shrek's people. Thinking of this, she couldn't help frowning. In the original book, the Shrek 7 monsters surpassed the level and defeated Xiao Royal Academy. Perhaps she can change this ending. Baby, you said last time that you were going to Xiao Royal Academy. Don't you think about it now? Guangling sound transmission from thousands of miles into Tang Yue's ears. Tang Yue replied, of course I still want to. Why, Grandpa Guangling has it done? Hey, can't we get this thing done in minutes? But, little darling, our Wuhan Palace has a place to study, and the resources are no worse than those of Xiao Royal Academy. Why do you want to go to Xiandao Royal Academy? When Tang Yue proposed to go to Xiandao Imperial Academy, Guangling was very puzzled. Although his own family had top-notch resources, he had to go to someone else's school. Because of this, he even made a special trip to Xiandao Imperial Palace to find out. Jinring Su, it was at this time that Jinring Su knew Tang Yue's existence. Oh, I can take resources from my own family at any time, but not from other people's, and I don't have any friends. The main thing is to go out and make friends. Grandpa Guangling, you can't tell me that I am alone. People are pretty good, right? Making friends was an afterthought. Tang Yue's main purpose was to get to know Douluo before Tang San could. Douluo was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. If he was brought into his camp, it would only add a layer of confidence to himself. Combat power is for the ice and fire yin-yang. She has her own plans. In fact, if she doesn't know Douluo, she can also rely on the strength of the Hall of Worship to win, but this is really mobilizing the crowd, and there is no need for internal and external troubles. Guangling was silent for a while listening to what Tang Yue said. The little baby had no friends and had a miserable childhood. It was better to go out and make friends than to stay in Wuhan Hall. Although, in Wuhan Hall there are also children thinking of this, the so-called golden generation of Wuhandian appeared in his mind subconsciously. A fox, a moonblade, and a fire attribute soul master. They are all from BB Dong whispering sound. It doesn't matter if you don't make friends with this friend. Well, I think what you said is right. Going to Xiandao Royal Academy to make friends is a good choice. I support you. Well, yes, thank you Grandpa Guangling for your support, Tang Yue said a few words casually, but she didn't know how the old man figured it out. Immediately turning off the real-time monitoring, she got up from the bed, changed into a white dress, and prepared to stroll around the spirit hall. Yu Guan has been thinking about Tang Yue ever since she returned to Wuhan Hall that day, not because of her as a person, but because of her Wuhan and soul skills in the past few days. Gu Mai also saw that his heart was not wilting, and thought that Yu Guan had a sweetheart, and if he had nothing to do all day long, he would hint that their status was not suitable for a family. Yu Guan also feels strange. What's going on with his old ghost recently? He keeps saying some rude things. The two of them were leaving work from the Pope's palace together. On the way, they happened to bump into Tang Yue, who was out visiting the Wuhan palace. Hi, Elder Yu Guan. Tang Yue saw Yu Guan first, and she waved to Yu Guan with a sweet smile on her face. Little girl. Yu Guan appeared in front of Tang Yue without saying anything. Why did you come to the Pope's palace? After saying that, he still didn't forget to see if Tang Yue was followed by one of the 7 priests. I came out alone. No one was with me. Tang Yue smiled and said, I've been here for so many days, and I don't even know what Spirit Hall looks like as a whole, so I came out for a stroll. So that's how it is? Yu Guan nodded. Then how about I show you around? Okay. Tang Yue responded. She subconsciously glanced at the ghost not far away, then looked at Yu Guan and said, Elder Yu Guan, is that your colleague? Yu Guan turned around, and then he remembered that he had left behind his old ghost. He is my colleague. He is also the elder of the Pope's palace. His name is Gu Mai. Oh, Ghost Elder. Tang Yue responded meaningfully. After watching the anime, she still didn't know the relationship between the two. As long as one of them was a woman, it would be an absolute match made in heaven. Old Ghost. Yu Guan waved at Gu Mai. Gu Mai pouted, a little angry. It was too late to remember him at this time, but the ghostly eyes fell on Tang Yue. This child is much stronger than when I saw it a few days ago. Old Ghost, why are you in a daze? Hurry up. Yu Guan couldn't help urging, staying here for a long time is not a good thing. Ghost was a little displeased, but he didn't say anything. He followed in the footsteps of Shang Yu Guan and Tang Yue, and just walked behind them, only about 5 meters apart. Looks like one. Security. Yu Guan led Tang Yue to stop and go around the Wuhan Hall, perfectly avoiding the Pope's Hall and the Holy Maiden Hall. Tang Yue also knew about Yu Guan's deliberate move. She didn't care about it. After all, she didn't really want to meet Biberdong, Grandpa Ghost. Not far away, a delicate girl's voice came, and a young girl with short yellow hair and a pretty face was waving at Ghost, who stood behind Tang Yue and Yu Guan, and responded with a smile. Humph, isn't he just a child? Who doesn't have one yet? Nana, the big girl with short yellow hair, is named Hulina, 8 years older than Tang Yue, and she is already a 5th level soul sect at a young age. Although this is a lot worse than Tang Yue, Tang Yue has the inheritance of the gods after all, and the two cannot be compared among ordinary soul masters. Hulina's talent is already very high. In addition, She is the only one in the golden generation who has the hope of becoming a soul saint. At the age of 30, Hulina trotted towards the ghost. As soon as they saw her, they held hands and seemed to have a good relationship. Tang Yue looked at Hulina and looked her up and down. A trace of pity flashed across her eyes as vast as the sea of stars. Finally she shook her head and sighed softly. What a little fox, willing to be a love brain for a man. Absolutely, absolutely. Hulina also noticed Tang Yue's gaze. She looked at Tang Yue and saw that he was shaking his head repeatedly and sighing crazily. She couldn't help but feel that Tang Yue was challenging her. Hulina's face was a little unhappy, but at least she was. Now that she is an adult, she tried her best to suppress her impatience and said with a hint of hostility, "Who are you and why do you look at me like this?" Dear friends, don't raise articles in the early stage. Raising articles will kill the author. If you really want to hoard them, you can make a card every day to look through something. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Fighting the Little Fox. My name is Tang Yue, and I am. Tang Yue paused, thought for a moment, and said, I am the granddaughter of Elder Yuguan, Grandpa Ju's granddaughter. Hulina looked at Yuguan, who turned his face away, pretending that he hadn't heard, but that he really wanted to take this granddaughter in. But even if he lent him 100 courage, he wouldn't dare to make a grand offering. Receive when you nod. Hulina rarely saw Yuguan's expression. She frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. Since you are Grandpa Ju's granddaughter, why have I never seen you? Because I don't live here, Tang Yue answered truthfully. She lived in Guangling Hall. For some reason, Hulina felt that she had been fooled. You don't look very old. Have you awakened your martial soul? She asked. You're awake. Otherwise how could you find Grandpa Ju? Tang Yue replied with a faint smile but not a smile. Yuguan. Hulina frowned. Can I understand that you are provoking me? Of course. Tang Yue raised her head and smiled slightly. She and Hulina were quite different in height, and Hulina's spirit power level was also much higher than hers. If the two really fought, she might not be able to get good results. Yuguan wanted to stop him, but Hulina had already made a challenge. I won't bully you. You should be a great soul master in your 20s now, right? In this way, I won't use soul skills. Let's have a fight. If I win, no matter what you say about me in the future, I will never say no, but if I win, you must apologize to me. Looking at Tang Yue's age, Hulina felt that no matter how talented she was probably only around level 20. She was a level 40, so she couldn't bully someone who was level 20. Even if she won, it would be invincible. I am not a great soul master, I am a soul master. What? Hulina was a little surprised. How old are you? How could you just? I'm 10 years old. Can't I be a soul master at 10 years old? Tang Yue interrupted Hulina. As far as I know, Jinring Su, the young master of the Wuhan Palace, broke through to the soul master at my age, right? Jinring Su? Hulina was a little unbelievable. The reason Jinring Su was able to reach over 30 levels at the age of 10 was because she had a God-given martial spirit and was born at level 30. Otherwise, how could she have reached over levels at the age of 10? Is it possible? Hulina's eyes moved slightly. You? Before the words were spoken, Yuguan, who was beside Tang Yue, spoke up to stop the fight. Well, Nana, you can talk to each other if you have anything to say. There is no need to use force to solve it. If you two can't see each other, if you like each other, let's go separate ways. I don't dislike her, I just want to compete with her, Tang Yue replied indifferently. Hulina likes the strong, and she is the strong, and she might as well like her rather than her heartless brother. At least if you throw a sincere stone into her lake, you can still hear it. Hulina had never seen such an arrogant person. She frowned tightly, and she didn't intend to let it go easily. Okay, since it's a duel, it must be fair, so how about I let you do 3 tricks? Not at all. Tang Yue crossed her arms and raised her head and said, you don't need to let me, just use your strength. Oh. Arrogant. A 30th level soul master actually challenged her, a 40+ level soul ancestor. And even said that she didn't need to let her go. It was really annoying, and she was looked down upon. Hulina stopped talking nonsense with Tang Yue. She summoned her martial spirit and released her soul power. A yellow one-tailed fox appeared behind her. The fox was lying behind Hulina with a bell hanging around its neck. She flicked it. The sound was clear and sweet, and at the same time, 4 soul rings suddenly rose from the soles of Hulina's feet, namely, yellow, yellow, purple and purple. Top match soul ring, Hulina, level 42 fighting spirit sect, martial spirit, demon fox. Based on her aura alone, Hulina had already surpassed Tang Yue too much, but Yu Guan, who was watching from the side, didn't show any worried expression. Seeing this, the ghost couldn't help but feel a little strange. Aren't you worried about that girl? Nana is a level 42 soul master. Even if that girl is at level, the difference between the two of them is more than 10 levels. 10 levels, that's a gap of a whole cultivation level, not to mention that Nana has one more soul ring than her. Ghost's worries were unreasonable, but Yu Guan didn't care. He gave Ghost a reassuring smile, and then looked at his new manicure. Don't worry, old ghost, just watch. The ghost was speechless. The soul power aura emanating from Hulina's 42nd level soul sect directly oppressed Tang Yue. Tang Yue immediately released her soul power and summoned her martial spirit. Tang Yue, level 32 fighting spirit master, martial spirit, Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus. A rosy white nine-petal lotus appeared on Tang Yue's chest, but in an instant, the coercion exerted by Hulina was dispelled. Even stronger than Hulina's soul power was Tang Yue's third soul ring emerging from the bottom of her feet. Yellow, yellow, black, it's the 10,000-year spirit ring. Hulina was shocked. How can it be, 10,000-year spirit ring? Guime was also startled. He looked at Yu Guan subconsciously, and saw that Yu Guan looked like he was watching a good show. It seemed that the reason why he stopped him just now was actually to save Hulina's face. The first soul skill, Foxfire Order, a foxfire appeared in Hulina's hand. The flame was extremely hot. She threw it towards Tang Yue, preparing to strike first. So what if there is a 10,000-year soul ring? Can a lotus flower defeat her? After throwing a foxfire, several foxfires appeared in Hulina's hands. The foxfire is a single target attack. Although the attack power is not that strong, it will affect the person's spiritual power after hitting. This point is similar to Tang Yue's first soul skill, kind of similar. Tang Yue dodged sideways, bent her waist, her whole body was very soft, and when several foxfires attacked, she dodged flawlessly, and then she began to use the soul skill, the second soul skill, Butterfly Dance. Butterfly wings sprouted from behind her, Tang Yue leaped into the air, and she revolved around Hulina. Hulina's foxfire almost hit her. Sky Soul Masters have always been the nemesis of Land Soul Masters. It is not difficult to know that for those with flying skills, as far as Tang Yue was concerned, Hulina's attack posed no threat at all. The third soul skill, Demon Fox Transformation, Hulina really didn't expect a lotus spirit to have flying skills. She knew that it would be bad for her to spend it like this, so she used the auxiliary spirit ability. I saw her whole body glowing pink. And her mental power, speed, and attack had all increased by more than 3 times. The foxfire struck again, but Tang Yue chose to land. The first soul skill, Thousand Jubing Leng, 3 icicles suddenly appeared in the palm of Tang Yue's hand. Tang Yue threw the icicle and collided with Hulina's foxfire. One was a soul skill with fire attribute, and the other was a soul skill with ice attribute. Fire overcomes ice. Reasonable, Hulina smiled. Tang Yue, you lost? Rub. In an instant, Bing Leng pierced through the foxfire, broke through the air, and hit Hulina directly. Hulina didn't react for a moment, was hit by the ice edge, the toxin spread throughout the body, and the whole body was paralyzed. Even the thinking of the brain stayed at the moment of being paralyzed. There was wind at the soles of Tang Yue's feet, and she rushed towards Hulina. She pulled out the dagger from the soul guide. Seeing this, the ghost quickly stopped her. Girl, it's over here. The moment the dagger was about to approach Hulina's neck, a coercion descended from the sky, and the dagger in Tang Yue's hand fell to the ground. Her soul trembled slightly, and she felt that every step was difficult. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Refused to apprentice Bibi Dong. Presumptuous. A slightly angry female voice came from above. After hearing this, Yu Guan and Guime hurriedly bowed and saluted as if they had seen a ghost. See His Majesty the Pope. Pope. Tang Yue raised her eyes. She was a beautiful and noble woman. She is tall and slender, and the golden long dress is very suitable from head to toe. The dazzling dress is shining with precious lights. There are more than 100 red, blue and gold gemstones on it, and the 9 curved purple gold crown on the head is even more brilliant. holding a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems. Her fair skin and almost perfect face make her look so different, especially the invisible noble and sacred temperament exuding from her body. All kinds of beautiful words seem to be applied to this woman, even though she is no longer young, but the traces of time seem to have not left on her body. This is the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Seeing the real Bibi Dong for the first time, Tang Yue was a little excited from the bottom of her heart. After all, this beautiful aunt was really beautiful. It's a pity that he is a love brain for a good-for-nothing man. He wanted to betray Wuhan Palace, who raised her up and gave her all the resources. To be honest, what is the difference between this and a white-eyed wolf? Beauty doesn't determine everything. Tang Yue thinks that for this kind of woman, killing her in the cradle is the most correct choice. Of course, she didn't agree with Chihiro-ji's approach. To keep this woman behind by dirty means is tantamount to digging her own grave, but in that case, no matter what method is used, it seems to be futile. After all, people who want to dig wild vegetables cannot be saved. For example, Wang Baochuan, where did this little brat dare to attack the saint and risk his life? Bibi Dong's cold voice sounded, and the pressure she exerted made Tang Yue's knees begin to bend. Her cold eyes stared at Tang Yue. Bibi Dong was not angry and assertive. It was not difficult to know that she had murderous intentions towards Tang Yue. Yu Guan watched from the side, wanting to step forward to stop him, but was afraid that what he was doing would be discovered by Bibi Dong. You must know that the Pope's palace and the enshrinement palace have always been in a state of incompatibility. If it weren't for his true appreciation of talents, he would definitely not do that kind of thing behind Bibi Dong's back. But didn't Bibi Dong go back to the Holy Maiden Hall? Why did he suddenly appear here? After listening to Bibi Dong's words, the corners of Tang Yue's mouth slightly raised, feeling a little ironic. Your Majesty, the Pope, the Saint and I are free to play a fair duel. How come it's me who takes action against the Saint now? Besides, the soul power is only level 32, and the Saint is level 42. Speaking of which, it was the Saint who bullied me, so how could I be the one to attack the Saint? It was an indisputable fact that Ulina's soul power level surpassed that of Tang Yue. It was at this time that Bibi Dong realized that Tang Yue was only a 3-ring soul master, 10,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, a little surprised. How did this child achieve the 3rd ring as the 10,000-year soul ring? Bibi Dong lowered her eyes, staring thoughtfully at the girl not far away, her eyes full of scrutiny. Tang Yue had an aura that she repelled extremely. That aura was similar to that of an angel god. If she guessed correctly, the child's martial spirit should be of the light attribute. Knowing that Ulina was in the wrong, Bibi Dong had no intention of pursuing the matter. She said coldly, since it is a fair duel, let's stop here. Today, Nana lost. Then, she withdrew her pressure and lowered her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Finally feeling a little more relaxed, Tang Yue stretched her muscles and could not help but look at Bibi Dong a few more times. It has to be said that Bibi Dong's attitude is still acceptable. If she loses, she loses, and she didn't say anything offensive at this time. Yu Guan wanted to step forward to care about Tang Yue, but since Bibi Dong was around, he could only use his eyes to convey the message. Tang Yue received his eyes and returned a relieved expression. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was still thinking that if Bibi Dong refused to let Tang Yue go, at worst he would reveal Tang Yue's true identity. Looking at the entire Wuhan Hall, no one dared to mess with those people in the enshrining hall, including Pope Bibi Dong. The competition is over. The toxins in this young lady's body will be released automatically in an hour. I don't have anything to do here. Your Majesty, please take your leave. Tang Yue didn't plan to stay here for too long. She just came out to familiarize herself with the terrain of Wuhan Palace. She didn't expect to run into Bibi Dong today. She had to escape quickly while Bibi Dong was in a good mood, and many more. As soon as she turned around, Bibi Dong's voice rang in Tang Yue's ears. Tang Yue paused, and in the next second, the person arrived in front of her. The tall figure blocked the sunlight in front of her eyes. Tang Yue had no choice but to look up at her. With some doubts in her eyes, she asked, Your Majesty, what else do you need? What's your name? She asked. Tang Yue. Tang Yue answered and couldn't help but glance at Yu Guan, who was standing aside. Yu Guan shook her head imperceptibly. Tang Yue understood. It seemed that Bibi Dong was planning to take her under his command. Tang Yue. Bibi Dong silently read twice. Have you joined the sect? No, no. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Okay, Tang Yue, since you haven't joined the sect, why not join Wuhan Hall? I am the Pope of Wuhan Hall. Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? Tang Yue pouted. She didn't want to worship AI now as her teacher. She refused without hesitation. I don't want to. Bibi Dong's face froze, she frowned slightly, the temperature around her body dropped to freezing point, and the palm holding the scepter tightened a bit. Why? She questioned. Name your soul master, who gave her the courage to say the word unwilling? If it wasn't for Tang Yue's 10,000-year soul ring, Bibi Dong would have killed Hulina when she wanted to attack her, and Tang Yue also saw the murderous intention in Bibi Dong's eyes. Having read the original book, she knew exactly what kind of person Bibi Dong was. It's just a crazy woman. As her apprentice, what else can I get besides a pleasing master? What Bibi Dong can give her, Jin Daoliu can also give her, but what Jin Daoliu can give her, Bibi Dong may not be able to give her. This conversion, Tang Yue couldn't be more clear in her heart. She blinked and smiled slightly. No reason, no. What a pompous kid. Bibi Dong felt that Her Majesty as the Pope was being challenged. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her beautiful eyes exuded coldness. After a while, the aura of a strong man who was a titled Douluo rushed towards her. The golden staff in Bibi Dong's hand was light. With a slight shock, Tang Yue's eyes trembled, and her waist suddenly bent down. This feeling of stripping away the soul, Bibi Dong wants to kill her. Since you don't want to surrender, then go to sleep. The wider Bibi Dong's smile was, the stronger the pressure on Tang Yue's body became. Her heart ached slightly, her knees bent suddenly, and the soul power of the third ring was released. The black soul ring resisted the pressure firmly, even though she had fought hard. But how can a soul lord compete with a titled Douluo? Sirah, cracks began to appear in the 10,000-year soul ring. Tang Yue's heart skipped a beat, and a gorgeous rainbow suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The ice blue snowflakes opened Bibi Dong's eyes slightly, and quickly hugged Hulina and jumped onto the high platform. Yu Guan and Ji Yuime also ducked behind Bibi Dong, and the pressure was withdrawn. Tang Yue's body suddenly felt relaxed, but her weakened legs found it difficult to stand still. Her vision went dark, and she fell forward before she lost consciousness. She seemed to see someone running towards her, but before she could reach out her hand, the person closed her eyes. Baby, the ice wind flashed before Bibi Dong's eyes. Guangling caught Tang Yue, who was about to fall to the ground, as quickly as possible. He half knelt on the ground holding Tang Yue. 100 meters in radius was covered in ice and snow. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Ren Yu. Chapter 17. It's him. Bibi Dong was shocked. Does this child have anything to do with the Hall of Enshrinement? In a radius of 100 miles, the air condensed into ice. Bibi Dong pursed her lips, her brows were slightly lowered, and a hint of coolness flashed in her lavender pupils. She handed Hulina to Yu Guan and Ghost behind her, and she jumped down to ask what she wanted to know. Guangling Douluo, being able to see one of the 7 great worshippers without leaving home outside the worship hall. Bibi Dong was so thoughtful that he didn't know how important this child Tang Yue was to Guangling. It's just, when did this child appear in the Wuhan temple? Why didn't she know? Humph. With a slight curl of lips, Bibi Dong planned to test Guangling again. She slowly approached Guangling Douluo, who was holding Tang Yue. Every step she took was crushing the ice and snow. Get lost, old man. 100 meters away from him and Tang Yue, Guangling raised her eyes indifferently, without any warmth in her eyes, and her anger was suppressed in her clear voice. If you dare to take another step closer to Yu, this old man will mercilessly beat you back to the Hall of the Holy Maiden. If the elder brother beats you, you will be punished, and this old man will do as you please. The temperature in the air was getting lower and lower. Bibi Dong's lips parted slightly, and her long walking legs stopped in an instant. Her deep and attractive purple eyes trembled slightly, and a huge dark blue arrow appeared behind her. Arrow is very cold, and in just half an hour, frost formed on her cheeks. Your Majesty. Yu Guan and Ji Yuime said in unison. Ji Yuime hugged Hulina and wanted to step forward to help. Yu Guan on the side stopped him. Before he could speak, a frost arrow suddenly rose in front of the two of them. The arrow was much smaller than the one behind Bibi Dong, but even so, the two of them still did not dare to act rashly, especially the ghost holding Hulina. It seemed that he was really angry. Bibi Dong frowned, but didn't dare to move. She is not Guangling's opponent now, not to mention this is in Wuhan Palace. If a fight really breaks out, her position as Pope will be at an end. Chihiroji's grave hadn't grown tall yet. How could she end up so easily? It was just a step back, and only by being able to bend and stretch can she accomplish great things. Guangling Douluo, I am rude. Bibi Dong made a sound and lowered her head slightly, pretending to admit her mistake. After checking Tang Yue's injuries, he saw that there was nothing serious. Guangling didn't want to embarrass Bibi Dong. He stood up with Tang Yue in his arms. Without saying anything, He unfolded his ice wings and flew to the enshrinement hall. After the cold air dissipated, Bibi Dong slowly raised her head. She looked at the traces left by the ice wings in the air, and already remembered what happened today at night. The stars are densely covered, and a round of bright moon hangs above the sky in Guangling Hall. Jiang Mo's cursing voice resounded throughout the hall. He had just left the gate when he heard that Tang Yue was being bullied by Bibi Dong. If it wasn't for his elder brother Qianjin Douluo, who insisted on stopping him, he would have had to find Bibi Dong for a good fight. A title Douluo bullying a soul master, would she be ashamed if she said it? Okay, old 7, why are you yelling loudly? Doesn't Xiao need to take a break? Jiang Mo Douluo seemed to be chanting sutras while cursing, and the second enshrined golden crocodile Douluo couldn't stand it anymore, so he cut off his cursing mouth. Jiang Mo Dao pursed his lips, and honestly stopped talking. He secretly glanced at Jin Daoliu, who was sitting next to Tang Yue's bed, and seeing that his eldest brother's face was as stinky as his, he was suddenly comforted. It turns out that eldest brother has the same idea as him. Tang Yue had been in a coma for 4 or 5 hours since she was brought back by Guangling. During this time, even though the demon-conquering Douluo was cursing, she showed no sign of waking up. Seeing this, Jin Daoliu couldn't help but feel a little worried, but Tang Yue had neither external injury nor internal injury. This coma was really something wrong. Could it be that it has something to do with the god of kindness? However, Tang Yue clearly heard everything said by the outside world in her own spiritual world. She was surrounded by a light blue sky. If it weren't for the fact that her feet could step on the solid floor, she would have thought that she was living there. Went to Heavenly Palace. Host, please draw the card. The sound of the system rang in her ears, and dozens of pink cards appeared in front of Tang Yue. These dozens of cards looked different, with flower shapes, snow shapes, and these weird salted egg superhuman face looking at the cards floating in front of her eyes. Tang Yue drew one at random. Of course, she avoided Superman perfectly. Complete the test of kindness within 3 months. The reward is the Jiangbo. What is the extreme shadow bow? Tang Yue asked. In fact, when she was suppressed by Bibi Dong in the Wuhan Hall, her body really couldn't bear it. If it weren't for the kindness that protected her heart, she might have collapsed before Guangling came. But this is not a big deal. She can find this spiritual world thanks to Bibi Dong because of her pressure. Tang Yue awakened the Sea of Spirit at the critical moment and used the soul power of the Sea of Spirit to protect his lifeline. The extreme shadow bow is a high-grade weapon. After the host obtains it, it can be inlaid on the soul ring. If you want to use it, you only need to extract the soul ring. Extract the soul ring? What kind of mystery is this? Tang Yue touched the card and felt that the card felt quite good. It seemed to be much softer than the kindness test card. I thought the system would explain to her what extracting a soul ring is, but in the end, it came up with a sentence. As the name suggests, the host needs to experience it by himself. This system can't speak. In addition, this system will give the host a gift after leaving the Sea of Spirits, a magic weapon. As for how to use the magic weapon, the host is asked to work hard to discover it. Tang Yue twisted her mouth, speechless. Her system, apart from a real-time monitoring and a god-bestowed martial soul at the beginning, has no other effect so far. It was agreed to fly all over the sky, and it was agreed to hang and beat Tang San. Good guy. She was almost killed by Bibi Dong before she started fighting Tang San. It seems that the internal and external troubles she thought were real. With a heavy sigh, Tang Yue left the Sea of Spirits and returned to reality. Well, it was late at night, and several other priests except Guangling left the Guangling Hall one after another. Tang Yue woke up. And when she opened her eyes, she saw only the silver-haired boy with a worried face. It was rare that Guangling didn't yell, "Grandpa Guangling." Tang Yue rubbed her eyes and stood up. Her voice was a little hoarse and her dry throat needed water to moisten it. Without saying a word, Guangling picked up the water glass on the table and handed it to Tang Yue. He looked at Tang Yue, frowning slightly, as if observing something. Tang Yue also noticed Guangling's gaze, but she was really thirsty now, and after drinking a large glass of water, she and Guangling looked at each other. "Grandpa Guangling, I'm fine, you don't have to do this. Look at me seriously." She was a little uncomfortable being so serious. Guangling didn't speak, but just observed Tang Yue carefully again. He looked left and right, touched her forehead, and touched her cheek. This behavior seemed to confirm whether she was brain problem. "What are you doing?" Tang Yue patted the back of Guangling's hand angrily. She looked at Guangling with some disdain, wondering what the little old man was going crazy. However, Guangling's eyes lit up, and he laughed aloud. "Oh, it's really the old man's little treasure. I'm not stupid, not bad. After saying that, he stretched out his arms to hug Tang Yue, and made a post with Tang Yue with a happy smile. Little baby, you didn't know that you had a fever just now. It scared the old man to death, and the old man was about to freeze this Guangling temple. It has become an ice palace. Fever? Tang Yue blinked and couldn't help but remember what the system said. She subconsciously raised her palm and saw a flame symbol appear in her palm. The flame was burning and looked extremely realistic. Is this the magic weapon the system talks about? Tang Yue's face darkened and she was speechless again. The so-called magic weapon is to make her have a fever. 626, baby, how are you feeling now? Big brother said that as long as you wake up, it means everything is fine. But I see your face is as red as a monkey's butt and it's so hot. Are you really fine? After posting with Tang Yue for a long time, Guangling, who was covered in icy air, felt a little hot on his face. He frowned slightly, stretched out his hand and pinched Tang Yue's face, and couldn't help doubting Jin Daoliu's judgment. Is it hot? Tang Yue frowned and subconsciously touched her little face. Oh. It's so hot. Tang Yue withdrew her hand abruptly, a little hard to describe the golden finger that the system gave her. The reason why she didn't feel her face was hot just now was because Guangling was cold, and she was close to her, and she was sticking to her again. Now that he stopped posting, Tang Yue could naturally feel her own. An abnormal heat emanated from the body. Do you have a fever again? Guangling raised her hand to touch Tang Yue's forehead. To her surprise, her forehead was not hot at all. It was a normal body temperature. Guangling felt strange, and stretched out his hand to touch her neck. The neck was also at normal temperature. Could it be that only her face was hot? What does it mean when one cheek is hot? Guangling thought about it carefully, but couldn't figure it out. He has always been used to being straightforward, so he can't think of a deeper level. Tang Yue held the flame symbol in her palm, and felt that her internal organs were being burned by the raging fire. She was hot, very hot. Grandpa Guangling, what's wrong, baby? At this moment, in front of Tang Yue, Guangling was like an iceberg that could relieve the heat. She pursed her lips and said, I want to sleep with you tonight. Huh? Guangling was a little surprised. He reached out to touch Tang Yue's forehead again, frowned slightly and said, sleeping with the old man? Are you sure? Well, I'm sure. Tang Yue nodded firmly. If it wasn't because there was no air conditioner here, she wouldn't have to sleep with a humanoid air conditioner. Guangling. It seemed that she had to find a way to make an air conditioner. Seeing that Tang Yue was so determined, Guangling had no reason to object. Anyway, he was the one who made the profit. He was happier than anyone else when he slept with little Tang Yue in his arms. A good night's dream. The next day, 3 shots in the sun. Guangling rarely had a good sleep. He yawned and stood up, and Tang Yue also got up. In fact, Tang Yue rarely sleeps in, but for some reason last night, she felt comfortable sleeping with a human-shaped air conditioner in her arms. It's getting late, little darling, can I take you to the worship hall? Guangling quickly changed into new clothes and suddenly remembered what Jin Daoliu told him last night. Big brother has something to say to you. It's about you're going to Xiandao Royal Academy to study. Have you told Grandpa? Tang Yue was still sitting on the bed. She looked at Guangling and pouted, with a bit of disdain in her eyes. She was praising this humanoid air conditioner just now. Why did she sell it last night? It's not me. Guangling could see the little thoughts in Tang Yue's eyes at a glance. He curled his lips and explained, it was Xiaoxu who drafted a letter to eldest brother. She said she wanted to see you, so she wanted to send you go to Xiandao Royal Academy to study. As for my eldest brother looking for you, he probably wants to ask about your wishes. Jinringsu? Tang Yue's brows moved slightly. The source of this matter was probably Guangling. After having lunch in the Guangling Hall, Tang Yue and Guangling went to the enshrining hall together. It is not difficult to know that there is only one person in the enshrinement hall today, Jin Daoliu. After greeting Jin Daoliu, Tang Yue said that she wanted to study at Xiandao Royal Academy. Jin Daoliu nodded in agreement and did not stop him too much. However, he also brought up something else. Yue, would you like to take your grandfather's last name? Since Jin Sunji's death, Bidong expanded her minion step by step, and sent Jinringsu to the Heaven Dao Empire to hide. Jin Daoliu also had no choice. Well, Jin Daoliu is worried that Bidong will attack Jinringsu while he's not paying attention, and the second is that the relationship between the mother and daughter is getting worse day by day. Rather than letting Jinringsu stay here and suffer every day, it's better to send people to Xiandao Empire, At least Jinriksu can keep her eyesight and heart clear now that Biberdong already knew about Tang Yue's existence. Jin Daoliu planned to swear the sovereignty of the Hall of Consecration. He would not take action against Biberdong, but he did not want Tang Yue to be wronged, so he simply announced to the entire Spirit Hall, Tang Yue is his granddaughter, the second lady of Wuhandian surname Jin. Tang Yue was so happy. A light smile appeared on her face, trying not to look too excited. I am willing, Grandpa, anyway. Being surnamed Tang is considered unlucky. It's better to change the name directly, and save trouble with Tang San and the others in the future. Okay, good boy. Jin Daoliu smiled kindly. He came to Tang Yue, reached out and touched Tang Yue's head, and asked, Yu, what do you want to be called? Do you want to leave the word month? I think it's alright. Yu can be my nickname. Grandpa, please give me a big name. Tang Yue said with a giggle. Anyway, as long as her surname is not Tang, she will be happy. This girl, she's been sold and she's happy to give the money. Seeing this, Guangling couldn't help but pouted. He seemed quite unhappy. What's so good about being the big brother's granddaughter? If you can't do it well, you still want to kiss me. In this generation, you won't be able to. Guangling's mumbling voice sounded. Tang Yue didn't quite hear what he was saying. She turned her head and glanced at Guangling. Guangling closed her mumbling mouth without hesitation. She couldn't say this to Tang Yue here, just call her Jinrinayu. After much deliberation, Jin Daoliu felt that it was better not to remove Tang Yue's month character. The word month could be regarded as their encounter, and it would be great to keep this character Jinrinayu. Tang Yue liked this name very much. Thank you, Grandpa. She said happily, as long as you like it. Jin Daoliu laughed, but didn't say anything. The two hit it off immediately, with only Guangling and a dark line on their faces, and even a little bit. They were hopeless. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Oh, I know you, don't mess with me. In the next few days, while Jinrinayu was recuperating, Hulina came to see her several times, but she was turned away by Guangling because Jinrinayu wanted to rest. About Biberdong and Jinrinayu, Hulina also heard Yuguan and Gui may talk about it. In her heart, her teacher is a noble person and would never do bullying things, so all of this was because of her. And Hulina felt deeply guilty about this. The reason why she visited repeatedly was to fulfill her bet with Jinrinayu, and to explain to Jinrinayu that Biberdong was not the kind of person Jinrinayu had seen. Jinrinayu did not stop Guangling's approach, but she wanted to see how much patience Hulina had to do something that had always been rejected. A few days later, Guangling went out to run errands, and Jinrinayu stayed alone in Guangling Hall. She put a reclining chair in the yard. The sun was shining brightly, and it was a good time to bask in the sun. Someone came to Guangling Hall. Bathed in the sunshine, Jinrinayu felt as if some power had been integrated into her body. She raised her hand and glanced at the flame mark in her hand. Under the sun, the flame mark became redder and redder, and it shone like it's absorbing the sunlight that shines down. A magic weapon with the power of the sun? Jinrinayu could only think of this. Thousand Rinayu. From time to time, Miss Fox's tangled voice sounded. Jinrinayu blinked slightly and retracted her hand. She turned to look at Hulina, but she was a little surprised by Hulina's appearance. Why are you here? She asked knowingly. I'm here to fulfill the bet. Not seeing each other for a while, Tang Yue transformed into Jinrinayu. The identity of the second lady of Wuhandian was not comparable to that of a mere saint, Hulina. How to say the words that have been prepared a long time ago? Jinrinayu looked at her, raised her eyebrows lightly. The saint is, I'm sorry. Hulina said quickly, directly interrupting Jinrinayu. She bowed deeply, showing her sincerity. Jinrinayu didn't expect Hulina to be so real. She looked at Miss Fox thoughtfully, and she didn't know what she was thinking afterwards. Hulina straightened up quickly again. She seemed hesitant to speak, and her face was a bit embarrassed. Jinrinayu stared at her, which made Hulina uncomfortable. Her eyes were slack. She looked left and right, up and down. Look, I just dare not look at Jinrinayu. It's not that I'm inferior in skills, I just underestimated you, she said. I admit that you are very strong, but if you really fight in the soul fighting arena, you may not be able to beat me. Miss Fox pursed her lips. Her expression looked a little weird. She seemed to want to admit that her skills were inferior to others, but she also felt that her level was a whole level higher than Jinrinayu. If she admitted that she was not as good as Jinrinayu, isn't there even a scum of face left? As a saint, among other things, she still has to earn some face. Jinrinayu, your toughness is considered outstanding among your peers. No, even among our age. The teacher said that's right. When a lion fights a rabbit, He must use all his strength. It is a taboo for military strategists to underestimate the enemy's carelessness. The one I really lose is myself. Well, what your teacher said is correct. Jinru nodded in approval. She did win the PK easily because she calculated that Hulina would underestimate the enemy. Fighting, Hulina still can't beat her, but seeing Hulina's face is so firm, Jinru didn't want to hurt her self-confidence. She looked away, and continued to lie on the recliner to absorb the sun's rays. Since the saint has fulfilled the bet, please do what you want, I have to rest. Jinru issued the eviction order, and Hulina didn't plan to stay any longer, but she still had something to say and frowned slightly. Hulina remained silent for a long time, and finally chose to leave wisely and went back to the Hall of the Holy Maiden. When Hulina left, Jinru turned her head to look at her, and she curled her lips slightly. Now, Miss Fox must know what it means to be someone outside of someone in this competition with Jinru. Hulina realized that she was just a frog at the bottom of a well in the Wuhan Temple. Not only Jinringsu, who possesses the Seraph Wuhan, is stronger than her, but also a 10-year-old who possesses the Lotus Wuhan. If her guess is correct, Jinru is likely to surpass Jinringsu, and her talent is even higher than anyone in the Hall of Spirits. There was a sparkle in Hulina's eyes. For some reason, she seemed to be a little interested in Jinru. In the past few days, Jinru has been collecting sunlight in the courtyard of Guangling Hall. She found that as long as the flame in her hand absorbed the sunlight, her body would not get hot at night, and she would not have to sleep with Guangling every day. After all, there are differences between men and women, and she is not really only 10 years old. As for Guangling, she also suffered from insomnia for several days after being informed that she didn't need to sleep with him. He had finally gotten used to sleeping alone. Now he was fine. Things he had just gotten used to suddenly became unaccustomed to him. It was his fault. After resting in Guangling Hall for a long time, Jinru was ready to leave for Xiandao Royal Academy. Jinringsu has taken care of everything in Xiandao Royal Academy. As long as Jinru comes to the scene, that will be all. Some time ago, Jinringsu heard Guangling talk a lot about Jinru in the palace. Suddenly, she became interested in this woman from a certain month whom Jindaolio considered his granddaughter. For this reason, she also speeded up the preparation, just wanted to see Jinru as soon as possible. Xiandao Royal Academy is also some distance away from Wuhan Hall. Guangling originally wanted to accompany Jinru, but Jindaolio felt that he was a conspicuous person, so he ordered Guangling Douluo, the only one in the Elder Hall who was free, to go. Escort and personally protect Jinru. It is always better for women to protect women than for men to protect women. At least, the words must be speculative. Jindaolio thought so, but Guangling didn't think so. He despised Jindaolio, and watched Jinru's carriage leave reluctantly. If it wasn't because Jindaolio was here, he would have sneaked into the carriage to escort him. The journey to Xiandao City was long and long. Jinru won countless times in the carriage, fell asleep and woke up and slept, went back and forth several times, but still didn't reach the destination. She looked a little bored, which made the atmosphere in the carriage tense. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo couldn't help thinking of the things that Guangling Douluo secretly gave her before they left. She opened the soul guide at her waist and took out all the things that Guangling forced to her. Second miss, these were given to you by Wu Zhangfeng when I saw you were bored. Do you want to use them now, or just eat them? All the items were placed on the wooden table in the carriage. Guangling Douluo wanted to open them, but just as he lifted the cloth wrapped on them, a fragrant and spicy smell came from the whole carriage. It is not difficult to know that this is the soft-boned rabbit head that Guangling asked Jindaolio to beat. It is not known how many were beaten. Ling Yuan opened bag after bag. Her face looked a little stiff. At least hundreds of rabbit heads when they arrived at Xiandao City. Those who didn't know better thought they were here to sell spicy rabbit heads. Although Guangling Douluo made complaints in her heart, she still acted normally on the surface. She opened all the items and found that there seemed to be nothing inside except the rabbit head. She subconsciously looked at Jinru at a glance. Jinru's expression was also a little stiff, probably because she wanted to go with her. Second miss, do you like eating rabbit heads very much? Guangling Douluo asked in soul torture. Even if he likes it, there is no need to engage in wholesale. Along the way, have he simply regarded rabbit heads as 3 meals a day? To be honest, Jinru thought it was a bit outrageous. She looked at the densely packed rabbit heads on the table and suddenly suffered from trypophobia. She would really thank Guangling, averting her eyes and shaking her head, and waving her hands again. Jinru felt no hunger immediately, Put it away, I don't see so many rabbit heads in my eyes. Oh, Guangling Douluo replied, and put the rabbit's head back into the soul tool without hesitation. Second miss, what do you want to eat? We will pass by a small town later, so we can take a rest. Jinru, who had just finished watching the rabbit head, was a little hopeless. When she heard that she would pass by a small town and there would be something else to eat, she immediately looked at Guangling Douluo with bright eyes. Is there any roasted corn? Roasted corn? Guangling Douluo turned countless corners in his mind and suddenly realized, the second lady should be talking about roasting corn kernels, right? Burnt corn kernels? What a strange name. Although she felt it was very vulgar, in order to be able to eat what she wanted to eat, Jinru still followed the local customs. Well, yes, she nodded, and her taste buds had begun to recall the taste of roasted corn and roasted sweet potatoes. Okay, then we'll go to the restaurant to eat later. A few hours later, the carriage successfully stopped the small town of Green Forest. Greenwood Town is located in the south of the Heavendao Empire, relatively close to Soto City, and also very close to the current address of Shrek Academy. Sister Lingyin, which way are you going? Where is the restaurant? Jinru didn't think much. She only had roasted corn in her mind and eyes. After she couldn't wait to jump out of the carriage, she asked Guangling Douluo where the restaurant is. Guangling Douluo pointed her in the direction and told her how to get there, but in the blink of an eye, the person disappeared. Looking at the flowing clouds left in the air in front of him, Guangling Douluo sighed lightly, paid the parking fee for the carriage, and walked slowly to the restaurant. The streets were full of people and joy. Today is the Torch Festival in Greenwood Town. Everyone in the town wears similar masks. They walk in an endless stream. There are boys and girls, loving couples, and old people with bent bodies. Various masked people walked beside Jinru. The little girl, who had never seen such a scene, was immediately attracted by the sight in front of her. She diverted the route and curiously ran to the mask vendor and asked, "How much is this mask?" 10 copper soul coins. The vendor replied with a smile, but wearing a mask, he looked Jinru up and down. This is my first time to Green Forest Town, miss. I didn't know that today is our town. Torch Festival, right, Torch Festival? What's that? Jinru paused while picking out the mask, and looked up at the vendor. The vendor chuckled and explained, the Torch Festival is a festival for finding your destined person. Miss, after buying a mask and wearing it, you can walk around this town at will. If someone can attract each other to the miss, it means that that person is the lady's destined person. Oh? So amazing? Jinru has never believed in any predestined legends. She picked up a ghost mask and tried it on her face with great interest. Soul Coin said, you don't need to look for it, just bring another one that is exactly the same. The first time I saw someone buying a mask and throwing a gold soul coin, the vendor's eyes lit up and he couldn't close his mouth with joy. He touched the gold soul coin, and after confirming that it was not a fake, he immediately went to find one. The mask that was exactly the same as Jinru's was handed over. Okay. Miss, here you go. Thank you. Jinru took the mask and was ready to go to find Lingyin. She put on the mask to see if the mask was so magical. However, at this time, there was a sudden sound of fighting and quarreling not far away. Out of the curiosity of the melon eaters, Jinru had to leave Lingyin for a few more minutes, and it would not be too late to find Lingyin after she ate the melons. Here the already overcrowded streets became even more crowded after fights and quarrels occurred. Some poor people did not want to participate, so they hurriedly dragged their children or wives away from the scene, and waited for Jinru to reach the melon-eating crowd. At that time, there were not many people left. Does this young master care about your woman? Even if you sleep with your woman, so what? Do you not refuse anyone who comes? As soon as she squeezed into the crowd, Jinru heard the words 3 views exploded, and the voice sounded slightly familiar. She frowned slightly and squeezed in a little more. Inside was a fight between 2 men. One was knocked to the ground with a bruised nose and face, while the other stood tall and arrogant. This is, Daimyo Bei, don't bully others too much. The man who was knocked to the ground yelled angrily, pointed at the nose of the young man in front of him and cursed, is it important to be a soul master? You are a bastard who has a mother but not a mother, you are worse than a beast. Puff. The young man named Daimyo Bei had an unknown expression behind his mask. Before everyone and the man could recover, he kicked the man in the heart. The man spat out blood. At this time, people around him only then did the melon-eating crowd panic. And they crowded into the crowd and fled in all directions, killed, run, but after a while, the entire lively street was suddenly empty, and Jinrinai was the only one left in the melon-eating crowd seats. Jinrinai looked at Tang Yue. Even through the mask, she could still detect Tang Yue's malicious expression. What a tiger! Jinrinai has always disliked Tang Yue, who asked him and Ma Hongjin to often go to the fence, and once they were bumped into by the original body. If the original body was not too weak at that time, they would not be a threat to them. Dare not say a word. The flame in the palm of her hand was burning, just in time. She hadn't tried the power of this new magic weapon yet. Today, let's settle new and old debts together. Let's use Tang Yue as a guinea pig. After recuperating in Wuhan Hall for several months, Jinrinai's temperament was different from before. She exudes a noble aura. Although she is not tall, her perfect body proportions make people visually feel that her legs are very long, and her small waist is even more shocking. Tang Yue, I have seen so many women. Although the person in front of me is not as good as Zhu Xiuqing, her temperament is attractive. Under that mask, there must be a world-famous face hidden. Jinrinai is wearing a mid-length skirt today, embroidered with delicate phoenix flowers, and a few pieces of white jade pendants on her belt. She is wearing blue crystal shoes with 3-inch stiletto heels, and she is wearing a golden silk inlaid dress on her head. The hollow hair accessories on the sides look dignified, elegant and charming. With just one glance, Tang Yue was deeply attracted by the girl in front of him. This innate sense of nobility. Is she a noble lady? Tang Yue is used to being wild outside. Usually, other than looking for twins, he just looks for other attractive women. Except for noble ladies, he has never done anything. Looking at the girl in front of him who looked like a stunner in the world, he couldn't help swallowing. He had already planned how to get her. He enthusiastically stepped forward to strike up a conversation, but before he could say anything, Jinrinai's fist landed silently on his mask. The mask suddenly burst into flames and fell apart. Tang Yue was startled and hurriedly shook off the mask fragments from his face. He jumped back and retreated to a place where he could be safe. He frowned, a little displeased. Are you also a soul master? Do I need to ask? Are you blind? Jinrinai didn't want to talk to Tang Yue properly. 2 flaming flames rose from the palms of her hands. The flames were like lotus flowers, and the faint blue color inevitably made Tang Yue felt a little gloomy visually. Tisk, if that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. Tang Yue released his soul power. As a soul master, he was already at level 39. The evil-eyed white tiger martial soul was a beast martial soul. Therefore, after releasing his soul power, Tang Yue's body also underwent changes related to beasts. His figure looked stronger. 3 soul rings emerged from the soles of the feet, yellow, and purple, the perfect match. Today, let you, a sneak attacker, taste Ben Xiao's strength. Second soul skill, White Tiger Lie Wave. As soon as he came up, he amplified his moves. Tang Yue wanted a quick victory. Jinrinai fixed her eyes, turned over and jumped. Her vigorous figure perfectly avoided the attack of the milky white light ball. She held a blue lotus flame in her hand, her eyes locked, and she shot straight at Tang Yue. Stop. The first soul skill. Blue and silver coil. All of a sudden, a lot of dense blue-silver grass rose up from the bottom of Jinrinai's feet. The blue-silver grass wrapped around her ankles. When Jinrinai lowered her eyes, before she could cut them off, the blue-silver grass threw her to the ground. Toe. Rub. The blue flame in Jinrinai's hand supported the ground. The flame collided with a cement and stone, and wiped out a very long burn mark. Tang San. Jinrinai gritted her teeth, and immediately burned the blue-silver grass, imprisoning her with the flame in her hand. After stopping, Tang Yue's attack followed. Second soul skill, Butterfly Dance. 3 soul rings appeared. Butterfly wings grew from behind, and Jinrinai flew into the air, only then dodging Tang Yue's powerful attack. The beautiful butterfly wings fluttered in the air. Tang Yue looked at Jinrinai's spirit ring, and couldn't help being a little surprised. The third ring, 10,000 years. Boss Dai. Are you okay? A familiar voice came, and Jinrinai turned to look at the owner of the voice. That is the elder brother who abandoned his original body, the elder brother who is hypocritical, the elder brother who can't even recognize his younger sister who has been with him for 10 years. Jinrinai smiled sarcastically. Tang San seemed to have noticed something. He first cared about Tang Yue, seeing that no one was doing anything. Then he opened the purple demon eyes and looked straight at Jinrinai. Satsuki. His body trembled, and the hand that controlled the blue-silver grass just now trembled slightly. Ziji demon eyes had the ability to see through masks, and with just one glance, he recognized that it was his sister, Tang Yue. Little Moon. The emotions of surprise and self-blame were intertwined. Tang San's eyes moved slightly, and there was actually a little moisture in them. Dai Yue on the side was also stunned after hearing this. Is this Tang Yue? No way. In Tang San's surprised eyes, Jin Renai said coldly, do I know you? Don't try to get involved with me. Do I know you? With just this sentence, Tang San's heart trembled and ached as if being stabbed by some sharp weapon. The first soul skill, 1000 Ju Bing Leng. Taking off the tail of the butterfly wings, Jin Renai fused the first soul skill, and a blue ordinary ice bow appeared in her hand. She fell from the air. Tang San saw it, and wanted to grab her, but Jin Renai pulled the bowstring, and a huge blue magic circle appeared behind him in the pink light. 3 ice arrows slowly appeared on Jin Renai's bow. Tang San secretly thought that it was not good. He had already seen Jin Renai's plan with the purple demon eye, retreated to Dai Yube's side, and also I don't know what they said. 3 arrows piercing the sky. The ice blue arrows were attached with flames. Tang San's blue silver grass couldn't defend at all. At this moment, several colored lights suddenly appeared on the 2 of them. Jin Renai landed firmly on the ground. Bang! End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Heaven Dao Royal Academy. There was a huge noise, the ground was frozen, and there was a frost. Within a radius of 10 miles, the temperature dropped sharply. Only under the blessing of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda did Tang San and Dai Yue avoid this blow. They couldn't take the 3rd soul ring, is the 3rd soul ring, and the 10,000-year soul ring. Dai Yue can connect the cold and beautiful girl in front of him with Tang Yue, who was only half-level innate at the beginning. Tang Yue has been missing for several months. In these few months, is it possible that she can advance to more than 20 levels by leaps and bounds, and can also absorb soul rings beyond the age limit? No, not possible. Dai Yue immediately dismissed this thought. Little San, she is definitely not Tang Yue. 3rd brother. With the help of Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing all rushed over. They heard that Dai Yue had a conflict with someone here. They ran out of the academy to look for Dai Yue without saying a word. Satsuki? After Zhu Ziuqing fell down, she immediately recognized Jin Renai in front of her as the missing Tang Yue. She muttered in her heart without saying a word. The cold air emanating from Jin Renai's body and the frost forming on the ground made everyone present instantly understand what was going on. Who are you? Why are you attacking brother? Xiao Wu was the first to stand up to defend Tang San. Just now Ning Rongrong's increase had indeed given Tang San and Dai Yue enough, but because Tang San was distracted, he still suffered a little skin trauma, only to see that his palms were glowing. It was so cold that it was difficult to move, as if it was scratched by the arrow body of the ice arrow. Just now looking at them, Jin Renai didn't have any other feelings in her heart. If there was, it was because of the deep disgust in her heart. It's just a little trauma. Why, it hurts? Under the mask, Jin Renai curled her lips slightly. Her fusion soul skills are not that simple. This Tang San will have to peel off his skin if he goes back. A group of people want to bully her? It's beautiful to think about. Skin trauma? Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. She couldn't help Jin Renai's indifferent attitude in her heart. The 3rd soul skill, teleportation. Within 100 meters, Xiao Wu instantly arrived in front of Jin Renai. She waved her legs, her pink eyes glowing red. 2nd soul skill, charm. The operation was so smooth that in the eyes of Tang San and the others, the person being attacked couldn't react at all. Xiao Wu, stop. Tang San made a sound, but it was too late. Jin Renai stood still and cooperated with Xiao Wu. Tracked. Her charm ability was only a temporary distraction for Jin Renai. In reality, Jin Renai could still move to dodge this skill, but now she knew. The pale pink eyes exuded a chill. Under the mask, Jin Renai lightly pursed her lips. The flame in her palm was ready. Hey, you're done. Xiao Wu was full of confidence. She raised her mouth and smiled, and was about to launch her 2nd soul skill to knock down Jin Renai. Unexpectedly, her legs were still in the air, and Jin Renai reached out and grabbed her slender legs. Bunny legs. Well, these legs should be good for making spicy rabbit legs. Xiao Wu stood on one foot, her body shook, she frowned slightly, and wanted to kick it, but found that she couldn't move at all. And it seemed that something in Jin Renai's hand was burning her ankle. Even if they are blind, the few people watching the battle can see that this girl is no ordinary soul master. She can easily break away from Xiao Wu's charm, and can easily catch Xiao Wu's kick. Such reflexes and the strength was really far from what Tang Yue said in Tang San's words. Ningrongrong quickly used the amplifying soul skill on Xiao Wu. Under the amplified force, Xiao Wu could indeed move her legs, but she still couldn't break free. She showed pain on her face. Her legs began to feel weak, and she could hardly bear the burning sensation. Xiao Wu. Don't hurt Xiao Wu. Possessing the purple demon eye, Tang San could of course see what Jinrinai held in his hand. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression getting more and more wrong, his heart became ruthless, and he still shot Jinrinai. The third soul skill, Spiderweb Restrained. A spider web fell from the sky. Jinrinai didn't expect that Tang San would actually use the third soul skill on her for Xiao Wu. She immediately let go of Xiao Wu's ankle and used the fusion skill of the two soul skills again. A soft whip appeared in her hand. When the spider web was about to be covered, she pulled out the soft whip and swung it towards the building beside it. The soft whip was fixed on the pillar of the building like a snake. In an instant, Jinrinai flew up and down, her high-heeled shoes stepped on the building, they clashed, and her whole body flew like a silver snake, making people dazzled. Little dance. During this period, Tang San did not hesitate to use blue-silver grass to wrap around Xiao Wu's waist and pull her to his side. Are you okay? Xiao Wu? Ningrongrong helped Xiao Wu in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. Xiao Wu's legs were weak. Even as a 10-year-old soul beast, she couldn't bear the blue flames in Jinrinai's hands. Her body was shaking a little, but she still managed to hold on and said, I'm fine. Jinrinai was already standing above the roof at this time. She was wearing a mask, so that Zhu Huqing couldn't see her expression clearly, but she could see the worry on Zhu Huqing's face. Who is she? Oscar exclaimed. He could easily detect Xiao Wu's movements and easily escape Tang San's control. What was even more frightening was that her soul skills could also change. Oscar followed the dean like this. In many years, I have never seen such a special existence. Not only Oscar, but even Ningrongrong, the eldest lady of the Cabello Glazed sect, who was born in the last three sects, has never seen or heard of soul skills that can be changed at will. What's more, Jinrinai's martial soul is just a lotus flower. It was also when he thought of Lotus that Ningrongrong realized that this girl might be the one they saw in Xiandao City last time. Is it Xiao Wu? Ningrongrong's voice immediately brought up Oscar's memory. Tang Yu's martial spirit is the Lotus. No, she's not. Immediately, Dai Mubei interrupted Ningrongrong's conjecture. Tang Yue is only half a level innate, and it is impossible to rise to more than 20 levels in just a few months, let alone her. There is also a 10,000-year soul ring. She is definitely not Tang Yue. Dai Mubei's voice of affirmation spread to Jinrinai's ears with a wind. Jinrinai narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't intend to waste time with them here. She still had to cook, and every time she cooked, she would meet them. What a bad luck. Jinrinai pursed her lips, looked down at Zhu Huqing. She was not just thinking about something, and immediately, the girl on the roof disappeared in place, leaving only scattered pink spots. Little Moon. Tang San moved his steps, wanting to chase after her, but Dai Mubei stopped him. Xiao San, don't go. She is not Tang Yue. Your injury is a bit serious. You'd better go back to the dean to treat the wound first. The feeling of being frozen by the frost is really uncomfortable, but that is Tang Yue. It is his sister. Brother, let's go back first. Seeing that Dai Mubei's words were useless, Xiao Wu couldn't help but break away from Ningrongrong's support, and threw herself towards Tang San. Tang San subconsciously caught Xiao Wu, and then he realized that there was Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu will always be by his side. Okay, let's go back. Tang San's face was complicated, but he still complied with Xiao Wu's request. Oscar produced flying mushroom sausages. Each of the six of them ate one, and then set off in the direction of Shrek Academy above the restaurant. Guangling Douluo has been paying attention to the movements of the group of children. If they dare to pester the second lady again, she will beat them all into roast pig heads without hesitation. When Jinrinai was fighting with them just now, Guangling knew about it, but she sent a message to Jinrinai, and Jinrinai told her not to care about it, so she didn't care too much. Otherwise, she would definitely let those fighting the ghost who thinks that he has a large number of people knows that his second lady has someone behind him. Sister Guangling. Jinrinai flew to Guangling Douluo and settled down. She looked at the backs of Tang San and the others as they flew away, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. Second miss. Guangling Douluo looked at Jinrinai and felt a little confused. The girl who attacked you just now is a 10-year-old soul beast. Why didn't you let me take action? As a titled Douluo, It was impossible for Ling Yue not to know the fact that Xiao Wu was a 10-year-old soul beast. If she had taken action just now, she could have taken down the rabbit. A 10-year-old soul beast, even if the exploded soul ring cannot be absorbed, the soul bone can always be absorbed. If you earn a soul bone in vain, this trip will be full of money. Jin Rinai also heard the meaning of Spirit Kite Douluo's words. She took off her mask, chuckled and said, I don't want to waste 10 years of soul rings, and it's still unclear whether she can explode the soul bones. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Jin Rinai knew better than anyone whether Xiao Wu could explode the soul bone. The reason why she didn't take action now was because she was afraid that Tang Hao from the dark would suddenly jump out. Even if Ling Yuan is a titled Douluo, she is still far behind Tang Hao. They don't need to take a risk. Well, second young lady's concerns are correct. Ling Yue Douluo nodded and did not question Jin Rinai. By the way, second young lady, what you want to eat has been prepared in the restaurant. Do you want to go eat now? They had wasted some energy with Tang San just now, but Jin Rinai was really hungry now. She nodded slightly. And the two of them flew off the roof together. Ling Yue Douluo was looking for the most luxurious restaurant in the entire town. Those who can eat here are either the nobles or the local tyrants of the town. Jin Rinai followed Ling Yuan in, and the two went to a private room. Ling Yuan ordered a table of dishes, and Jin Rinai didn't choose anything. They continued on their way. Shrek Academy. Tang San and his party returned to the academy in embarrassment. Ma Hongjin went to greet them and was shocked. Xiao San. What's going on? He turned his head to look at his good brother Oscar. Oscar pursed his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. It was injured by a person who looked like Tang Yue, Dai Bei said without hesitation. He snorted coldly. If it weren't for the mistress being injured and we were rushing back to the academy, I would definitely make her look good. A person who looks like Tang Yue? Ma Hongjin looked at Dai Bei. Could it be Tang Yue? It's impossible for Xiaizhen to mistake Tang Yue. Bang! It can't be Tang Yue. Dai Bei immediately interrupted Ma Hongjin's guess, and said, Tang Yue is just a half-level innate soul master. Cough. Soul master? She is only a half-level innate soul master. It is impossible to suddenly rise to more than 30 levels in a few months, not to mention this person who looks like Tang Yue. Although her martial spirit is also a lotus, it is much more special than Tang Yue's. How to say? How special can a plant martial soul be? Isn't it still a plant-type martial spirit? I'll tell you later. I'm going to report this trip to the principal now. Dai Bei glanced at Tang San. He waved his hand, and left the gate of the courtyard just looking for a reason in front of Tang San. He couldn't talk about Tang Yue as he wanted. Tang San became anxious. He might not be able to get good fruit to eat. Instead of causing trouble for himself for no reason, it would be better to talk about it in another place. Oh. The relationship between Ma Hongjin and Dai Bei is pretty good. He understood Dai Bei's eyes at a glance. I'll go with you, Boss Dai. After saying that, the two brothers left the courtyard gates side by side. Seeing this, Oscar couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at Tang San and wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how. In the end, he chose to remain silent and help Tang San go back to the boys' dormitory. Xiao Wu was worried about Tang San and wanted to follow Oscar to the boys' dormitory. It was hard to tell Oscar, but Tang San stopped Xiao Wu himself. He was very confused now. Even though Jin Rinai refused to admit that she was Tang Yue, then she was Tang San's sister who had lived with him for 10 years. He would not mistake the person. He was sure that it was Tang San's sister, Tang Yue. Xiao Wu was rejected by Tang San for the first time, and she didn't feel very comfortable. But seeing that Tang San was injured, she still didn't care too much, but when she thought of Tang Yue and the girl just now, she felt very upset. If it weren't for that girl, Tang San wouldn't have been injured. Looking at the root cause, it was actually Tang Yue. She felt a little more jealous of Tang Yue in her heart, but fortunately, Tang Yue was already gone. Xiao Wu knew that only the living could be the final winner. With Tang Yue gone, no one would compete with her. Tang San, she likes Tang San and just wants to be with Tang San. After several days and nights of tossing, Jin Rinai and Ling Yuan arrived in Xiandao City. The Heaven Dao Royal Academy was established in the center of the Heaven Dao City, and the academy was directly under the Heaven Dao Empire. According to Jin Rinai's understanding, this school was originally established to train high-level soul masters to be sent to the Heaven Dao Empire. A place where only noble children are eligible to enter. The students recruited by the academy are either rich or expensive. Although they have superb martial spirits, there are not many people who are really talented. Secondly, The students in the academy think highly of themselves, have bad conduct, do not pay attention to actual combat, and the quality of teaching is not good. There are not many people in the academy who can play if it weren't for the fact that the resources inside were relatively better than the Wuhan Hall, and Du Yuan and the others were there. Jin Renai would have never considered this place. The gorgeous architecture, high-profile design style, and splendid courtyards all show the luxury of Xiandao Royal Academy. Jin Renai and Ling Yuan stood outside the academy for a while. Ling Yuan wanted to directly inform the internal staff to pick up Jin Renai, but Jin Renai didn't intend to be so high-profile. She whispered something in Ling Yuan's ear. Ling Yuan she frowned slightly, a little worried, but seeing Jin Renai persisted, she couldn't say anything, so she acquiesced to her second lady's plan. Before leaving Xiandao Imperial Academy, Ling Yuan handed Jin Renai a note. The note was written by Jin Ringsu, and it said, "I wish you a smooth journey." Jin Renai didn't know what these words meant. She didn't care, and after putting away the note, she went to the education committee room. According to the message Ling Yuan gave in the education committee room, the Crown Prince Zhu King had already made arrangements. After Ming Shenji saw the token given by Jin Renai, he immediately took someone to go through the admission procedures. By the way, he also introduced to Jin Renai the class division of the lower college system and teaching level. Xiandao Royal Academy has many students, currently more than 500 people, but more than half of them are children of nobles. In order not to affect the teaching and offend the nobles, the academy is divided into 3 levels according to the level of soul power: Xianwei level, Xianzi level, Xiandao level. If the level is lower than 25, then these students will be classified as Xianwei level. If the level is between 25 and 30, then these students will be classified as Xianzi level, and if the level is higher than 30, then these students are Heavendao level. Students who can reach the Xiandao level are almost the best in the entire academy. Currently, there are not many. They are a minority. Seeing that Jin Renai was not very old, Meng Shenji directly classified her as a heavenly class in his heart. When he saw Jin Renai's application form for admission, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a bit disbelieving the information filled out on it. Are you a level 32 soul master? You are only 10 years old? Yet, Jin Renai smiled and nodded. Meng Shenji was silent. No wonder His Royal Highness wanted to recommend this child to enroll. It turned out that it was because of this child's extraordinary talent. But why His Highness? Meng Shenji's expression was a little complicated. Then follow me to the Xiandao class. But it was from this moment that she really took a look at Jin Renai. The future is promising. His Highness the Crown Prince's vision is indeed vicious. He sighed in his heart. The two went to the class one after another. On the way, many students were attracted by Jin Renai. Of course, it was not Jin Renai who attracted them, but the fact that she was led across the teaching building by Meng Shenji, and finally walked in the direction of Xiandao's class. Who is she? Is she a newcomer? The young lady of which family actually goes to the Xiandao class as soon as she arrives? I don't know, she looks so young. Is she already a soul master? It didn't come in through the back door, did it? The students were talking a lot, but Meng Shenji heard it and ignored it. The only one who could shut them up was Jin Renai herself. In the academy, identity is important, but strength always comes first, not to mention Jin Renai is the Prince of King himself. The person who introduced him had this status. Even if he was an ordinary noble, it was not easy to offend him. Okay, your class is here. Meng Shenji stopped and Jin Renai glanced at the class A. It seems to be the class that Yu Xianheng and the others are on. Following Meng Shenji in, the originally noisy class A suddenly quieted down. Meng Shenji glanced at them and led Jin Renai to the podium. This is a new student named Jin Renai. You must get along well with each other and do not embarrass the new students. Do you understand? At the end, Meng Shenji deliberately emphasized his tone. It sounded like he was warning the old students, but the meaning behind it was something else. Under the arrangement of Meng Shenji, Jin Renai and Yu Lingling became tablomates. I don't know why, but it was interesting to have 2 flowers as tablomates. After arranging everything, Meng Shenji wanted to remind Jin Renai, but thinking of Zhu King's arrangement, he left the classroom without saying anything. After Meng Shenji left, the excitement in the classroom rang out again. Jin Renai glanced at Yu Lingling and saw that Yu Lingling had been reading, so she didn't bother her. She glanced around the entire class. Finally, Jin Renai's eyes fell on Du Yuyan and Yu Xianheng. You have to be careful. At this time, Yu Lingling suddenly spoke, and Jin Renai was stunned. Before she could react, bang! She was mercilessly thrown to the corner of the classroom by a student in the classroom. Using a soul skill, It's a beast spirit. HMPH, transfer students, let's fight. There are a total of 20 students in the classroom of Class A. Most of them have just broken through the 30th level, and they have activated their martial spirits one after another. In terms of quality, their martial spirits are not bad, and the poor ones are white, yellow and yellow. Configuration, otherwise, most of them are yellow, and yellow configurations. Tisk. A powerful soul force came towards Jin Rinyu. She clenched her fists and stood up from the corner. Looking up at the group of students who were staring at them, she felt that she had most likely entered a den of tigers and wolves. It was also at this time that Jin Rinyu suddenly understood why Jin Ringsu wished her a smooth journey. Dare to wait for her here? Jin Rinyu frowned slightly, a little unhappy. The feeling of being stabbed in the back by one of her own was simply mysterious. It wasn't that she couldn't understand the implication of Meng Shenji's words, but she just didn't expect that these students were actually planning to let her fight against them alone. There are so many people, it's amazing. Jin Rinyu cannot guarantee that she can win against so many soul masters by herself, but this is in the academy. Even if they have the strength of soul masters, they may not go all out. After all, if they really want to fight, if the teaching building is not demolished, her surname will no longer be Jin. Are you preparing for a group fight? Jin Rinyu spoke up without any fear. Rather than saying that they couldn't stand the transfer students, it was better to say that Jin Ringsu was behind the scenes. Judging from her knowledge of Guangling, Xiao and his party must have told Jin Ringsu a lot about her that day. Maybe, that conspicuous bag clearly led her into the ditch, and she was still happy. No, I thought she was doing a great deed, but in fact, she was just looking for trouble. Jin Rinyu was really good at blocking Q. Of course it's not a gang fight, one of the young men wearing gold and silver answered loudly. He looked Jin Rinyu up and down, his eyes were a little surprised. I heard that you are only 10 years old. Are you really a three-ringed soul master? When the words fell, it caused an uproar. What? She's only 10 years old? No way, how could someone reach soul master at the age of 10? Is she born full of soul power? Who is she? The students talked a lot. Yu Xianheng and Du Yuyan also looked at Jin Rinyu curiously. They both looked at each other. After confirming that the other party didn't know Jin Rinyu, they were obviously more interested in this transfer student. The students who released the soul power had no intention of taking back the martial soul. They were indeed a little surprised when they learned that Jin Rinyu was only 10 years old, but age was not a reason for them to be merciful. Come on, Jin Rinyu, let us see your strength. The young man in gold and silver has short blonde hair. He is wearing gold accessories and has a handsome face. His whole body exudes a noble and holy aura. He stretches out his hand towards Jin Rinyu and bows his head politely. This is an invitation to fight. Polite people can always win the favor of other people. Jin Rinyu's eyes flashed slightly. It's up to you. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Zhu King's Arrangement. On the Academy's soul fighting stage, the blonde boy with short hair and Jin Rinyu stood facing each other. The breeze blew, and Jin Rinyu's long brown hair slowly fluttered. The boy with short blonde hair had a pair of blue-purple eyes, which seemed to contain vast stars. He looked at Jin Rinyu with not only a look, but also a trace of expectation in his eyes. Ladies first, Jin Rinyu, please. The young man's voice is very gentle. Although he looks very rich and suspected of showing off his wealth, the aristocratic temperament exuded from him seems to be innate. Even if he is covered in gold, thousands of feet, you also couldn't associate him with those dudes. But now is not the time to think about it. In order to make a quick decision, Jin Rinyu released her soul power and unabashedly showed her martial soul. Jin Rinyu, level 32 battle soul master, martial soul, Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus. As the words fell, a white lotus flower with golden patterns appeared in the palm of Jin Rinyu. The whole body of the lotus exuded a trace of cold air, and it seemed to be wrapped in something in the center, which made the color visually distinct. Gives a very special feeling, huh? It turns out to be the lotus spirit. Isn't that an auxiliary spirit master? Oh, so it's just an auxiliary system soul master. How dare she take on the challenge? There is no suspense. Everyone should leave. Ho ha ho ha. In the audience, the students felt that the winner or loser of this competition had been decided. They were joking with each other, and they didn't take Jin Rinyu seriously. In the crowd, Du Yuyan and Yu Xianheng looked at the 9-petal fairy lotus in Jin Rinyu's hands. Kiki couldn't help but looked at Yu Lingling, who possessed the 9-hearted begonia martial soul. Yu Lingling's 9-heart begonia is indeed somewhat similar to Jin Rinyu's 9-petal lotus, but Yu Lingling doesn't think her martial soul is of higher quality than Jin Rinyu's. From the moment she saw the Nine-Petal Lotus, there is always a feeling in her heart that she wants to surrender, and her Wu Hunjilxin begonia seems to be answering the call. If she hadn't been suppressed all the time, I am afraid that at the moment when the 9 petals fairy lotus appeared, her 9-heart begonia would be killed. Heart begonia will also appear together. It was rare to see a surprised expression on Yu Lingling's face, and Du Yuyan raised her eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this Jinrinai was indeed not simple. The 3 rings are yellow, and black. At the moment when the soul ring was displayed, the students in the audience of the soul fighting stage held their breath. They opened their mouths and were extremely surprised. It wasn't just them, they were all stunned as they watched Jinrinai's dream god machine in the dark. The 3rd ring is 10,000 years, then that's the 10,000-year spirit ring, right? I read it right. It's actually a 10,000-year spirit ring. The 3rd ring is black, it's really the 10,000-year soul ring. How is it possible? How did she absorb the 10,000-year soul ring? The audience immediately exploded. The students who had looked down on Jinrinai just now forgot the fact that they had designated Jinrinai as an auxiliary system soul master at the same level. Jinrinai's light soul ring surpassed the entire academy's students. The blonde boy's face touched slightly, and then he suddenly smiled, clapped his hands and said, "That's really good, Jinrinai, you are really good, it's a genius." After saying this, he did not release his soul power, but stood up, jumped up, and fiercely attacked Jinrinai. Jinrinai's eyes moved, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. She could clearly perceive the opponent's strength. This young man was definitely not a soul master of her level of soul power. Base, wind blows, the blonde boy was in front of Jinrinai in an instant. Jinrinai was shocked. Before she could react, the two looked at each other. The boy smiled slightly, and the phantom-like fist landed mercilessly on Jinrinai's lower abdomen superior. Well, when Jinrinai noticed it, it was too late to react. She was knocked back 5 or 6 steps in an instant. She hesitated for a moment and hurriedly used her soul power to steady her heels, so that she was not knocked out of the soul fighting platform. The gap in strength between the two has already appeared. Jinrinai frowned slightly. This guy probably has more than 10 levels of spirit power higher than her. Secretly activated the soul skill. Butterfly wings grew from behind Jinrinai. The people in the audience were shocked again, and started discussing Jinrinai's martial soul again. Yu Lingling looked at Jinrinai's soul skills, and couldn't help being a little surprised. The 9-Petal Immortal Lotus is the best plant-type martial spirit. Even her 9-hearted begonia must surrender to her. It is obviously a top-level auxiliary martial spirit. Why does it have the flying skill, and why is there still cold energy in Jinrinai's martial spirit? Be careful. Jinrinai had just stabilized his feet when the young man retreated to the previous position. The gem around his waist shone with a faint light. The next moment, a long sword appeared in his hand, and the long sword gleamed coldly. Now, it was extremely sharp. The boy turned the hilt of the sword, and the sword suddenly became crystal clear, as if carved from jade, exuding a dazzling light. He stabbed out with his sword. Jinrinai secretly used the soul fusion skill, and a familiar soft whip appeared in her hand. She waved the soft whip, and a sharp aura suddenly appeared. The young man showed joy, and between the swords, the two fought inseparably. The young man shot quickly and accurately, but he didn't mean to hurt Jinrinai. Although Jinrinai did not respond badly, the young man would find a gap every time going to put the long sword on her neck. The two went back and forth for more than a dozen rounds. During this period, the young man would always help Jinrinai adjust the gesture of holding the soft whip. He smiled at Jinrinai. His voice was like a mosquito, said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The physical fitness is still a bit weak, and you need to strengthen your exercise. After saying that, he let go of Jinrinai's hand, turned around a few times, and stopped firmly at the original position. Jinrinai looked at him with a little surprise. The feeling just now, seem, class is about to start. What are you still doing here? Why, there's no class, right? At this time, Ming Shenji came out of nowhere. He fell from the sky with a serious look on his face and landed between Jinrinai and the boy. He glared at the students who were still watching the show in the audience, and couldn't help but give a few lectures. The students were also very aware that they were all nobles, so they naturally wanted to save face for the teacher. They left the fighting spirit stage one after another, and went back to their classrooms to wait for the teacher to come to class with Ming Shenji standing in front of him. Jinrinai couldn't see the boy, so she stood there for a while, until Ming Shenji chased him away, and she reluctantly left the soul fighting stage. Your Highness, After there was no one around the soul fighting stage, Meng Shenji suddenly turned around and bowed to the blonde boy. Yes, this young man is none other than Prince Xiandao, Zhu King. The avatar on the face faded away, and a gentle and elegant face was displayed in front of Meng Shenji. Zhu King narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the direction where Jin Rinyu left, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Change her training to double, and if she can't finish, she won't be allowed to eat. Meng Shenji frowned slightly. Double? Still not allowed to eat? Your Highness, he felt something was wrong. The academy has always treated everyone equally, so how could they do such a different thing? And if they did, Jin Rinyu would probably be made things difficult among the students. Thinking that Jin Rinyu was only 10 years old, Meng Shenji still felt a bit unbearable. Your Highness, if you want to train that child more, maybe you can use other methods, and you don't need to be so radical, Meng Shenji suggested. The child is only 10 years old, and has not trained with Xiandao level students before. In my opinion, it is better to let her train additionally on the grounds of making up lessons. This can also achieve the goal. It's what His Highness expected. Well, since you know what I am expecting, let's do it accordingly. After 3 months, I will come to check on her situation in person. I hope that she will not disappoint me when the time comes. Zhu King raised his eyes thoughtfully to look at Meng Shenji. He smiled slightly, making it impossible to see what he was thinking at this time. After leaving these words, Zhu King disappeared in the academy. Meng Shenji sent her as a gift, and she couldn't help but feel that His Highness the Crown Prince took Jin Rinyu too seriously. When Jin Rinyu returned to the classroom, the teacher hadn't come yet. She sat back in her seat, but found that Yi Lingling, who had always been taciturn and not disturbed by the unexpected world, was staring at her all the time. Her eyes seemed to say, "Who are you?" The Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus is the best of the plant-type spirits. Not only can it absorb 9 spirit rings, but it also has the opportunity to awaken the soul skills of resurrection and purification when taking the purely auxiliary route. Such skills are something that Yi Lingling can't imagine. If she can also have 9 soul skills, how great would it be? Seeing Yi Lingling looking at her in a daze, Jin Rinyu didn't know why, but looking at her eyes, probably she wanted to get to know her. Thinking of this, Jin Rinyu stretched out her hand towards Yi Lingling. "Hi, my name is Jin Rinyu, what's your name?" Yi Lingling looked at Jin Rinyu's outstretched hand, her eyes wandering, and she was actually a little envious. She was silent for a while, and finally took her hand. "Yi Lingling, my name is Yi Lingling." End of this chapter. Chapter 21. I want to eat snail noodles. After getting acquainted with Yi Lingling, Jin Rinyu got to know Du Guyan naturally. The 3 of them went to school and ate together during this period. Jin Rinyu originally wanted to move to Du Guyan's dormitory, but Meng Shenji kept going. If she didn't agree, she had no choice but to give up. During the few months in the Wuhan Palace, Jin Rinyu's health improved a lot under Guangling's care, but compared to the soul masters of the same level who have been practicing since childhood, her physical fitness is still inferior. A lot of Zhu King is also grasping this point. When fighting against Jin Rinyu, he really felt that Jin Rinyu's strength is not bad, but this is just not bad, and he didn't know what Jin Rinyu was doing a few years ago. What? The foundation can be so weak that it is weaker than an 8-year-old child. The typical Kong has a strong soul skill, and it won't last long in a protracted battle. In the past few days, Meng Shenji personally supervised Jin Rinyu to complete the devil special training customized by the academy. Jin Rinyu complained endlessly, but thinking that this was her insistence, she had to go even if she was kneeling. Past another day when the sun was shining brightly, Yi Lingling and the others went to rest under the shade tree after running 100 laps. The entire class A, except for Jin Rinyu who needed additional training, the rest were training normally, so that Jin Rinyu so far, I only like to take theoretical classes from the bottom of my heart. It's been a month since the monthly increase, isn't it over yet? Under the scorching sun, Jin Rinyu, who was wearing a blue school uniform, was running slowly. Her face was already tanned red by the sun, and she was kicking vigorously. Beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead, temples, and chin. Her clothes were soaked, and she felt impatient, and she had scolded Meng Shenji from the TH generation of her ancestors to the TH generation of her ancestors. Meng Shenji sneezed several times under the big tree, thinking that he caught a cold last night. Her physical fitness is not that good, and she was at it in the middle. If she wants to catch up with the progress, I'm afraid she will have to train for half a month. Beside Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, who is like Yuji, took out a tissue from the soul guide and wiped the sweat on her face. She had memorized the content of Jin Rinyu's special training from the first day she knew Jin Rinyu, Those contents were all trained by them before. If she guessed right, Jin Renayu probably had to complete all the training before she could synchronize with them. Still have to train for half a month? Yi Lingling lowered her eyes, sighed slightly, and said nothing. She looked at Jin Renayu, feeling a little sympathetic to this girl who was 7 or 8 years younger than them. Perhaps because of the age difference, Du Yuyan was extra gentle to Jin Renayu, even if she was always indifferent to outsiders. Yu Xianhen, when facing Jin Renayu, he is also very humane. It seems that he really treats Jin Renayu as a younger sister. The day full of special training was very long. Yi Lingling and the others originally planned to wait for Yu Yu, but the theory class was about to start. Meng Shenji wouldn't let them stay here, so they had to wave to Jin Renayu. They waited until class was over before looking for her. Jin Renayu understood and responded to them with gestures. The bell rang, and Jin Renayu was the only one left in the entire playground. She sighed as she ran, only thinking that Meng Shenji was definitely trying to trick her on purpose. Even though the weather was so cool yesterday, the double extra training was not placed on yesterday. She insisted on picking a day with such a bright sun. This playground is like a steamer. She could feel her feet getting hot while wearing flat shoes. Although, the magic weapon needs to absorb sunlight. The weather is pretty good these days, with the sun coming in every now and then, so Jin Renayu didn't feel too hot when she slept at night, but if she always needs to absorb the sun's rays to suppress the flames, she thinks it's still too troublesome. Thinking of this, Jin Renayu couldn't help but see the star anise black ice grass and raging fire apricot in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai. Of these two celestial grasses, one possesses ultimate ice, and the other possesses top-level fire poison. From a certain level, they should be able to suppress the side effects of this magic weapon for her, or neutralize the side effects. The school will be on vacation for a month, and she will have to find a reason to follow Du Yuyan home. Considering Du Yubo's weird temperament, she can't guarantee that she can play with the old man. He is not a medical student, so he cannot cure his poison. After running laps around the playground, Jin Renayu ran straight to the grass and fell under a big shady tree. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving up and down, her beautiful eyes were filled with mist, and she couldn't see anything clearly at this time. A black shadow covered her skull. She pursed her lips, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Today you can leave school early and have a good rest. The supervisor finished it perfectly. Meng Shenji also cared about Jin Renayu, but what he didn't know was that Jin Renayu had already scolded him countless times in his heart. Although she doesn't like Meng Shenji very much, Jin Renayu waved her hands symbolically and said, "Got it, thank you teacher." Meng Shenji nodded, and afterward, this big wronged species who was used by Jin Ringsu to draw hatred disappeared in the playground. There was no one on the steaming playground. Jin Renayu sighed heavily after resting, and suddenly thought of Guangling a little bit. In the entire Wuhan Hall, she actually got along best with Guangling, even though Guangling always found something for her to do. Thinking about it, Jin Renayu suddenly heard a chill. Her eyes moved slightly, and she subconsciously looked in the direction where the coolness was coming from. When she turned around, that familiar face suddenly appeared in her sight. Grandpa Guangling. Jin Renayu was a little surprised. Why did she miss him? And he appeared. "Hey, old man's little Yu." Guangling originally wanted to surprise Jin Renayu, but she didn't expect Jin Renayu to be able to notice his silence. It seems that the young master arranged for her during this period. Special training is still very useful. Flying down from the sky, Guangling pulled up Jin Renayu, who was sitting on the grass. "Xiao Wu, how have you been recently?" He looked at Jin Renayu with a smile, and before Jin Renayu could answer, he grabbed her chin and looked left and right. Seeing that she seemed to be a little thinner, Guangling immediately put away her smile, frowned slightly, and pouted and said, "What's the matter? Why are you still thin? Did this poor academy treat you badly?" The sweat on Jin Renayu's face hadn't evaporated yet. Guangling, who had always been obsessed with cleanliness, didn't dislike her at all, and didn't care at all that Jin Renayu was actually a sweaty person at this time. But Jin Renayu shrank subconsciously. The face left Guangling's palm. "It's strange if you're not thin. I'm given extra training every day, but I don't even have the appetite to eat. If I don't lose weight, isn't that unacceptable? Extra training every day, no appetite for food?" Guangling pursed her lips. "Then the old man took you to eat spicy rabbit head. He came today specifically to say hello to Jin Ringsu." This was also the reason why Meng Shenji let Jin Renayu get out of school early. Upon hearing the rabbit head, Jin Renayu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "I don't really like eating rabbit heads very much." "Oh, that's it." Guangling nodded, and immediately tore up the spicy rabbit hut notebook he had memorized. He looked at Jinru. Then what do you like to eat? Can I take you out to eat? What do you like eating? Jinru thought about it. Fragrant and stinky snail noodles. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Lightling Brand Little Ice Stickers. Fragrant stinky snail powder? What it is? The little one likes to eat delicious and smelly things? Along the way, Guangling was thinking about what Jinru said to him. Jinru described to him the taste and method of snail noodles. However, what is snails? He has lived for decades. I have never heard of this thing. Could it be that there is one on Poseidon Island? Although Jinru had already said that he was lying, Guangling took it seriously. He thought that if his family hadn't eaten it, how could he describe that so-and-so powder so perfectly? Okay, there must be something like this. There must be. Hey, by the way, Big Brother has been to Sea God Island. Maybe Big Brother knows. Well, he should know. If he doesn't know, let him inquire about it. Hey, after making up his mind, Guangling no longer struggled with the matter. The streets of Xiandao City are always lively. There are many shops on the street, with dazzling signs and hawking sounds. The last time Jinru came to this place, Tang San and the others destroyed them before they had time to have fun. Now it's not easy. After getting into gap in the day, she had to eat, drink and have fun no matter what. Anyway, Guangling was rich. The walking money bag has been following Jinru. He looked left and right, and seemed to be more curious than Jinru about what the vendors here were selling. Grandpa Guangling, do you like this very much? A pair of white hands reached into Guangling's sight. Jinru picked up a string of bracelets that he had been staring at for a long time and couldn't help but ask, do you like it, little baby? Guangling looked up at Jinru with a smile on her face. His eyebrows were curved and his eyes seemed as deep as the sea, but there was a sense of playfulness in them, which made Jinru suddenly stared blankly, looking away for a moment, and did not give a timely reply. This bracelet is very suitable for this lady. Sir, it only costs 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins, you can take it home directly. It wasn't until the small vendor started selling his products that Jinru came back to his senses. Let me take a look, she responded and carefully looked at the string of bracelets in her hand. The whole body of the bracelet was emerald green and crystal clear. There were many golden silk patterns carved on it. It looked gorgeous yet elegant, but the color was not very suitable for Jinru's age. The little girl came to wear it. Jinru subconsciously looked at Guangling, not knowing what was going on in her mind. She took the bracelet and stroked it on her hand, and said, Grandpa Guangling, this probably isn't very suitable for me, but if I get older, a little bigger should be fine. Oh, that's liking. Guangling didn't understand the meaning of Jinru's words. He never cared whether it fits or not. As long as Jinru likes it, he can buy it. Anyway, he has plenty of money. If you run out of money, ask your elder brother and third brother what they want. Jinru nodded. I think you'll like it, then wrap it up for me. Guangling took out 10 gold soul coins with great enthusiasm. The street vendor's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there are such easy to deceive villains these days. He took the 10 gold soul coins with a smile. Then I quickly packed the bracelet. Here, miss, put it in a delicate small box, and the vendor handed the bag to Jinru. Jinru took it. Although she wanted to gossip about who the bracelet Guangling was going to give to, but when she thought that her precious time was limited, she still didn't say anything. Handing the bag back to Guangling, Jinru said, Here, Grandpa Guangling, remember to thank me. After saying that, the person continued walking forward. No. Guangling took the bag with confusion on her face. What happened? Why does his little baby want him to thank her? Shouldn't this be his little baby thanking him? Seeing people walking farther and farther away, Guangling didn't want to think about it anymore. He hurriedly caught up with Jinru, and the two continued to walk together. Along the way, Jinru bought a lot of things. Guangling just paid for it, and he kept it in his heart. Ask the eldest brother to reimburse the price of the items that Jinru has selected when he is going back, otherwise he alone will not be able to afford it. While walking, Guangling seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened the soul guide, took out a large and exquisite box, and handed it to Jinru calmly. Here, Yue, this is it's a gift I've prepared for you. Gift? Jinran tilted her head. She reached out to take the box and found it was a bit cold. She raised her eyes to look at Guangling and asked, "What is it?" Guangling looked up, with a strange expression on his face. "Didn't your body get hot before?" And the old man tried to make a small ice paste. "After you have this thing, you shouldn't have trouble falling asleep in the future." Small ice stickers. After hearing this, Jinran eyes lit up and she was a little surprised. She had been thinking that if there was no sunlight, she would not die from the heat at night. She didn't expect that Grandpa Xiao Wu would really trust her. With this thing, son, even if she didn't take those 2 fairy grasses, her flames shouldn't break out in a short time. Looking at the small stickers on the box, Jinran beamed. The Guangling brand small ice stickers are really good. In that case, I'll give you a gift too. Putting away the big box, Jinran pulled Guangling's hand quickly. Guangling's body trembled slightly, like an electric shock. "It is a mask I bought in a small town. I heard that after wearing it, I will find the person I like. Originally, I planned to leave it to my future CP, but today you gave me such an expensive gift, and I can't accept it in vain. I don't know if the mask is effective or not, but it should be useful. Oh, don't worry, I bought it for a gold soul coin anyway, and I'll give it to you as a thank you gift." What Jinran said was vague. Guangling didn't understand. He frowned slightly. What CP, what person he liked, what was useful or not, he didn't understand a word. However, this is the first gift his Xiao has given him. No matter what it is, just treat it like a treasure. Guangling picked up the mask and looked at it for a while. He didn't know why, but like Jinran, he also liked this evil ghost mask better. "Hey, it looks a bit ugly from a distance, but it looks good up close. You really deserve to be a little baby. You have really good eyesight." Putting the mask back into the soul guide, Guangling praised Jinran again. He didn't care about anything, as long as it was given by Jinran. Even if he didn't like it before, he likes it now. This girl is the little genius he abducted with great difficulty. He would only hold in his palm and pamper him. "Yeah, I think it looks good too." After receiving the approval, Jinran also smiled. She unconsciously took Guangling's arm and rubbed her head against his clothes, just like her little kitten, delicate and delicate. The look made Guangling couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his other hand and touched Jinran's head. He felt that since he had Jinran, his boring life seemed to have become different. "Got up, Yue. There is a high probability that there will be another chapter at night. If not, then there will be a chapter in the early morning. I have not adjusted my sleep schedule recently. I am sleepy. I am sleepy during the day and half asleep and half awake at night, which is painful. I've made an appointment for Yu's character design, and it will probably be out in the next 2 days. That person who said the brown-haired one-eyed monster, don't leave, just wait." End of this chapter. Chapter 23. I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs running. School was out at Xiandao Royal Academy. Yilingling and Douguyan searched for Jinran in the playground for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. They asked Yu Xianheng to go to the education committee to ask about Meng Shenji. After learning that Jinran had already school ended early and they didn't wait for anyone. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other again at this time. Sister Yanzi. Brother Xianheng. Sister Lingling. After hearing Du Guyan's voice, Jinran turned her head immediately. These 3 were Jinran's best classmates in the academy. She was young, so these 3 would let her do everything. Sometimes Du Guyan would ask Yu Xianheng brought her something delicious, which kept her from being too bored in the academy. Sister Yanzi, what a coincidence, I can meet you all here. Jinran immediately let go of Guangling's arm, and she opened her hands, heading straight to Du Guyan. The group of people and the 2 of them were only separated by a road. When Jinran ran towards Du Guyan also opened his arms and walked towards her. The 2 met and hugged each other. Jinran looked particularly happy. "This makes me even happier than when I received the gift just now, Yue." Du Guyan smiled slightly, and patted her on the back tenderly. "It's really a coincidence, but Lingling suggested to go this way, and we didn't expect to meet you." "Ah, the one who knows me is Sister Lingling." Jinran held Du Guyan in her arms and blinked at Yilingling. Yilingling averted her eyes in embarrassment and remained silent. When Yu Xianheng saw this, he just smiled helplessly, shook his head and said nothing. "Ah, Sister Yanzi, you don't know that smelly old man gave me 4 times more training today. 4 times. I ran for 3 hours, but I'm exhausted. Also, the old man told me last time that because there is not enough time now, he actually asked me to sleep less at night and let me use my sleep time to train. I turned my back and gave him a supercilious look, and there's, Jin Renai chattered endlessly. She held Du Yuyan's hand, and what she said was basically complaining about Ming Shenji, every mouthful of a stinky old man. It was enough to see that she really didn't like Ming Shenji very much. Du Yuyan also listened patiently to her complaining about something, and sometimes she would chime in. The two of them smiled lightly. Jin Renai would whisper to Du Yuyan from time to time. The expression on Du Yuyan's face was also very exciting. There seemed to be a lot of secrets between the two of you. And the people on both sides of the road were left behind by what you said to me. The deep affection between sisters was originally something to be happy about, but after being let go of his hand, Guangling always felt empty in his heart, especially when he saw that there was no trace of impurity in Jin Renai's smile. He suddenly realized that Jin Renai was not don't ask for his company in this regard. He didn't know what expression to put on to look at this pair of sisters who cherished each other. To be honest, he felt it was the acid of heartache, not the acid of envy. Sister Yanzi, let me introduce to you, that is my grandfather, Guangling. Jin Renai leaned into Du Yuyan's ear and said. When she introduced Guangling, she looked back at him with a crooked look on her face. Curved smile is particularly healing. Guangling was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly put away the unsightly expression on his face. He looked away, trying not to look so fierce, but with his expressionless face, he was a cold stone. Du Yuyan followed Jin Renai's line of sight, and nodded politely, but Guangling moved her gaze away, and naturally she couldn't see the salute. Du Yuyan didn't feel embarrassed, as if she was used to it. Renai whispered in her ear, your grandfather is just like mine. They are very indifferent to outsiders. The interaction between Guangling and Jin Renai just now was seen by Du Yuyan and the others. If it weren't for the fact that she was really not sure that the person wearing a smart outfit was Jin Renai, she would not have called out to confirm Jin Renai took off her school uniform when she left the academy. She has always disliked school uniforms as ugly, so it's normal that she doesn't like to wear them. Really, your grandfather is like this too? Jin Renai pretended to be surprised and asked about Du Yubo. By the way, my grandfather is a titled Douluo. Is your grandfather also a titled Douluo? The two had known each other for a month, and hit it off right away, but they haven't told each other about their families and identities. When it comes to this today, Du Yuyan didn't hide it. Yeah, my grandfather is also a titled Douluo. Oh, it seems that titled Douluo are all of this bird nature, Jin Renai said innocently. You? Du Yuyan smiled helplessly. She poked Jin Renai's forehead and said, don't talk nonsense. HMPH, I got it. Jin Renai pouted, and then waved to Guangling. Grandpa Guangling, these are my friends. Do you want to get to know them? Guangling had a very cold expression on his face. He glanced at Du Yuyan and the others. He originally had no intention of getting to know the juniors, but, Yu, brother bought you a bell. Do you like it? Yu Shai and Hang saw Guangling's indifference, and in order not to embarrass Jin Renai, he took out a gift box from the soul guide and walked towards Jin Renai and Du Yuyan. I bought this at the jewelry store just now. If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one you like next time. How could Jin Renai not be happy after receiving 2 gifts in one day? Thank you, brother. She took the gift box from Yu Shai and Hen. Inside was a silver bell. The quality was very good. At first glance, it was obvious that the money was spent. The smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Jin Renai was so cute. Yu Shai and Heng couldn't help but subconsciously reached out and touched her head, and said with a gentle smile, it's just as long as you like it. At this moment, Guangling, who was originally on the other side of the road, suddenly ducked behind Jin Renai and pulled him into his arms. Huh? Jin Renai bumped into Guangling's arms. Her firm chest was warm and powerful. She couldn't help but whispered, Grandpa Guangling. Guangling's complexion didn't look very good. He frowned, and seemed to have deep hostility towards Yu Shai and Heng want to dig his cabbages. Court Death sensing something was wrong with the person in front of her, Jin Renai quickly grabbed Guangling's clothes, frowned slightly, and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, Grandpa Guangling, they are my friends and treat me very well, don't hurt them. After hearing this, Guangling frowned even tighter. Could it be that his little baby likes this man who is not as good looking as him? Hello, senior, under Du Yuyan's soft notification, Yu Shai and Heng also knew that the person in front of them was Jin Renai's grandfather. The 2 of them were well bred, no matter what Guangling thought of them. As juniors, they still bowed first. It was at this time that Guangling discovered that Du Yuyan and Yu Shai and Heng were actually a young couple. The little actions between the 2 of them are extremely ambiguous. Even though Guangling has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. He's sure that these two juniors are definitely a couple. That, he looked down at Jin Renai. Did he misunderstand? Remember to follow up. Remember to vote for me. Small theater. One day, Yu was shopping with Du Yuan and ran into Yu Xianheng and Yu Xiangxin. In order not to disturb the young couple, Yu and Yu Xiangxin walked together. The two chatted happily. At this time, Zheng Mo, who was going out, saw it and immediately told Guangling the news. Guangling was furious, called his brothers and headed straight to the moonlit Xiandao city. In the end, Yu Xiangxin and Yu were surrounded by several tidal Douluo moon. Yu Xiangxin. Many years later, Yu Xiangxin attended Yu's wedding Yu for an interview. How did you feel back then, Yu Xiangxin? It's all lies to say I'm not afraid. I've been hiding from you for so many years, and finally I waited until my lover finally got married. Finish. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Heaven. The Great Battle of the Soul Field. She had never seen Guangling being murderous towards a young man she had never met. In order to understand why, Jin Renai pulled Guangling aside and whispered it was okay if he didn't understand it. Once he understood it, Jin Renai was stunned. God, she likes Yu Xianheng. Jin Renai's face turned dark for a while, and Guangling originally didn't want to mention it again, but his Jiayu kept asking, but he had no choice but to confirm it, so he said what he was thinking without hesitation out. Listening to what Guangling said, Jin Renai didn't know what to say for a while. She clutched her forehead and sighed back and forth several times. She really didn't understand why Guangling's brain circuit was so different. After explaining the matter clearly, Guangling naturally had a good look at Yu Xianheng and the others. Jin Renai has friends, and he thinks it is something to be happy about. Although he couldn't accept Jin Renai's sudden letting go of his hand at first, after calming down, he found that it was not that hard to accept. My heart is to want Jin Renai to be happy. Now that Jin Renai has her own friends, she is indeed very happy. Even if her heart is a little empty, as long as Yue is happy, isn't that enough? I don't know how much inner construction and comfort I gave myself in my heart, so Guangling didn't seem so sad. He followed Jin Renai every step of the way. Even if the girls wanted to whisper to each other, he would not leave Tai. Far along the way, the group of 5 people, Yi Lingling and Yu Xianheng, were pushed to the side. Next to Jin Renai, there was Du Yuan holding hands on one side, and Guangling with a strong aura on the other. It was obvious that there was no room for them to wait for each other. Yu Xianheng wanted to get closer to Du Yuan, but as soon as he got close to Du Yuan, the bright eyes would be cast towards him. Although he was reasonable, the other party was a tidal Douluo with a suppressed level, so he chose to keep his distance. Yi Lingling was speechless, but her heart was like a mirror. She doesn't want to talk. Walking through the long street full of people, seeing that it was getting late, Du Yuan seemed to remember something. She moved Jin Renai's arm and said, Yu, didn't you say you wanted to fight last time? The Soul Field, just right, we are going there today. Do you think you want to go with us, and register information by the way? A few days ago, Yu Xianheng learned that Jin Renai would temporarily join their team and take Yu Feng's place. Unsurprisingly, Yu Feng was squeezed into the substitute position. Yu Xianheng disagreed with this at first, but their leading teacher Qin Ming accurately pointed out the gap between Yu Feng and Jin Renai. Yu Xianheng disagreed life and death, but there is only one official team member, and this quota can only be replaced by someone with stronger strength. Under Yu Xianheng's arguments, Qin Ming gave a fair solution. Who becomes the official team member will be determined based on the number of 1 vote 1 wins in fighting spirit. Yu Xianheng was gagged, but he felt that it was unfair to Jin Renai. After all, Yu Feng's victory was there. If Jin Renai wanted to surpass him, he would have to spend a certain amount of time fighting. Recently, after telling Du Yuan about this matter, Du Yuan also found it difficult to deal with. On one side was his teammate, and on the other side was his sister, who hit it off right away. No matter which one he chose, Yu Xianheng, the captain, would be wrong. Du Yuan couldn't be more aware of Yu Feng's angry bird. If he doesn't do this, he won't be convinced to lose, so this matter can only be difficult for Jin Renai. Speaking of the soul fighting field, Jin Renai thought that when she watched the real-time monitoring recently, the Shrek 7 monsters weren't already engaged in a 1 vote 1 battle. If her calculations are correct, there will probably be a team battle between the Royal Fighter Team and the Shrek 7 monsters before the Academy goes on vacation. The members of the Royal Fighting Team are all owners of the Silver Fighting Badge, and their average level is even above level 35. While the current average soul power level of the Shrek 7 monsters is only level, and there are even 3 members without the 3rd ring, Jin Renai couldn't figure it out at the time. Why did the Huangdao team lose? Just because Xiao Wu is injured enough, even the title Douluo will be crippled? To be honest, it's outrageous. Whenever she thinks of this, Jinru Niu can't help but roll her eyes a few more times. Damn Tang San, damn Shrek, hateful, extremely hateful. Sensing that the people around her had strong resentment, Du Yuyan thought she had said something she shouldn't have said. She quickly said, Yu, if you don't want to go today, we can go another day. No, I'm going, Jinru Niu said. She looked at Du Guyan and showed a sweet smile. Sister Yanzi, I'll go with you. Okay. Although she felt weird, Du Guyan still agreed and organized her words. She suddenly took Jinru Niu's hand and said, Yu, there's something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Jinru Niu asked. Du Guyan was silent for a while, and told the matter of Jinru Niu and Yufeng's competition in the most concise words. After saying this, she did not forget to explain for Yu Xianheng, Yu, Xianheng didn't mean to target you, but Xiao Niao really needs an explanation. If Xianheng doesn't object at all, it doesn't matter to you or to him. In fact, it will have some impact, and it was in order to convince Xiao Niao that teacher Qin Ming proposed this solution. Yes, I understand, Sister Yanzi. Jinru Niu didn't realize that she would be forcibly inserted into the Huangdao team, and directly squeezed Yufeng as a substitute. If she was replaced by Yufeng, she would not accept it. Qin Ming's solution seems to favor Yufeng, but Jinru Niu also understands the story of the tortoise and the hare in terms of Yufeng's temperament. He really may not be able to compare with the hard-working Jinru Niu. No one knows Jinru Niu's true strength, which is why Du Guyan is worried about her. Jinru Niu is now level 32, and she is the lowest in the entire Imperial fighting team. Jinru Niu knew better than anyone else that the solution proposed by Qin Ming was actually the best of both worlds. First, she, Jinru Niu, can improve her strength through soul fighting. Second, if she, Jinru Niu, can really beat Yufeng in victory in a short period of time, then Yufeng will have nothing to say, and nothing to say. This is not only a fair solution, but also a test for Jinru Niu. Jinru Niu was happy to accept it. Guangling on the side felt a little unfair after hearing this, but seeing Jinru Niu accepting it readily, he had nothing to say. Following Du Guyan and the others to the soul fighting arena, Guangling suppressed his aura and soul power level. Accompanied by Yu Lingling, Jinru Niu went through the registration procedures, while Yu Xianheng, Guangling and Du Guyan first went to sit in the auditorium of the Fighting Spirit Arena. The fighting spirits in the Fighting Spirit field are divided into three categories. One is game, that is to learn from each other. It is forbidden to kill with cruel hands. The other is a life and death struggle, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last type is a gambling battle, with a great soul fighting arena as the referee. Both sides of the gambling battle send an equal number of soul masters to compete, and the final winner will get everything in the bet. Gambling fights are first and foremost life and death fights. Many nobles and clans often use this method when they have huge conflicts with each other. There are also three types of competitions in the soul fighting arena: 1v1, 2v2, and team battles. Among them, the number of people in the team battle was negotiated and stipulated. According to the rules of the Great Soul Arena, it is generally within the limit of 7 to 10 people in the big soul fighting arena. Only those who have won more than 5 games in a row, the level of the fighting spirit badge is high to a certain level, or the level of the soul master is extremely high, can compete in the main soul fighting arena. At present, Jinru Niu has just registered, and her level is not outstanding. She can't go to the main fighting arena to compete. Therefore, she can only win 5 games in a 1v1 streak in the division to get the ticket to enter the main fighting arena. Yu Lingling accompanied Jinru Niu to fill in all the information, and after receiving the badge, the two went to the waiting room of the sub-area of Jinru Niu's level. Beating these people outside is almost the same as beating Little Piggy. She doesn't even need to activate her martial soul. Just direct hand-to-hand combat and the use of magic weapons are enough to achieve a record of 5 consecutive victories. Yu Xianheng and the others were watching the match in the main fighting spirit field, and after a while, Yu Lingling brought Jinru Niu to them. It's over? Yu Xianheng was a little surprised at Jinru Niu's speed. Du Guyan looked at Yu Lingling and was also a little surprised. Yu Lingling nodded and sat down in the empty seat next to Yu Xianheng. Grandpa Guangling, Sister Yanzi. The seat between Du Guyan and Guangling was reserved for Jinru Niu. Jinru Niu chuckled and said something in Du Guyan's ear after sitting down. Du Guyan raised his eyebrows slightly and said brightly, "Really? Really, I'm going to have a fight?" Jinru Niu answered with a smile, and Du Guyan nodded without saying anything. He just said, "Then be careful. I will ask Xianheng to go to the betting area to place bets later." "Okay, thank you, Sister Yanzi." With a lingering smile, Jin Renai hugged Du Yuyan's arm. She leaned on Du Yuyan's shoulder and nuzzled her, like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Guangling on the side couldn't help but feel a little disgusted when he saw this. He pouted, thinking that he was obviously next to this girl. Why didn't this girl know to come and stick with him? On the stage, a contest of soul fighting was over, and the audience cheered loudly, their blood boiling. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jin Renai let go of Du Yuyan's hand, turned her head and patted Guangling and asked, "Grandpa Guangling, I'm going to play a game. Do you want to make a bet?" "Bet?" Guangling, who was still sulking, glanced at Jin Renai and said, "Go." Of course. After finishing speaking, he took out a bag of gold soul coins from his pocket and handed it to Jin Renai. "Baby, take it and place a bet. I lost a lot elsewhere, but at least I want to earn some face in terms of money, right?" He didn't believe that Jin Renai's good sister could still come up with several bags of gold soul coins. Good. Jin Renai took the money bag and handed it to Yu Xianheng. "Brother Xianheng, I leave it to you." Yu Xianheng nodded, then got up and left the auditorium. Jin Renai didn't stay long. Before leaving, she whispered something to Guangling, and they went to the waiting room. "Everyone, welcome to the Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena." At this time, a man wearing a tuxedo dress flew into the air on a cloud. He combed his back and held a microphone in his hand. It is not difficult to know that he is today's host. His head was so dazzling that the people in the auditorium saw nothing but a ball glowing with white light floating. Next, there will be a competition between Moonlight and the Silky Rabbit, who have just won 5 consecutive victories in the division. Audiences. Betting is available for this competition. You are welcome to go to the betting area to place your bets. The host happily announced a battle, and as soon as the words fell, there was a huge commotion in the audience. The soft-bone charm rabbit? Is that the little rabbit who has never been defeated in a 1v1 match? Yu Guang? Who is Yu Guang? A new soul master? I have watched so many games here, but I have never seen Yu Guang. It's probably a newcomer, and I don't know how strong it is, but that little rabbit is a soul master. She hasn't failed yet, so I'll bet on her. Well, you're right, I'll keep her safe too. The chirping discussions rang in Guangling's ears, and Guangling was a little impatient. This group of ignorant people, if you don't bet on his little baby, just wait to lose money. At the other end of the auditorium, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a little strange when they learned that Xiao Wu still had a competition. Their competition is obviously over today. Why is the little dance party temporarily added? The two looked at each other, and it was obvious that Xiao Wu had not told them about this matter at this time. Ma Hongjin, who had just finished the game, bit into his bun and swaggered into the auditorium from another entrance. "Boss Dai, third brother, and sister Xiao asked me to tell you that the person in charge of the soul fighting arena has found her, discussed with her that as long as she can beat the new guy, she will be given half of the winning funds, so she has to add a temporary match." What? After hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but frown. The betting field was not a safe place. How could Xiao Wu agree to such a thing? Previously, Tang San and the others were removed from wanted status under the protection of the Kibao Glazed sect, but Tang San also paid a certain price of resources for this. Although he also made money from the Kibao Glazed sect, the price was relatively low. However, no matter how low it was, the money he earned was enough for him and Xiao Wu to live a good life. Why should Xiao Wu do such a dangerous thing? Sex thing? Seeing that Tang San's face was not very good looking, Mo Hongjin also forcibly comforted him. "Brother San, Miss Xiao is a soul master, she is so strong, so we don't have to worry. I have already inquired about it just now, and I heard that the other party is just a soul master of level 32, and the martial soul is nothing impressive, it's just a plant type. With Xiao Wu's strength, it's a piece of cake." After saying that, he patted his chest and said, "I believe Miss Xiao Wu, she went to the betting area to bet just now." Thinking of earning more gold soul coins to go to Xiangxi and Ginnan, Mo Hongjin felt very happy. As long as he has money, he doesn't need to rub Daimyo Bei. Save Daimyo Bei always ordering something not so beautiful for him. Mo Hongjin's face danced brightly. Zuzu took a look at him innocently, and immediately turned his head away. She already knew that Daimyo Bei and Mo Hongjin often went to Gaolin. Now she only felt that these two men were extremely disgusting. Talking to them more was dirtying her mind. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong still didn't know what happened, but there was a high probability that Daimyo Bei and Ma Hongjin provoked Zhu Zhuqing. She looked at the show. But she didn't know what she was thinking. Xiao Wu has already accepted the competition. Tang San has nothing to do. He can only hope that Xiao Wu's opponent is not very strong, but for some reason, he always has a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that he can see Tang Yue here today. Softbone Charming Rabbit, Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit, Level 32 Sensitive Attack Department Battle Soul Master. 13 consecutive victories, no defeat. Under the introduction of the host, Xiao Wu entered the soul fighting stage from one entrance. The audience screamed loudly, shouting "must win" and Softbone Charm Rabbit at the same time. The battle was really lively. The entire Great Soul Fighting Arena, the light shone on Xiao Wu, who greeted the audience enthusiastically, and then waved her hands in the direction of Tang San and the others, indicating that they didn't need to worry. Tang San didn't speak, but Ma Hongjin responded to Xiao Wu and shouted loudly, "Sister Xiao Wu, come on, you must win." The sound was deafening, but fortunately the audience was already excited, so it didn't appear that they had a conspicuous person here. Daimyo Bei's face beside Ma Hongjin was already very dark. He looked at Ma Hongjin speechlessly. If it weren't for the fact that fighting is not allowed here, he would really beat up Ma Hongjin and throw him out now. The next person to appear is our new contestant, Moonlight. The host enthusiastically introduced, Moonlight, Wuhan, Nine-Petal Immortal Lotus, Level 32 Control System War Soul Master. 5 consecutive wins in the field, no defeat. When the lights were turned on, Jin Renai wore a ghost mask and entered Xiao Wu's entrance to the soul fighting stage. At the same time, the audience was not as excited as before, but was discussing Jin Renai's martial spirit, Nine-Petal Fairy Lotus? What kind of martial spirit is that? A lotus flower? Can lotus flowers still be used for cultivation? I don't know. How does the lotus cultivate? No matter how much you cultivate, isn't it still a waste of martial soul? Hey. That means there is no suspense. I just bet 3 gold soul coins. Me too. I bet a lot. It seems I'm sure to make a profit this time. Most of the audience burst into joy. Only Tang San and the others, when they saw the familiar mask, their pupils shrank suddenly. Xiao Wu. What? Ma Hongjin was not present in the Green Forest Town group. He was not familiar with the mask. What's going on? Is that person Xiao Wu? He turned to look at Oscar, trying to get an accurate answer from his good brother. Oscar was silent for a while, then nodded. It's her, I'll go. Ma Hongjin exclaimed, didn't Xiao Wu only have level 10, why did she suddenly become level 32? Daimyo Bei looked at him speechlessly. Did he think that what he told Ma Hongjin before was just a fart? Ninrongrong was not sure that Jin Renai was Tang Yue, but according to what happened last time, Xiao Wu might not be able to beat this person who looked like Tang Yue. Frowning slightly, Tang San couldn't help feeling a little worried in his heart. Although it is said that the Soul Masters of the Agility Attack System have an advantage over the Soul Masters of the Control System in terms of nature, and Xiao Wu is a beast spirit, no matter from which aspect, she is better than Xiao Wu. But last time Xiao Wu's soul ability is not like a control type, but a bit like a power attack type. As for the powerful attack type spirit masters, they restrained the agile attack type spirit masters. This was what Tang San was worried about. Unlike Tang San, Zhu Huqing was more worried about Jin Renai's situation. The reason why Xiao Wu was defeated last time was because she underestimated Jin Renai. Now that she is prepared, this situation is no longer the same as last time, not to mention, Xiao Wu has a hidden weapon given by Tang San. Thinking of this, Zhu Huqing couldn't help but frown. She subconsciously raised her eyes to glance at Tang San, only to find that Tang San had been staring at Xiao Wu. Of the two people, he seemed to be more worried about Xiao Wu. Zhu Huqing wanted to say, if you don't care about it, don't pretend to have deep feelings. It's really annoying to be so vacillating and uneven in a bowl of water on the soul fighting stage. When Xiao Wu saw that her opponent was Jin Renai, she couldn't help but tremble. She still remembered the pain Jin Renai brought her last time. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Wuji found an auxiliary soul master to treat her that day, she might not be able to get off the ground for a month. Old and new grudges were intertwined, and Xiao Wu didn't bother to introduce herself. She released her soul power and opened her soul ring. A pair of rabbit ears grew out of her head, her eyes were red, and her heroic little face was filled with murderous intent. After the host called the start, she immediately rushed towards Jin Renai. Jin Renai immediately released her soul power. 3 yellow and black soul rings appeared, and the audience burst into flames. The third soul skill, teleportation. Still the same as last time, Xiao Wu took advantage of the agility attack system Soul Master and flashed directly to Jinrinayu's side, but this time she didn't face Jinrinayu directly, but chose her back end. Knowing that the charm skill may not be able to control Jinrinayu, Xiao Wu is ready to use the first soul skill directly. A pair of delicate beautiful legs hooked towards Jinrinayu's neck, and at the moment Xiao Wu was about to activate the soul skill, Jinrinayu also used the second soul skill at the same time, Dai Wu Pian Pian. Ice blue butterfly wings grow from the back. These are extremely beautiful wings, blue and white, with pink light exuding from the surface. The audience was shocked for a while, and even the host with a glowing head opened his eyes wide and said wow. For a long time knowing about Jinrinayu's soul skills as early as in Greenwood Town, Xiao Wu's eyes tightened, thinking that Jinrinayu wanted to fly into the air, so she immediately changed direction and prepared to attack from above. This time, she will never lose to Jinrinayu again. The first soul skill, Waist Bow. The beautiful legs were thrown from the sky, Jinrinayu raised her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, bang. Let me reiterate, having CP doesn't mean we were together from the beginning. It's true that you and Ling are CP, but they didn't get together until very late, and they might even wait until they become demigods or queens. Excuse me, Cheng, is the age difference between God and Empress a problem? No matter how bad it is, the two have been together for more than 10 years and are attracted to each other. Is there a problem? If you still think there's a problem, I don't bother to say it, just go out and turn left. In addition, the progress of this book is not so fast. It is expected to end after Yu Chengshan. Finally, don't support the article, it will kill the author. Recently in PK, remember to vote if you have a vote. Over. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Bully my sister, I'll shock you to death. A loud sound resounded through the entire soul fighting arena, and a strong wind blew, and the host on the clouds in the sky was blown away by the wind for a long distance. There was a cloud of dust in front of his eyes, and he never expected that there would be a gap between the two soul masters. The fighting aura can reach this level. The protective barrier of the fighting spirit field was opened, and the auditorium burst into excitement. Yu Xianheng and Du Yuyan looked at each other and smiled, as if they had expected this result a long time ago. On Tang San's side, Zhu Huqing and him were both nervous. Although Mu Bei and the others were not nervous, the surprise in their eyes was no less than that of other audience members. Can the protective barrier of the fighting spirit field be opened? Is this really something that can be done between two soul masters? So hard. On the soul fighting stage, Xiao Wu, who was planning to use the first soul skill, kicked Jinrinayu's butterfly wings, and the blue and white butterfly wings wrapped Jinrinayu tightly the moment Xiao Wu kicked it off. In it, so that Xiao Wu failed to attack Jinrinayu, but she suffered a dull loss. The butterfly's wings were extremely hard, even Xiao Wu's heavy kick with her leg couldn't break this protection. Xiao Wu was not reconciled, and continued to attack Jinrinayu. The pink light flickered in the air, but her attack was just a tickle to Jinrinayu, and her pair of beautiful wings were not damaged at all. Tired of kicking, Xiao Wu realized that Jinrinayu's strength was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She frowned slightly, she turned over, put her hands on the ground, and retreated to where she was originally standing. It won't do her any good to keep going on like this. Instead of wasting energy, it's better to force Jinrinayu out. What kind of a hero is hiding behind the wings? If you have the ability to fight with dignity, Tang Yue, don't you think you're just going to shrink your head? Turtle? Xiao Wu's irritating words sounded in Jinrinayu's ears, and Jinrinayu snorted coldly, since you want to fight, then I won't be polite. Sure enough, the next moment, the wings wrapped around Jinrinayu slowly opened. Jinrinayu pulled down the stalk under the wings, and the wings dissipated in an instant, and then 3 icy prisms appeared in the center of her palm. The ice, the prism and the stalk fused together, transforming into a silvery white longsword. Jinrinayu held the longsword and inserted it into the ground. The ground instantly froze, and the cold air overflowed, approaching Xiao Wu. Little rabbit, were you happy just now? The pink air shadow in the right eye became more and more obvious, the corners of Jinrinayu's lips raised slightly, and an extremely cold aura exuded from her body. With a blessing of the evil ghost mask, Jinrinayu now looks like a bird that just crawled out of Hull Ghost. Not good. The frost hit, Xiao Wu had no way to avoid it, she frowned. The third soul skill, teleportation. After the words fell, a person suddenly appeared in the sky, the first soul skill, waist bow. The childish face is full of killing intent. Xiao Wu finds the right time, as long as she can lock Jinrinayu, she will win. The first soul skill, Thousand Ju Bingling. 3 ice ridges appeared in Jin Renai's hand again. Xiao Wu was on top of her. The two looked at each other, as if they were enemies. Jin Renai smiled slightly, launched the icy edge to attack Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu secretly thought something was wrong, immediately turned over and dodged. Taking advantage of this gap, Jin Renai raised her foot and kicked Xiao Wu in the stomach. You are proud that you haven't been beaten, right? Well. Xiao Wu was kicked flying. Her little face was a little shocked, but thinking of Tang San and the others still watching, she quickly adjusted her state and landed safely in an instant. As soon as she landed, she found that Jin Renai was looking at her provocatively not far away. Even though she was wearing a ghost mask, Xiao Wu still caught the provocation emanating from her body. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, trembling with anger. The facial features on her face began to distort a little. She touched the hidden weapon Tang San gave her on her wrist, and a vicious thought came to her heart. Tang Yue, accept the move. Xiao Wu charged towards Jin Renai again. The two people's attacks were like lightning. With a series of punches and kicks, the scene changed rapidly. In an instant, Jin Renai had already stepped on the corner of the ground, while Xiao Wu was attacking quickly. She went all out and made no move. Mercy, in terms of attack power, she is much higher than Jin Renai. As an agility attack type soul master, her speed is also faster than Jin Renai. However, Jin Renai did not retreat as the two of them went back and forth. It was Xiao Wu who suffered any damage. He frequently used teleportation, and his soul power consumption was a bit unable to keep up. Xiao Wu's strength was almost all concentrated on the strength of her feet. At the same time, the martial spirit of Softbone Rabbit was very good in terms of flexibility. She kept using her advantages to lock Jin Renai's neck, but Jin Renai's reaction was not slow either. After training at the Xiandao Royal Academy for a whole month, her physical fitness and reaction ability were much better than before. The battle between the two people went back and forth, and the contest gradually became extremely fierce, with fists and kicks. Holding hands, under the interplay of light and shadow, neither of the two gave way to the other. However, Jin Renai still retained most of her strength, while Xiao Wu, except for the hidden weapon in her hand, had almost all other moves been used by Jin Renai. Jin Renai retreated, and the ground was frozen. She pulled out the silver sword inserted on the fighting spirit platform, and the flames burned in her hand, and poured the flame into the silver sword. Suddenly, blue and white flames emerged from the sword. Jin Renai waved the silver sword. Jian, the aura was extremely powerful. The two looked at each other. Xiao Wu bit her lips tightly, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. She knew that after this move, she might not be able to stand up again, but she would not just lose like this. She must drag Jin Renai into the water, for sure. Fierce battles on the stage, intense discussions off the stage. The competition has reached a fever pitch, and the soul masters in the auditorium are all discussing. It's been a long time since I've seen such a refreshing competition. This moonlight is really impressive. Who said it wasn't? I thought the Lotus martial spirit was just an ordinary plant-type waste martial spirit. I didn't expect it to be so special by this girl. It's really surprising. Hey. I'm afraid this soft-boned charming rabbit is about to lose. I bet her a few gold soul coins just now. Me too, I bet too. Judging from the current situation, I feel that my golden soul coin will be lost. Exclamations and complaints were intertwined, but Guangling on the seat smiled happier than anyone else. He knew that his little baby was the strongest, and it was just a 10-year-old soul beast in rigid form. How could it be possible? Can beat his family UI? What a daydream. Seeing that the battle was about to be decided, Guangling also stood up to move his limbs. After sitting for a long time, his waist felt a little uncomfortable. Not worried here, but anxious over there. It was already a certainty that Xiao Wu could not beat Jin Renai. Ma Hongjin was worried about his golden soul coins and at the same time praying for Xiao Wu to win. He put his hands together and worshipped the heaven and the earth. Oscar was speechless for a while, only feeling that this conspicuous bag was particularly embarrassing. Is Xiao Wu going to lose? Even though she was only an auxiliary system soul master, Ning Rongrong could see Xiao Wu's weakness on the field. Jin Renai's soul skills are too special. Even though Xiao Wu restrains her, she also restrains Xiao Wu. In Ning Rongrong's view, if Xiao Wu has flying soul skills or external soul bones, then this will be a big battle. There will be a different ending, but Xiao Wu has nothing, and now the field has been controlled by Jin Renai. No matter how hard she struggles, It is the end of her strength as a roommate in the same dormitory. Ning Rongrong still didn't want Xiao Wu to lose. She pursed her lips, hoping that a miracle would happen at this time. No, that's not right. Zhu Xiuqing frowned slightly. Xiao Wu had stopped making any moves on the field, but she seemed to be waiting for something. She looked at Jin Renai firmly with her small face. Jin Renai waved her long sword, but, planning to let the dead rabbit go easily, she held her sword and faced Xiao Wu. Tang San exclaimed, "No! Xiao Wu!" At the same time, Zhu Xiuqing stood up quickly. "No! Xiao Wu wants to use a hidden weapon. Xiao Wu! Stop!" Boom! The silver sword slashed down, and cracks appeared on the fighting spirit stage in an instant. The host's palm shook slightly, and the microphone almost fell off. Fortunately, he left the soul fighting stage ahead of schedule. Xiao Wu rolled on the fighting spirit stage, and in the white mist, her body hit the ground fiercely, and her clothes were rubbed to pieces. I don't know how long it took. When the host saw that the person standing was Jin Renai at that moment, he excitedly announced, "In this battle, moonlight wins. Wow wow! Moonlight! Moonlight! Moonlight!" The passionate draw came to an end, and the auditorium burst into excitement. Even if most people lost their bets, they might see such a wonderful competition. Even if they spent some gold soul coins, it would definitely not be a loss. They stood up and kept shouting the word moonlight, and they had already firmly remembered this dark horse in their hearts. At the same time, in the corner of the auditorium, a man in black robe was about to leave the Great Spirit Fighting Arena after watching the game. His eyes stayed on Tang San for a while, and then looked at the stage. Jin Renai thought of something, a light flashed in his eyes. And then he turned around and left this place the moment the protective barrier disappeared. Tang San rushed towards Xiao Wu without hesitation. Zhu Xiuqing followed closely, but the two ran in opposite directions. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong followed after hesitating for a while in Tang San's footsteps. Oscar followed Ning Rongrong. Dai Bei stood still and didn't move. Ma Hongjin was only thinking about his golden soul coins. Now he has no heart to care about others. Little dance. Tang San rushed forward, picked up Xiao Wu who had fallen several somersaults on the ground. Xiao Wu's face was scratched a bit. Her delicate skin was covered with dust. There were many broken skin wounds all over her body. Her clothes were a little bit not neat, revealing a different kind of spring. Seeing this, Tang San frowned slightly, quickly took off his coat and covered Xiao Wu. He hugged Xiao Wu, his face filled with distress, stretching out his hand to caress the wound on Xiao Wu's face. His eye sockets tremblingly began to moisten. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were also very worried. They looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say. This is a soul fighting competition. Even if he is injured, it is impossible to go to someone to settle accounts. Not to mention, the other party is Tang Yue's person, whom Tang San personally confirmed. Yu. Several people surrounded Xiao Wu. Only Zhu Xiuqing ran towards Jin Renai wholeheartedly. If she read correctly, Xiao Wu definitely used a hidden weapon on Jin Renai just now, and hurting someone with a hidden weapon is more painful than hurting someone with a soul skill. Rather than worrying about a Xiao Wu who only suffered skin trauma, Zhu Xiuqing was more afraid of Jin Renai being hit. The hidden weapon Xiao Wu used, she is well aware of how powerful the hidden weapon is. Even if it is the Soul Emperor, he may not be able to get good results from the hidden weapon. When Zhu Xiuqing grabbed Jin Renai's arm, Jin Renai's body couldn't help leaning back. Yu. She quickly pulled up Jin Renai, and let someone lean on her shoulder. Yu. Zhu Xiuqing yelled anxiously. She patted Jin Renai's back lightly, just wanting Jin Renai to respond to her. Moon. In the audience, Guangling also noticed something was wrong. He hurriedly ducked behind Jin Renai and snatched her from Zhu Xiuqing's arms. Little Moon. Guangling called anxiously, and immediately took off Jin Renai's mask. At this time, Jin Renai's small face was pale, her lips were a little purple. She frowned and stared fiercely at Xiao Wu and Tang San's arms. Her breathing began to become a little rapid. What's going on? Xiao Yue. Seeing this, Guangling's pupils opened slightly. It was Jin Renai who had the upper hand just now. The dog and rabbit were already at the end of their strength. How could he seriously injure his little baby at the end? This is impossible. Just now, when Jin Renai made the final blow, Xiao Wu also used the hidden weapon she stole from Tang San. The godly's huge crossbow. The power of the godly's huge crossbow is no less than that of Jin Renai's silver sword. When the two collide, the silver sword in Jin Renai's hand cannot cut the long arrow of the godly's huge crossbow. Her soul power is limited. Undefeated, He could only reach out and use the flame of the magic weapon to forcefully hold the arrow, and throw the arrow aside. But it was also because of this move that Jinrinayu's palm was scratched by the arrow, and blood trickled out. What was even more difficult to guard against was that the arrow still had paralyzing toxins. Looking at the blood dripping on the ground, Guangling's eyes turned cold, and a cold air suddenly came out of her body. So that's it, you're playing tricks, right? He gritted his back molars, as if he could freeze the entire Great Soul fighting arena into an ice sculpture in the next moment. Jinrinayu felt the murderous intention of the person next to her. She looked away, grabbed Guangling's hand, and frowned slightly. Don't. It's not a good thing to get your hands dirty here, although they don't have to be afraid of people outside in the Hall of Worship. In essence, they can't make trouble outside casually. If Guangling really made a move here today, I'm afraid that the one waiting for him will be Jin Daoliu, who came late. Lessons in legendary confinement. What's more, it is still unknown whether Tang Hao is in the dark. If there is a real fight, this is the territory of the Heaven Dao Empire, and it is impossible for them not to suffer. Jinrinayu didn't want Guangling to do anything difficult. Grandpa Guangling, I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. Small injury? How can this be a small injury? Guangling frowned, inexplicably getting angry. I don't care about it. Today I have to give that rabbit a good beating. Don't. Grandpa Guangling. The paralyzing toxin began to fade away slowly. Jinrinayu finally had the strength to hold Guangling's hand tightly, and she said reasonably, Grandpa Guangling, this is a competition of souls, not an appointment. Injury is inevitable. I'm really fine. Just wait for Sister Lingling to come and treat me. Really, I'm really fine. Under Jinrinayu's repeated emphasis, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan rushed over, and Guangling gave up the idea of beating Xiao Wu up. A 10-year-old soul beast comes out to flaunt the market every day, and one day, sooner or later, he will beat this rabbit into soup and drink it. Yu, what's going on? It was also aware that the atmosphere on the field was not right, so Du Guyan and the others came in a hurry, but they didn't expect to find blood on the ground. As soon as they arrived, Yi Lingling's eyes trembled slightly, and she immediately activated her martial soul to heal Jinrinayu on the side. Yu Xianheng noticed the blood-stained arrow on the ground. He frowned slightly, knelt down to pick up the arrow. After thinking about it, this is something he has never seen before, so let's save it and investigate it. Jilxin Begonia's healing ability is extremely strong, but within a few minutes, Jinrinayu's injuries will heal. Seeing that Jinrinayu was fine, Zhu Huking also heaved a sigh of relief. She stood aside and looked at Jinrinayu, and also wanted to disturb Jinrinayu and her new partner. Yu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Du Guyan asked eagerly, his eyes full of worry. That little rabbit obviously doesn't have a weapon. How could her Yu's hand get hurt? Jinrinayu glanced at Zhu Huking, then shook her head at Du Guyan. I'm fine, Sister Yanzi, it's fine. Du Guyan didn't ask any further questions. Zhu Huking's eyes flickered slightly, and he lowered his eyes at this time. Xianian Bao and his good brother Daimubei suddenly appeared, and Daimubei pulled Zhu Huking behind him. And then commanded Yi Lingling arrogantly, since you have treated her, why don't you treat her as well? Treat Xiao Wu. Yi Lingling, who has always been taciturn, rarely rolled her eyes. No, she refused. Daimubei was about to have a seizure, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Guangling standing next to Jinrinayu. From the corner of his eye, I saw Guangling looking at him with a cold face, as if as long as he dared to take a step forward, this place would become his grave. As a down-and-out prince, Daimubei naturally didn't dare to offend a powerful soul master easily. The threatening words got stuck in his throat, and in the end he could only swallow it back and tell himself, no treatment, no one cares. After saying these words, Daimubei grabbed Zhu Huking's hand and walked towards Tang San and the others. Zhu Huking had some reluctance on her face, but she couldn't break away from Daimubei's grip. She frowned slightly, and just about to make a sound, her other hand was suddenly grabbed by a warm palm. She doesn't want to go with you, Jinrinayu said with a smile. Zhu Huking's body trembled. She looked back at Jinrinayu in some surprise. Her eyes trembled violently. She couldn't believe that Jinrinayu would grab her hand. You? Zhu Huking opened her lips slightly. Are you Xiao? Right? You? Daimubei immediately turned back, frowning. She is my fiancé and our partner. She doesn't want to follow me, so who does she want to follow? She has legs, she can walk by herself. There is no need for you to drag her. Jinrinayu and Daimubei looked at each other. Their eyes were fighting fiercely. Neither would give in to the other. Daimubei pulled Zhu Huking's. The hand was getting tighter and tighter, But Jinryu just controlled Zhu Xiuqing and didn't hurt her. It was also at this time that Zhu Xiuqing realized that some people really only regarded her as an object. Looking at her wrist that had been scratched red by Daimyo Bei, she gritted her teeth, swung it hard, and threw her hand directly to Daimyo Bei's face. Crack! A loud sound of meat hitting meat rang out on the soul fighting platform. At this time, the people in the fighting spirit field had almost dispersed, and the applause seemed particularly loud and pleasant. Wow! Du Yuyan's eyes opened slightly and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Well played. Jinryu snorted softly. It was time to fight back. Zhu Xiuqing, you. In the crowd, Daimyo Bei was slapped in the face by Zhu Xiuqing, even though it was his own hand that slapped him in the face, but he still felt a little embarrassed, so he couldn't help but raise his other hand. It's so shameless to hide a woman. Yu Xianheng grabbed his wrist. Yu Xianheng looked at Daimyo Bei and understood in his heart that this person was who Jinryu said. When Oscar heard the noise, he rushed over to stop Daimyo Bei. Boss die. Seeing Daimyo Bei deflated, Mo Hongjin didn't know why. He felt a little happy in his heart, but he didn't show it, just stood behind Daimyo Bei and watched all this quietly. Every time Daimyo Bei and Zhu Xiuqing quarreled, Oscar would intervene. Oscar said that he didn't want to start a fight, but if he didn't, things would only get more complicated. He was really worried about this unmarried couple. Who do you think you are? You don't even care about her affairs. Daimyo Bei looked at Yu Xianheng angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was being held back by Oscar, he would have decided to have a fight with this nosy guy. I'm just reminding you, whether you want this face or not is up to you. Yu Xianheng shook off Daimyo Bei's hand, and immediately, Jinryu took a stick from somewhere, and she waved at the stick. Hit Daimyo Bei directly on the back of Zhu Xiuqing's hand. What? The pain caused Daimyo Bei to let go quickly. Zhu Xiuqing was immediately dragged behind by Jinryu. Yu Xianheng and Du Yuyan stood in front of Jinryu, also ready to protect the sister they recognized at any time. You. Seeing such a situation, Daimyo Bei was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. There was a light feather behind Jinryu, and now he didn't dare to move at all, except for incompetent rage. And incompetent rage, Oscar kept on. The comfort could not make Daimyo Bei's physical and mental injuries any better. Don't bully people too much. Tang San, who was holding Xiao Wu, suddenly said. He gritted his teeth and stared at Jinryu, only hating himself for always believing that this girl was his sister, and believing that she kept saying this over and over again. Hurt him, hurt Xiao Wu, even bully Daimyo Bei. He was wrong. He must be wrong. His Xiao would never do such a thing. This girl, she is not Tang Yue, not his sister. She is an enemy who hurt Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were full of hostility. Jinryu looked at him and couldn't help but sneered. It turned out that this was the brother-sister relationship he mentioned. A brother who left his sister behind, a brother who couldn't recognize his sister, and a brother who didn't recognize his sister. The elder brother who hates his younger sister for the sake of other girls. What will this elder brother do with it? Are you looking for abuse for yourself? Jinryu gave a cold hand and couldn't help feeling a little funny. You think we're deceiving people too much? Tang San, from the time you handed over the hidden weapon to your sister Queen for the last move, you should have thought of this situation. I'm not easy to mess with, Jinryu, but I won't easily bully others. Me and your love sister are in a fair duel. She loses because she is inferior to others. It has nothing to do with me. Don't bite people here like a mad dog. I will think you are disgusting. What? Hidden weapon? She knows hidden weapons? Tang San's eyes paused slightly. He didn't listen to what Jinryu said. Later his body trembled slightly. Tang Yue is the only person in this world who knows about hidden weapons. If she is not Tang Yue, then how could she? Tang San seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the hidden weapon in Xiao Wu's hand. The arrows in it were gone. This hidden weapon was just made by him not long ago, and he had been with Xiao Wu before. As I said, this hidden weapon is poisonous. Thinking carefully, Tang San didn't dare to think about it anymore. He didn't know why Xiao Wu would become like this, and he didn't know why Xiao Yu would suddenly leave him and become another person. Can't figure it out. To Tang Yue, he owed and regretted, so that when he reconfirmed that Jinryu was Tang Yue, he fell into endless self-blame. It was he who failed to protect his sister Leaf. Tang San lowered his eyes slightly. The arm holding Xiao Wu tightened, as if seeking some comfort. Jinryu looked at him with a non-smiling smile on her face, and said in her heart that it should be tortured like this. The more Tang San suffers, the happier she is. Even if it tortures people into schizophrenia, she doesn't care, and she will never care. Suppressing the charming smile on her face, Jinryu looked at Du Yuyan. Sister Yanzi, I'm a little hungry, shall we go eat? Well, good, Du Yuyan nodded and smiled slightly. Zhuking, let's go. Jin Renai took Zhu Zhuking's hand, the two looked at each other, Zhu Zhuking smiled knowingly, and left Jin Renai without hesitation. Zhu Zhuking. Come back to me. You are my fiancé. How can you follow others? Come back. Seeing Zhu Zhuking and the group leaving, Daimyo suddenly barked. He broke away from Oscar's arms and rushed forward to pull Zhu Zhuking back, but before he could get close to Zhu Zhuking, a bolt of thunder suddenly fell above his head. The thunder and lightning suddenly paralyzed his body, and he fell straight to the ground. Bully my sister, I'll electrocute you to death. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.